Okay, the Rollingwood City Council will come to order Wednesday, February 15th, 2023 at 7:01 p.m. And we will call the roll. Ms. Brown.
Present.
Alec Robinson.
Kevin Glassheen.
Phil McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massengill. We have all present. And with that, we will move on to public comment. Do we have any citizens here wishing to make public comment? Not on the agenda. Please identify yourself, stranger.
Yes, sir. Tom Farrell, 3223 Park Hills Drive. First of all, thank all of y'all for y'all's service to our city. We all do appreciate that. Sometimes we don't tell you that, but we all do, really. So I wanted to thank y'all for considering doing this Citizens Task Force on the residential code. It originally, quite frankly, when I thought about this, I thought, well, maybe the P&Z should do this. But then as the more I gave thought to it, the more I thought, well, this gives our citizens an additional opportunity to give their input as this comes in. So I think this is going to be a very good deal. I do appreciate Kevin and Phil. I think y'all are working on this, and I do appreciate all y'all's hard work on that. And I think that this would be a very successful deal, and I think it's timely given everything that's gone on, and I think it's past due to do. I think the last one we did was done in the 80s where we did a complete look at this. So maybe this is a good time every 30 or 40 years that we kind of review this and take a good look at it. So
After you put in a sewer system and
yes,
a few other changes like that.
few changes, but you know, some of us have gotten slightly older, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to work on this if I'm approved, and I do think that this is a good proposed group that looks like it's fair and open, and I think it would do a very good job for that. So again, thank all of y'all for y'all's service. Thank you, Kevin, Phil, for doing this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. And do we have other comments? That's it? Okay, moving on past public comment, and we will go to presentation on the agenda, and we will start off with the mayor's state of the city address, and I guess that's me. Thank you all, council, for indulging me. This is something we started, or I started last year, and it seemed to be pretty well received, and I think it's a good thing for us to do, or for the mayor and hopefully future mayors to do, just to have an opportunity to visit with you all and visit with the community at large, just in terms of kind of how things are going on the administrative side and for the city, and maybe some accomplishments in the year past and hopefully in the year to come. So, and I'm sure you all watched the President's State of the Union with great enthusiasm, and then I know you're all anxiously awaiting the Governor's State of the State tomorrow night. I'm sure you're all headed to San Marcos to watch that. So hopefully I won't preempt anything he has to say tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to lay out quite the agenda that he has in store. But I do want to address the state of our city, the city of Rollingwood, and let you all know, and then let the community know that I believe, and I think our staff believes, that the state of Rollingwood is strong. We are very stable, and we have a great team in place and a lot of enthusiasm with our day-to-day operations, and I'm really extremely proud of the team that you all have enabled and that we have hired here to work in the city in all of our departments, and I want to tell you a little bit more about that. I want to start with Ashley Wayman. Ashley, our city administrator, I think is doing a wonderful job, and I think most of you, if not all of you, would agree with that. Her leadership and her willingness to step up and really take the reins of the city has been wonderful. She's an extremely hard worker, and I think we can all attest to that. You might drive by on a Sunday and notice her car out front, and she here putting in the extra hours to make sure that the city is in a good place and doing what we need to do. She spent a lot of this year working on succession planning, which is something that she and I had talked about early on, and I think that she's doing a great job in making sure that we have some redundancy built into our departments, cross-training our staff to make sure that if someone's out, that we have opportunity for others to step up and fill those roles, at least temporarily. She's doing a great job even on the, she's been noticed on the state level and serves in roles with the Texas Municipal League and other statewide organizations and administrator organizations, and is really just doing a great job. Some of her accomplishments this year were implementing our community message board that you're all aware of and beginning to utilize. And the one I'm most proud of her work on is that we now have a fully functional operations chart across all departments to allow future mayors, as well as myself and her, and future administrators to have a really good grasp on oversight of all the departments, and really the things that happen on a continuing basis year to year in all of those departments on a monthly basis and on an annual basis, and using that to also plan out a 5-year plan to make sure that we're not forgetting to do little things like paint curbs yellow occasionally, maybe on an every 5-year cycle, and make sure that we have a 5-year plan when it comes to our streets and our road maintenance and that sort of thing. So she's done a great job implementing that operations chart. Michaela Rodriguez, also in the administration department, her youth and her smile and her enthusiasm is as noted and always in a great place, and puts the entire office in a good place. Her willingness to learn is second to none. She is part of that cross-training that Ashley has helped implement. She floats from different departments, making sure that she's helping all of those departments and learning those departments as she goes. She even served as our utility billing manager for a short period of time, an item that was not in her job description when she came on, but she did a wonderful job with that. She's taking on key projects that also have interface with the community, and that smile comes in handy at that time, making sure that she's taking on projects like the pavilion and the park, and doing things, making sure that we get folks signed up in those applications process. She's doing a great job. Our city secretary, Desiree Adair, her teamwork is second to none. Her leadership, and I think one of her greatest attributes is the calm that she brings to the office when maybe others are not calm, or including myself. It is a very welcomed force in all of the departments, as well as to myself. She's doing a great job. She handles all of our PIRs, our public information requests. She is our elections administrator, which is not an easy task. It's easy to talk about on paper, but there's a lot to that, and there are a lot of state requirements to that, and she's done a great job in making sure that all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. She and Ashley have worked to create somewhat of a, I'm not going to say a new process, but she has really kind of taken the role, and I appreciate her for doing this, in almost a human resources type approach, and an HR, making sure that we have a good HR presence at the city level, and when we onboard and when we unfortunately we occasionally lose people, and making sure that all of that paperwork and all of that exit interview is handled. So she's really taken that HR function and done a great job with it, and will continue to in the year to come. Obviously in finance, our Abel Campos offers stability and institutional knowledge that is excellent and valued in all of our departments, overseeing our audits and all of the paperwork and all the items that go with that. He keeps all the financial trains running on time for us and does a great job. I think we all know that we couldn't do it without Abel, and his accuracy when it comes to the budget planning and the revenue projections going forward always amaze me and prove to be spot on. He does a great job in helping us through that entire budget process. I know I couldn't do the budget without him, and I know he's invaluable to Ashley in that time of year as well. Our courts, with Kim Wood at the helm. Kim does a great job. She's the foundation of what I would say is the third leg of our government three-legged stool. I mean, she is essentially our judicial system here in Rollingwood. We have a great city judge, but Kim is the one that really keeps it all going. She had 124% increase in citation workload this year and handled it without any problems. And at that same time, she was also instrumental in helping to oversee a decline in the special events parking citations. So I think that was largely in part to her communication skills and her ability to visit with PD and make sure that we were communicating maybe some of the inefficiencies in years past when it came to some of those issues, and make sure that we try to fill those gaps going forward. So she's done a great job all throughout the year. Law enforcement, Chief Crystal Munoz has done a great job as she has gotten her feet under her in her new role. Really proud of her implementing this council's vision when it came to code enforcement and dedicating resources as prescribed by this council. She's done a really nice job, and I think the communication that she has enabled with all of her department to make sure that they're working closely with Nikki and Development Services has really been a shining light on how it should work, and I think we've really tightened up some items in that department. She's done a great job, obviously, in overseeing our National Night Out to great success. It's always a success, but making sure that her department is leading the charge on that and getting that National Night Out, which has become a real community gathering spot for all of us, and I think we appreciate it. She's made sure that our officers are all trained and actively carrying Narcan, which is unfortunately an issue that we have to deal with these days with the fentanyl issue in our communities. And she's made sure that training has taken place and all of those officers are equipped, and then also took it upon herself to make sure that the department has undergone some tactical medical training also, so that when they're in the field, they are equipped to protect one another and respond to unfortunate emergencies that may happen in the field, but also have that type of training that's available to all of us in the community. So she's done a great job throughout the year. Development Services with Nikki Dykes at the helm. The knowledge and experience that she has brought and the fresh eyes that she's brought to that department. Just a year ago, we were in a much different spot in that department, and I think, wow, how far we have come in our development services. Still have some work to do, obviously, as we work through some of the issues and policy issues, but I think Nikki's done a great job. She's really helped us implement the My Permits Now online portal. Again, we're working through to make sure we have the bugs worked out, but as we fully migrate, we have fully migrated, but as those old permits move off the books and we are fully on to My Permits Now, she's just done a great job in knowing how that system works and working through it. She started her career here at Rollingwood with a huge backlog, and I know that caused a lot of heartache and phone calls to her office as she was trying to get hang pictures and set up her computer, but she's done a nice job in helping work through that backlog, and we couldn't have done it without her. And then Public Works, wow, what a great job they've done. What a team Izzy has built. Izzy Para is leading that Public Works department. It's the first time, I think, in at least 5 years we've been fully staffed at the Public Works level. He's brought Carlos on, who has great experience in a number of wastewater issues and electrical issues. Fidel and Johnny, who I'm sure we've all met by now, they just knock it out of the park on a daily basis. And they all work extremely hard. Izzy works hard. And that goes from everything from planning to water, wastewater. The thing I'm most impressed with Izzy is his proactiveness and his ability to make sure that they're planning before storm events and that they're actively thinking through and trying to, as I say, look around the corner at problems that may come. So he's doing a great job there. Emergency preparedness, they're doing a really nice job in that area, again, before storm events, but also recently before some of our ice events and that sort of thing. And then if you haven't noticed them around for the last 2 weeks, they've been working extremely hard in the emergency cleanup department, and we can talk more about that this evening. But I think we're above that now, but at least 60 dump truck loads of branches and that sort of thing, and we still have a long way to go. But they're just doing a really nice job in the public works. And then Veronica Hernandez in utility billing. She is our newest member of the team. In terms of real dollars, maybe the MVP around here, because she has done awesome in really taking the utility billing department to the next level. She's got a lot of great experience, and we were fortunate that Ashley was able to find her and bring her on board with us. Thanks to this council, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Robinson, but just a year ago we were having some real discussions about where we were with our utility billing and where we were with our accounts that were in arrears. Veronica did a great job when she came on board of really digging into that and trying to clean up our entire utility billing system, and there was far more there to clean up than we ever realized. But having capable hands with Veronica has proven instrumental in cleaning up the accounts themselves, finding a number of things that we need to continue to clean up. But I'm most proud of her because she has taken us in 2021. We had around 190,000 of unpaid and water bills that were outstanding, and she has dwindled that down in her short tenure with us down to $31,000. And so that's 160,000 into our coffers that should have already been there, and she's just doing an outstanding job of making sure that we're staying on top of those issues. So if you haven't had a chance to meet, or I know the council has, but the community, if you haven't had a chance to meet some of these folks that I've talked about tonight, please take time to do that and know how hard they work for all of you. And they are a big part of why we're in such great shape in Rollingwood on our administrative and on our kind of the executive front. Last year when I addressed the council, I talked to you about three main goals that I had for this past year, and they really focused on, first of all, our people, and that's why I wanted to start off with a discussion about our people this evening, because it was kind of the number one thing. We were not in a great spot. We had good people who were here, but we had a lot of holes to fill. We had a lot of building and team building to do, and I'm proud to report to you all this evening that I believe that while we're not done, we have accomplished a great deal on that, what I call our people front. And I think that this council has a lot of credit to take for that, and I appreciate your leadership in enabling them, empowering them. And so I think that first goal that we talked about last year at this time of really focusing on our people has paid off in a big way. The second thing that we talked about last year was a focus on our systems and trying to do a better job in looking deep within what I call system reviews. And I think we have done that. When I told you that last year, I really thought that it would be more, that we would have more of an opportunity to ease into some of those systems reviews. And in several cases, we did not have an opportunity to ease into them. We were thrown into the fire, out of the boiling pot into the fire. And that's what we faced in the utility billing department. That's what we faced in the development services department. And so we very quickly, within just a few months of me speaking to you on these topics last year, had an opportunity to, we were forced to look at very deeply into some of those systems and our development services, how we were doing that process, and also in our utility billing department. But Ashley, as I said earlier, has done a great job in continuing that effort in those systems reviews in all of the departments, and then trying to consolidate that down into our operations chart so that we have a better understanding of how those things function. So we have made great progress, and will continue to do that next year. The third one that we talked about was the bond election, and with the leadership of this council, you put two, I think, well thought out, well phrased bond packages onto the ballot for this community to weigh in on, both of which passed with over 2/3 majority of this community. I think that is a testament to you. I think it's a testament to past councils who did the homework and did the due diligence to make sure that we had a good story to tell when that went onto the ballot. And I think there's a lot of credit to go around as to why the community weighed in on those bond elections, or on that bond election the way they did. So that brings us to the year ahead. What are we looking at? What are we looking forward to in next year? And for the year ahead, I think the tasks are simple, but ensuring success in those tasks will require focus, and it will require a lot of collaboration. First, a continued diligence and staff focus on those internal systems that I mentioned to you. I think fine-tuning and striving for excellence in all of our departments is something that we'll continue to work on, and will be a key goal for us as we continue to try to get our grasp on some of those areas going forward next year. And execution and committing our systems into an archivable format so that we can have repeatable and consistency in those systems in all of our departments. Both on a continued daily management of our new operations timeline charting process will be a big part of that. I mentioned that earlier in the success that Ashley's had in that last session. So that's, in my mind, it's a continued focus from last year, but it's one that we'll take into this coming year. The second thing that I would like us to focus on will be the next phase of the bonds that were passed. I think it's an opportunity for us to be thoughtful in our planning. I think you were thoughtful in what you put on the ballot for our citizens, and I think it's an opportunity for us to continue that thoughtfulness in how we plan for the execution and the spending of those resources. I think it's an opportunity for us to seek. We have a lot of expertise in this community in a lot of different areas, and I think it's an opportunity for us to seek that expertise within the community. And we can be smart about the resource allocation and looking for efficiencies. A big part of what I want us to focus on, not a focus, but certainly a byproduct of the bond, I want us to make sure that we're efficient and that we have crossover areas when it comes to, for instance, if we're allocating resources for the water, the infrastructure, the water improvements, I want us to make sure we're also looking at the same time of, do we have road construction or road maintenance that needs to happen in that same area where when they overlap, we're being efficient with those funds. It may be different funds that are spent, but possibly spending them at the same time will allow us to have efficiencies in how we spend those dollars. So I think that's something that we will strive for in the coming year. And finally, I think on a personal note, I want to say to you all, after last month's city council meeting, just 12 hours after this council meeting, or when I left this council meeting, just 12 hours later, I found myself in the Capitol in a dear friend of mine's office, John Kemple, Representative Kemple. He's a good friend. He's the son of who I believe is one of the finest statesmen this state has had in many years. And I was waiting to meet and visit with John. And unfortunately, his dad, Edmund Kemple, passed away several years ago. And Edmund was a great statesman. But as I'm standing in John's office, I read a quote from former Speaker Strauss about Chairman Kemple. I'm going to read you the quote. He said, he has taught us that we could disagree without being disagreeable. We can be constructive rather than combative, and we have an obligation to rise to the point of common ground. We could use more Edmund Kemples today in politics and in government. So I think I'll leave you this evening with this. I recognize that I do not always meet those high standards, that example that Speaker Strauss spoke of with Mr. Kemple. I'm not always agreeable when disagreeing. I'm not always constructive rather than combative, and I do not always rise to the point of common ground. But I can try, and I can try harder, and I will. And I ask my friends and I ask my neighbors to strive to do the same. In the year ahead, I ask that we all seek out discussion and dialogue. I think that we should strive for understanding and patience with one another. And I think that we should all give grace, even when that grace is not necessarily earned. And I'd like to see more understanding and more empathy and less anger in the community, and I will do my best to work toward that goal as well. We're all neighbors. We do not have to all agree at all times, but we all care greatly about this community, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to seek our better angels and work with one another and not against one another. And that means everyone. It means everyone and all residents in Rollingwood. In doing so, I think this community will stay strong and vibrant for many years to come and be even stronger than I believe that it is today. So, thank you all, and I look forward to the year ahead. And with that, that is the city's state of the city, and we will move on to agenda item number 3, presentation on purpose and requirements of the city's MS4 permit and how we are handling compliance with those requirements. And recognize Mr. Blackburn to give us that presentation. Or maybe not. Is he here? Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm here to give a brief presentation on an overview of what the MS4, it's the Municipal Separate Stormwater System program is, and how the city tracks and maintains compliance with that permit. So MS4, oh, there we go. Thank you. Is it down or left? Oh. There's only. All right, thank you. So an overview of what an MS4 is. So that's a publicly owned and operated stormwater drainage system. So this includes storm drains, ditches, gutters, streets, anything that the city that conveys runoff to the receiving water bodies. The purpose of this MS4 is to prevent pollutants from entering our surface waters. So any of this runoff that would carry pollutants to the creeks or streams downstream. To prevent the degradation of these receiving waters, and also to protect the health of humans and wildlife. Some of these examples of these pollutants can include sediment from construction sites, or oil or other liquids leaking from vehicles or other equipment, anything that's just environmentally dangerous. And so an overview of this program, so the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the TCEQ, issues a general permit for discharge into surface waters, and this is under the guidelines of the EPA and the Clean Water Act and the Texas Water Code. And so within this general permit, TCEQ outlines requirements that are needed to meet the permit and maintain compliance. And what they do is they delegate the authority of this MS4 to the cities to review and maintain compliance with the permit. And so that just eliminates the need for every single project to submit it to TCEQ. They do that delegation to each of the cities. And so with this MS4, within this, the city is required to create and submit a stormwater management program. This is updated every 5 years. The city of Rollingwood was updated in 2019, so coming up next year in 2024, it'll have to be refreshed and resubmitted. Part of this stormwater management program includes annual reporting and tracking that the city submits to TCEQ, stating what the city has done and what compliance they're taking to make sure that they're meeting that TCEQ permit. And so within this stormwater management plan, there are minimum control measures, and these are steps that the city is taking to meet the stormwater management plan. And then under each of those minimum control measures, what we call best management practices, or BMPs for short. And these are, schedule of activities, maintenance procedures, ordinances, anything that the city does to implement requirements to comply with this, with the minimum control measures. And so the city stormwater management plan has 5 minimum control measures that they are required to meet, starting with public education, outreach, and involvement. So this is educating the public on what the MS4 is, what's allowed, what's not allowed, And so the best management practices included for this minimum control measure include general outreach like presentations like this evening, informational flyers, whether it's posted here at City Hall or on the city's website, and also billing inserts that the city has sent out before, just educating the public on what best management practices are on their part. The second is illicit discharge detection and elimination. So this is identifying anything that's not meeting the permit. And so the city employees are trained on identifying and enforcing these penalties for illicit discharges around the city. Next is the construction site stormwater runoff. So as you know, there's a lot of construction going on right now. This one's specific to sites that are under construction. So what we do is we review site plan permits that include erosion control measures, and we make sure that they are following the standards, making sure, they have silt fence, for example, that's up around their site, that's maintaining sediment from running off of their site. And so as needed, we do inspections to make sure that these are maintained. First, that they're installed, but also they're maintained over the life of the project. For the post-construction stormwater management, these are inspections that we do once the construction is completed to make sure that any permanent erosion control measures are installed and that the temporary control measures are not removed until, for example, the grass has grown in, because we don't want to leave any disturbed soil that could run off the site once we removed the erosion control measures. And the last is pollution prevention and good housekeeping. So this is some of the stuff that the city can do and that the city does. So city vehicle maintenance, making sure that we're not having any leaking from any of our trucks or other construction or the city equipment. Street sweeping and then cleaning and maintaining storm sewer culverts and ditches. So we just want to make sure that any debris, trash is picked up so that if there's a rain event, it's not washed downstream and into our receiving water. So trying to get ahead of that. And so what we do is we help the city comply with all aspects of this permit throughout the year, helping with inspections as needed. We do the annual reporting each of the 5 years, and so year 4 is coming up at the end of March, so that'll be something that we're preparing and we'll be submitting in the next couple of weeks. And that's all I had. If there are questions.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Why are we getting this report now? Is it an annual report?
It's an annual report, yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, this is not the annual.
Oh, this
report.
is not. No,
I mean,
no.
an annual briefing. Why are we?
You're getting it because I asked for it?
Oh, okay. That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
Because my question really was, who's doing the inspections and who's doing the enforcement? Is it our city engineer? Is it our building inspector? Is it our public works people? Is it our code enforcement officer? Whose job is it to do the inspection? You say periodic inspections. It's like, there's stuff that happens every day out there. And one of the requirements on the illicit discharge issues is piles of building material. We have those all over the place. I have pictures, and I realized when I got here that I left my phone at home, so I don't have the pictures with me. But we've have piles of material uncovered on the edge of the curb or in the street that stay for days, and that's not in compliance with our MS4 permit. If TCQ decided to come out and do an inspection, we would be in violation. So I'm trying to understand, if we don't know who's responsible, we need to figure that out. And I think that the residents need to know if they see something, who they're supposed to call, and who's responsible for getting that taken care of. So
I was going to
that's why
say,
we're having
everybody out in the community, I know quite a few of y'all go walking, a lot of people drive around, that, definitely report it to us. It's not necessarily complaints or anything of that. If you see something, say something. I try to go out into the community. I know each one of us go and drive around just to try to make sure that we're doing that. And quite honestly, when I do that, I've been doing that once a week, and it takes about an hour to drive around the entire city, make sure I'm getting the right addresses, checking the sites, and then coming back and having to, I send out emails to each one of the contractors, letting them know, hey, a lot of the time it's not, siteable. We try to work with the contractors, just letting them know, hey, you do have a pile in the street. And usually by that evening, they've got it sweeped up and done. It's just during their construction where they're putting in piles so they can do such. But I know that there's been quite a few trouble areas, and we've all been actively driving by those. And we did site one last week, pretty bad, just from what they had going on. And so I, again, would just really like to encourage, if you see something, say something. You can call up to the city. Any one of us can answer the phone. It'll go to me or, any of the police officers. They do that for our code enforcement, and we'll go out there and check it out and check to see if it complies.
And I'll mention that, oh, wow, that was really loud. Wow, sorry. And so Nikki is qualified in inspecting silt fences at this point. A couple of our public works department employees are. It's just a matter of, being out in the community and seeing them. And we don't like to call it complaint based, but even I consider it. I'll come in and go, hey, I just drove by this site and there's, a pile of dirt and it looks like they might start working on it soon, but for now it's in the street. And so we need to talk to them. And so we really aim towards enforcement and trying to get people to clean it up. Now, if they don't, it's a warning, and then it's a citation, and then you'll keep getting them until you take care of it. And so as far as the engineers go, they generally just, if we're not sure if someone is following their plan, we would call the engineers out and say, hey, can you check and make sure that they meet the plan? But pretty much here it's just kind of eyes and ears in the city.
Yep.
So we've been trying to do better. If y'all let us know the specific spots that you're concerned about, usually once we start talking to the contractors, they're out there pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
So
One thing we also talked about this week is we're going to also try to be noting and making sure that the contractors, or anyone for that matter, knows that they need to put a tarp over any piles of dirt or anything like that they have. That's a really easy, it's in their best interest too, so that their material doesn't wash down the street. But that's an easy one that we're going to try to start doing a better job enforcing on too.
Yes, sir.
And when we're addressing illicit discharge, is that really mostly what we're talking about is failing silt fences and dirt piles, or are there other things?
So it's usually just the silt fencing, tracking mud. I know I've noticed a lot of that. They don't stabilize their entrances and exits from the site. And so when they drive into the site with a truck or, equipment, anything like that, they track all that mud out. So I've been definitely making note of that, letting them know. And a lot of the times, they go out there, you've got equipment going in and out for demolition and such. I mean, they can't do it constant. I mean, you just can't. But usually by the end of the day, once their equipment's, parked, they'll go out there, they'll sweep it up. And I've been driving by and checking. So it's a really tough process. It's just, I can't say enough how much, see something, say something. And then that way, I can get out there and look at it. But I'm not in the field 24/7. And so it's kind of difficult. But yeah, I would appreciate.
We do have some contractors that are really egregiously repeat offenders.
Right. And that is, where you get your warning on the project and then you get your citations. So.
And I don't know which one you're talking about, but it's probably one that you and I have talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
I will say other illicit discharges are oil and, so it's not just residential.
What about concrete?
Concrete's not supposed to go down
Yeah.
the curb either, but, we have oil change facilities, service station, restaurants, all of those things have oils and greases and things like that they're not supposed to be discharging where it can get into the storm sewer as well. So it's not quite the same as what we have in the residential area, but chemicals, like storage of
Yeah.
fertilizers and herbicides and all that kind of stuff, those are all, things that are not supposed to be getting into our stormwater as well.
Okay, very good.
I think the biggest one that I've noticed in the residential area is sediment. Is improperly stored storage piles, and grading areas, silt fences that are taken up before they've got sod put in place or before they've stabilized the area, and you know, soil disturbance that on a slope that can allow stuff to run off into the street.
So since it's not just our residential area, it's our commercial area as well, who are we periodically doing inspections on the commercial area?
Not that I know of. I mean, I know there's inspectors, there's health inspectors, there's all that. I don't know the full details of what they do and how those inspections go. Quite honestly,
Yeah,
I
when
just do not know.
I think when it, obviously if it's a permitted project that's under active
Construction.
permit with us, that's, we certainly have, an ability, to enforce and an ability to inspect. Past that, the MS4 requirements are really a TCEQ requirement, and they actually are the ones that hold the enforcement hammer. So we can, I mean, we would potentially be the complainant, but past that, the TCEQ is really, if it's not an actively permitted project for us, I think that we probably would be somewhat limited, but I haven't looked in a great detail at it, but that would be my assumption.
You know, we did have an issue years ago where, and I can't even remember what facility it was, but somebody had a sink, one of the service stations or oil change facilities or something, they had a sink that had a pipe that just went
Into the creek?
out into the creek, and they were
Yeah.
washing oily stuff out that was getting discharged into the creek, and that's,
And I think we're talking about the same issue, and that's why I'm asking, is because when I and my dogs were much younger, used to go down in those creek beds, and I know there, from time to time, were serious issues occurring in our dry creek.
Hmm.
So,
that is a violation of our MS4.
yeah.
So I have a question. Have we actually issued any citations, like, or if we do, how often does that happen?
Again, so it's, we hate saying complaint driven, but we're notified of projects. Again, I have been trying to get out into the field more often to drive around all the projects and look at everything. I want to say citations, we've had a few, I would say probably around a handful. We don't,
Like in the last year, can you remember
oh
the
no,
last
like
one?
within the,
We issued one last week for.
Yeah.
For,
Okay.
I mean, they're pretty common. We generally, the
Yeah.
first one's a warning, but
yeah.
a lot of them know the rules by now, and I would say probably at least a couple a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Mhm.
That's what I was wondering. Thanks.
So have we considered training, at least briefing, the people whose job it is to drive around the city? On what issues to look, I mean, the public works guys are out in the
Mhm.
city all the time, the police officers are out in the city all the time. A pile of dirt in the street or right on the curb is pretty hard to miss when you drive by it. And so that is something that if they were aware of what
Mm-hmm.
is and is not allowed, we, seems like would have a lot better, opportunity to keep those things under control. And also, when you were talking about what kind of notifications and education, we need to be educating the contractors too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the contractors don't get a water bill, so if we put something in the water bill, they're not getting that. So we need to make sure that the contractors understand what their requirements are as well, so that they can't go, well, I had no idea, you know, when you come out there. It's like, this is what the expectations are, this is what's allowed and not allowed.
We should add the MS4 flyer that we have to your pre-con meeting. That would be an easy one.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
And I think we can do a lot better job of just having staff on alert while they're out there. It doesn't take a silt fence qualification to see when there's dirt in the street, and it shouldn't be there. And so I think we can do a much better job of that.
Or a pile of dirt in the street.
Exactly.
Someone either today or yesterday.
Yeah.
There's one that's now gone that was there for about 2 weeks, but
I have a question.
Mhm.
Are we having our code enforcement officer do their drive-by every other week?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just these
And
happen
are-
between,
Yeah.
you know,
between it.
drive-bys.
Between those drive-bys,
Mhm.
okay.
And he's the one that normally does the citing. So we'll get our pictures, and Nikki will put together the code, and he goes out and takes care of the citation.
all right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Take a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes, ma'am.
would move to pull items 6 and 7.
Items 6 and 7 are pulled from the consent agenda. We will come back to those, and I'll entertain a motion on 4 and 5.
Move approval of items 4 and 5.
You have a motion to approve a consent agenda items 4 and 5. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Move on to agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action on a timetable for the initial draft commercial zoning ordinance by Denton, Navarro, Rocha, Bernal, and Zec, as recommended in the comprehensive plan, public workshops, and scheduled for public hearing and meetings before the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. This is Ms. Brown's agenda item, and I know Ms. Wayman and Mr. Zec have more detail. And with that, I'll recognize Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see Bryce in the audience, and I know that he and Ashley have worked on a proposed timeline for implementing the zoning changes that are adopted in the commercial zoning plan. I would like to suggest some changes to the proposed timeline and then move adoption with some amendments.
Okay?
The comprehensive plan, and I'll pass down, I have a handout, if I could pass it down. The comprehensive plan, this is page 44 to 46 of the comprehensive plan, has 21 items for implementation for the commercial corridor. The proposed timeline would have the city conduct 3 workshops, one March 1st, one March 29, and one April 12, on those 21 policies. At this point, there have been 38 public hearings on these policies. There were 31 before the Comprehensive Plan Task Force. There have been 3 public workshops conducted by the City Council before recommending before adoption of the plan. There have been 2 public hearings at P&Z on their comments to the proposed adoption of the plan. And then this council considered it at 2 public meetings. And so I think there are, of the 21 items, there are about 15 that are very particular draft changes to the zoning code. For example, allow retail and office uses on all commercially zoned properties. Today, our code says we have a C1 and a C2. One's retail and one's office use, and the recommendation is to combine those into a single zone, a single type of use in the commercial zone. Combine those 2 so you could do retail or office use on any commercially zoned properties. and there's an exception for residential. But that's a particular zoning code change. We don't need to debate it again, because it's been adopted as a part of the code. We can debate the actual language, and I think that's very important. But I think under the staff plan, we would have 3 workshops again on these as a topic, as a policy. And in my view, we've done that for most of these. Another example would be on the north side of Bee Caves Road, limit development to 2 stories and 30 feet in height. That's a very particular kind. We're not gonna, I don't think we wanna re-debate that policy. We wanna get the code language and debate the code language and then draft the code change to implement it. And so I would recommend that instead of having 3 more workshops on these, the majority of these policies, that our first step be to get a draft of the language. And those changes would be, in this handout, policies, all of the policies except 5, 8, 15, 16, and 20. And if you look at 5, 8, 15, 16, and 20, these are policies that need more development. For example, 5 is work with stakeholders to envision and create a safer pedestrian crossing of Bee Caves Road at Edge Grove Drive. We need some more discussion of that. We need some ideas to debate and then implementation. And so my recommendation would be to revise this proposed plan, take those 5 items that need further policy development, handle them with a small group that could focus on them. 2 of them concern commercial lighting, modernizing our code to address commercial lighting, and then modernizing our code to address commercial lighting protections. And so, you know, we've got people that have experience in that field. We can have a small group tackle that policy. The other one is, the other 5 and 8 both address the pedestrian crossing over Bee Caves Road and hike and bike path behind commercially zoned lots along Eanes Creek. We could have a small group address those. So my recommendation, and I'll pass out another handout, which is my handwritten changes to the proposed, and I've shared this with Ashley and with Bryce late this afternoon. Do you have a copy, Bryce?
I got a copy of it.
But my proposal would be that we modify the schedule so that we ask Denton Navarro and Bryce in particular to give us the zoning language on March 15, that we have a joint workshop to discuss that language on March 29 and again on April 12, that we get the second draft with the comments from those 2 meetings on May 1, and then we get another draft after a public hearing on May 15, a joint public hearing as we're required to do for zoning changes, do that joint hearing with planning and zoning on May 15, get a 3rd draft after that hearing from our good man Bryce, and then have P&Z scheduled for consideration on adoption or adoption of a recommendation on June 14, and take those zoning changes up at the July council meeting. And then I would postpone for further development the committee plan for addressing 5, 8, 15, 16, and 20 of the that need further development, the lighting and the hiking and biking and crossing Bee Caves Road. And so I would move, Mr. Mayor, that we adopt the comprehensive plan commercial corridor code update project with the timelines as shown on my handout.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second? And then we will discuss if there is.
Second for discussion.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. Hudson. And Is there more discussion, and would you like to hear from Bryce?
That would be my question.
Okay.
I'd like to-
I'm gonna make sure that,
That's where I was going, but I
that
was.
he has seen this and this is a reasonable, variation on your.
Sure. So let me backtrack a bit and talk about why we proposed the project the way that we did. So I did extensive amounts of research to generate your estimate to make sure that we caught every place that we need to potentially make changes, and we can incorporate that in. The idea behind this is there are a number of items, as Councilmember Brown pointed out, that are very easy to code, like the building height. One side of the street 2-story, the other side 3. No problem, no question there. There are also a number of items that you have on this list that are great high-level policies, but lack enough detail for us to really code. The way the planning process works best, in my experience of doing this for years and years and years, is to have that conversation about concepts absent specific language. And the idea behind the workshops isn't revisit the policies. We've got the policies, we've got the directive. It's refining those policies into specifics. And so what we'll do through those workshops is present to you, here are these items and these specific questions that we have, and a number of options and other things to help create some thought, to get some guidance and feedback to create that draft. So me and my team, we've already started writing code for all the pieces that we can, and even some of the stuff that we need more information on, we've started bookending it, knowing, hey, this is a pretty good way to regulate this. We need to obviously run it by the city first to make sure that's okay. So that's the goal of those workshops, is really to inform that so that we're not spending hours and hours and hours debating commas and periods and overly specific language, but instead having the conversation about the concepts. What do we want this to look like? What do we want it to feel like? For example, signs. Your sign section says to update sign section and modernize it. That's not enough information, especially when we start looking at the building design requirements, where you've got one section that says maintain the 25-foot setback and a different section that says allow a 5-foot setback if the developer's willing to agree to certain things, right? When we look at planning and we look at the way we want things to develop, we want to require what we want to see, right? So for example, if we want that walkable environment where we pull buildings up, that means the parking's going to go in the rear. This is also going to have an implication on the buffering and setback requirements in the rear, potentially, because we may decide, hey, we don't actually want parking in the rear. We prefer that building. But there's other things that then also come with that. To the first point that Councilmember Brown pointed out about the office and retail. That first statement in that line, absolutely agree. That's not an item for discussion. We'll make that change. The next one talks about encouraging restaurants in areas that they don't cause nuisance. So one of the items that we have on the third workshop is a discussion about incentivizing land use, because we need more information about what that means and things that we can actually do in a code. We may find that we need to do a separate district or an overlay or something like that to address those concerns and those nuisance items. There's also certain things that we just can't regulate. Smell, for example. I have no clue how we actually regulate smell, but we can regulate the use, right? So we can say restaurants aren't allowed within a certain distance of a residential property, or the structure itself has to be set back a certain distance from residential property. And those are all things that if I was to try to generate you a draft, it would be a scattergun approach of, I think this is right, maybe, but wouldn't necessarily refine that out. Because I don't want us to re-debate and go through all the work that your team and that council and P&Z have already done. We want to build upon that. Additionally, one of the things that we can do in this is we can consolidate some of the calendar if we need to make it quicker. So one of the items that I asked Ashley to work with me on was to give me some public meeting dates. I like to space them at least 2 weeks apart so that it's not too taxing on y'all, but also I don't want to do it all in one sitting, because this is a lot of information to think about, and I want to give you a second to kind of mentally reset between meetings. But one of the things that we could do to consolidate the calendar is have weekly meetings, those meetings back to back to back in 3 weeks, which should shave at least a month off the timetable. We can also, I talked with Ashley earlier, we can look at reducing the amount of staff time for review. We'd given them 2 weeks allotment because I know they've got a lot of stuff to do, and I'm anticipating probably several dozen pages of code that are going to get amended. And I want to give them ample time to review that and provide commentary, because I recognize that I'm not perfect, and your staff knows your community way better than I do, and you all probably know it even better than staff does. And so before I waste your time reviewing something, I want staff to look at it first to make sure, hey, there weren't any red flags, we missed something, because there's always going to be some assumptions on that initial draft to fill some of those holes. And your staff is very capable of reviewing that and saying, hey, wait a second, Bryce, this is a red flag. We talked about this at some meeting 6, 8 months, 12 months ago. Let's make it like this. And so that's the idea behind this. And so that way, by the time we're releasing the draft, it's being released to the entire public, so everybody's seeing it. We can always release it early if you want to release it at the time of staff. I'm just hesitant because of the knee-jerk reaction of things that may not be completely calibrated. It's a little easier to have staff catch that first and not cause a bunch of alert with the public when we know it's going to be coming out or going to be changing. The schedule that Councilmember Brown's proposed is very, very difficult, and I don't particularly feel comfortable, given the information that I have at my fingertips right now, to be able to generate that draft for y'all to have that specific discussion. And I'd rather kind of go through that guided process. If you feel like spending a joint meeting of P&Z and City Council is wasted effort, one thing that I'll offer up is maybe we do a smaller subcommittee and I meet with them to gather that information and those missing pieces and float those ideas past of, here's some different ways we can regulate this. I think this one will work best for your community, but let me know.
And I'd like to respond, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Appropriate. I think that would be the better way to go to get the information you may need to do an initial draft. For example, on the restaurant issue, I know where there's very limited area where there's adjacent residential properties. That one comment came from Amy Rodnick, Chair of Planning and Zoning, because she happened to have lived on South Peak that is adjacent to an area that could be zoned for restaurant use, and it's directly adjacent, doesn't have the buffer that North Bee Caves Road, the north side of Bee Caves Road does to the residential area. And so that, I think if maybe the solution here would be to have you and Ashley and me and Tom Farrell sit down and go through with you what those concerns were that came from the comprehensive plan, because there's been a lot of time spent on that. And I could also see the two workshops having both language where you have it, where you can, a draft, for example, on the things, combining C1 and C2, have that, and then have a list of questions that you have. I think that would be even more helpful than coming to a workshop to discuss generally the concept. That's the concern I have, because we have a pretty tight concept in these proposals. We spent a lot of time working on that and a lot of time talking about it. And I think if we had draft language where you have it, and then questions where you need questions answered, that would be a much more productive meeting than just a general discussion of the concept. The concern I have, is that we don't want to debate again these concepts, I don't think, because we've done that for a long time now. I think we want to hone them into language, and that's what I'm trying to accomplish here. So if there could be two, maybe we say, first workshop will address policies 1 through 10, and the next one 11 through 21, and have language where it's available and questions where it's not. Then we get another draft that can then start the review by planning and zoning and the city council.
Bryce, would it make sense for you, and we'll vote this motion in a minute, but would it also, as an alternative, make sense for you and Councilwoman Brown to visit? I know you haven't had quite time to digest this. It sounds like, I don't know that, but
I have not. I pretty much just got it.
Would it make sense for you two to visit and see if you can sort of come to agreement on something in between your proposal and Councilwoman Brown's, or maybe all of it if you have a better understanding of it? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do that.
Or not, or we can vote the motion either way. I'm really kind of agnostic, but.
Happy to do that. And to the workshop point, I completely agree. It's not a function of redebating the topics. One of the things that we do as planners is we put together specific questions and ways to present that to folks so that you can think about these multivariate items in a bigger context. Again, like we were talking about with setbacks, if we start pulling buildings out to the front, parking goes in the rear. That could mean more noise or it could mean less noise. It could actually be a better thing.
There was
You know,
quite a
and-
bit of debate about that, and
Yeah.
I think that is what we want to encourage.
Yeah, and exactly.
Exactly what
and
we want
there's
to encourage.
once we start pulling buildings out to the street, we also then need to look at the sign packages that go with that because we don't want freestanding signs or even necessarily monument signs. What we'd prefer is hanging token signs or things like that. And so we want to be able to gather that information. And one of the things that we specialize in doing is asking those questions in a way for it to be open-ended enough for everybody to provide input, but not to re-debate what the initial intent was, but instead to say, here's a couple pictures of things that this could look like based on this style of regulation. Is this what you're looking for?
And
So.
I think where I'm going is that at least at face value, it seems like you two are not that far off from agreeing. And I do agree with Councilwoman Brown. The term workshop can be a little bit loaded around here. With the exception of budget workshops. I like to think that those go very well. But so maybe there's some phrasing, even some different phrasing that even could be used.
Absolutely.
Yes, and
Absolutely.
That doesn't seem like we're just resetting the table. But
right, and that we can incorporate what the public input we've already received and condensed over those 38 prior public hearings to come down to these 21 issues. And I think if we can move, more quickly to I think we can work it out. Let's talk.
Perfect.
Okay. I'll take down my motion, and with the permission of the mayor, and I would encourage that we bring Tom Farrell into that discussion too. Maybe we have an initial meeting, you and I and Ashley and Tom, and see what we can work out here.
Sounds great.
All right, thank you.
sounds great. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Mr. Mayor, I have a
Yes,
question
sir.
about that. So does that mean that this will come back next month after you all?
I think what it will come back next month, because what I'm hoping is that once we have a plan, that we do try and get these dates set so that it doesn't so that we get this task accomplished. I think we all want to get to the point of being able to tell our commercial property owners that there's a new plan, and we can't do that till we've adopted a code changes. So I think we do want to come back and try to nail down these dates pretty firmly.
I would anticipate that you would get essentially a new draft version of this document with the dates and everything. So after they visit, would be that would be the goal.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Thanks, Bryce.
Thanks.
With that, we'll move on without action on agenda item number 6 and move to agenda item number 7, discussion of possible action on the minutes from January 18th, 2023 City Council meeting. I believe Ms. Brown pulled this item.
Was able to talk with Desiree shortly before the meeting. There was one verb missing in the minutes, and she has corrected that. It's the addition of withdrew on item number 16, page 10 of the minutes, to read now, instead of Councilmember Brooke Brown, item 16 and 17, it's Councilmember Brooke Brown withdrew item 16 and 17.
Great. And with that, we have a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
With that amendment, Council, you have a motion by Councilwoman Brown to adopt agenda item number 7 as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilwoman Hudson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those,
And
Can we put a space in between item and 17?
and we'll put a space in between item 17.
Item and 17.
Typographical.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I have learned that when I find things like this, I can call in to our able city secretary ahead of the meeting, and we can get it corrected.
She's good
That
like
way.
She's good like
So
that.
I've learned a new trick tonight.
Great. All right, awesome. Look forward to that. And with that, council, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Move on to the regular agenda. Item number 8, discussion and possible action regarding special parliamentary rules for Rolling Wood City Council meetings. This is my agenda item. Bringing it to you, council. Council, I'm not overly passionate about these issues, but I am bringing you something that I think, given an opportunity and a chance, I think you might like it, and I think it might shave off some time from our meetings, as we've discussed in the past. Would be nice, and this would be an alternative, as we talked about last month briefly. It is in our code to adhere to Robert's Rules of Order, but I do think that's probably overkill. And so, in giving that some thought after the last council meeting, I came up with sort of a special parliamentary rules package for you, still trying to keep the essentials, really trying to model it after what we do here every month already, but also roll in a few of the most basic components of Robert's Rules. I think it's somewhat self-explanatory. Again, I'm not overly passionate about it, but I do think it would be a nice alternative. And you'll see kind of at the end, there is some discretion given to the chair, and so I wouldn't anticipate that it would be overly different from too much of a different feel from what you're used to. The thing I think you might like the best, and actually I told Mr. Glasheen that when we visited briefly about this, agenda item number 5, or not agenda item, but the regular order of business item 5. And the regular order obviously is roughly what we stick to now, but this would be a little bit more formal process for how your agendas are organized. I think you will like agenda item number 5, or regular order number 5, titled Presentations, Reports, and Discussion Items Not for Action. This essentially is what Councilman Glasheen was suggesting several months ago with one of his agenda item postings, where he really felt the need to be able to socialize issues with the public in a way to give some advance notice. We struggled at the time thinking through how to do that in an agenda posting, but as I was sort of thinking through and thumbing through Robert's Rules, it occurred to me that this would be maybe a nice way to do that. And I think it would also be helpful to the public for council to be able to put something in the regular order, but by it being titled item for not for action, we would potentially avoid some of the, what I would call hair on fire concern within the community, because at face value they would be able to see that this is just something that's being socialized, that it's being discussed and presented, but it's not for action at that time. So I think it would meet that sort of goal that Mr. Glasheen was trying to achieve a few months ago with one of his posting items. It would also allow you, when you postpone business within the regular order, that business would then take precedent over other business, new business rather. And so when this council considers something, it would be taken up in a more timely manner in the next meeting. I'll point out item 4 in the regular order too, special orders. If you listen, I mentioned to you the governor's State of the State tomorrow night. If you listen to that State of the State, which I'm not necessarily anticipating that you will, but if you do, you will notice that he lays out some emergency items. And the reason he does that is because the Texas Constitution actually allows the legislature to take up emergency items in the first 60 days of session. Everything else has to be taken up after that 60-day filing period. This is essentially the same concept that you see in Robert's Rules of Order with special orders. A special order would be something of particular importance to the broad community as a whole. For instance, you'll remember when we did the bond issues last year, and we always put those bond issues kind of up at the front of the meeting and presentations and that sort of thing, which was fine. It worked functionally, it worked okay. But this would allow us to occasionally put things in special orders that would have more of I use the word emergency. It's not really an emergency, but a more urgency so that the city would, and residents would know just by the posting that those are the most important items. The special orders those are not things that you would see very often. In fact, probably, once or twice a year, maybe. Those are some of the highlights. I think the time limits are roughly, I think, what we sort of assume is happening today, but this is a little bit more formal and allows for extensions of those time limits by an escalating vote threshold. Again, this allows you to talk for as long as you want, as long as all of your colleagues agree that that's the proper course of action. But it does escalate the vote threshold as you go. Another thing that I think would speed up our meetings a great deal would be when we enter a new agenda item. Obviously the floor is open for motions currently, but we tend to sort of talk about issues a lot before we actually take an action. This would encourage you to actually move toward that action at the beginning of the agenda item. I think that will have the effect of speeding the process up a great deal. And then you have an opportunity to go back and forth in alternating Q&A sessions for 10 minutes apiece. Again, those time limits can be extended if you so desire. And again, I think by doing if we accept motions right when we open an agenda item, I think if you view that again in the context of that regular order of business number 5, knowing that you have that opportunity to put agenda items on the agenda that you think are not ready for action, it's encouraging. It's trying to align your putting agenda items onto the agenda. It's trying to encourage you to, if you're not ready for action, then you're probably putting those in regular order 5. If you feel like you know what you want to do, at least you do, then it would encourage you to go ahead and put that in the regular order under new business, and then you're basically signaling to the council like, I know what I want to do on this agenda item, and I'm ready to make a motion when we open it up. So it's sort of trying to differentiate that workload into two different orders of business. One would be more of wanting to socialize it and discuss it and pontificate about it for 15, 30, 45 minutes at a time. But then if you know what you want to do, you feel like you do have a motion that's ready to go, you'd be encouraged to put that in the regular business. Again, I'm not overly passionate, but I think given some time with it, I think you would like it.
I just have to point out, I noticed we didn't need any time limits until I got elected, and now all of a sudden we.
I wasn't going to bring it up, Kevin, but it's that trial lawyer in you.
Well, I for one appreciate the thought and effort you're putting into trying to come up with some rules. One of your few statutory responsibilities is conducting these meetings, and so I'm willing to let you try whatever set of rules you want, is my view of it. So I don't know if anyone's ready for a motion on it or wants to discuss it, but as a council, of course, we can always vote to change rules
Absolutely.
anytime we want to, but I think trying new rules, if you're running the meetings, you want to try a set of rules, I'm willing to play along and see how they work.
And like I said, I don't think you'll notice a lot of functional difference, and I did sort of put the catch-all at the end that the proceedings are at the discretion of the chair. I mean, that gives some flexibility. And to be perfectly honest, I wrote this a while back, and we're going to kind of stick to what we're doing tonight, even whether you adopt this tonight or not, because I haven't had a lot of time to really wrap my mind around the nuances since I wrote it, because I first wanted to see if you were good with it. But yes, ma'am, Ms. Brown.
My concern, Mr. Mayor, is I've got a lot of technical questions about it.
Okay.
But also, and I posted our current ordinance that gives us our rules of order, and a provision that might be considered to give us a little more flexibility with respect to Robert's Rules of Orders. But we have current ordinances that describe and state what our order of procedures are to be. This proposed special parliamentary rules would conflict with those ordinances in several different ways. For example, the regular order of business shall be, the first paragraph would conflict with 2.64, which gives us an order of, the general order of business.
Right.
Yeah, so I think we couldn't adopt this tonight because it's not in the form of an ordinance, nor is it amending the current ordinance.
Well, yes, ma'am, you're correct. And to be clear, I had anticipated that if this was something you all agreed with, that we would go back and change. This would be inserted into the code as written today, and so we'd have to go in and change that regular order and that sort of thing. So yes, you're correct, and I recognize that, but I didn't want to be so presumptive to bring you a new ordinance before we had the discussion about it.
And it seems to me that this is just so complicated compared to what we do currently. For example, today, either the mayor or any member of the council or the city administrator or a chair of a board or commission can place an item on the agenda. This is drafted differently, doesn't recognize the staff or the chair of a board or commission. And for example, for new business, it says that items placed on the agenda by the mayor or the city council, which would mean you'd have to have I think you mean council member, but if the council is a vote, would have to vote as a whole before they play. I don't think that's what is intended.
Yeah, that was
So
not what was intended.
I think they're, in just my one read-through, it seems to me this would need work to make it workable with our,
Yeah, this wasn't
the
to,
way we've
yeah, this
done
wasn't
things.
meant to address
Okay.
really who does or doesn't put things on the, it is just really just about the conducting of the meeting itself. It was, yeah, that
And-
was not the intent, yeah.
One other question.
Yes,
On
ma'am.
special orders, who decides whether, can anyone post, can the people who can post an agenda item post something as a special order, or is that a limited type of posting?
No, it
Is it
would be-
limited to
Yeah, it would
who
probably.
can post a special order?
Yeah, my thought is, my thought would be that it was at the discretion of the mayor, much like I was, again, trying to put items related like to the bond packages. It's that sort of thing that would be the special order. It wouldn't be, day-to-day types of act. Again, I think you would only see a special order, once or twice a year. But, if there was truly a community emergency or a power outage that required some sort of broad overreaching, it would really be reserved for those types of things. I hadn't really given a lot of thought to who chooses whether it's a special order or not, but it would the concept would be to keep that in reserve for special occasions. And it may, I think it probably seems more complicated than it really is. It's really not that complicated. And you'll notice the provisions are the same for special order, postponed business, and new business. It's all the same. It's essentially this. The item's laid out. Whoever brought the item has 10 minutes to lay it out, uninterrupted. And then at the conclusion of that motion, of the 10-minute layout of the motion, we go to public comment that will be conducted like regular public comment. At the conclusion of that, then each council member has an opportunity to have back and forth with whoever makes the motion, 10 minutes. So if Alec wanted to have 10 minutes of Q&A with Ms. Brown, you would do that, then you're done, then Mr. Glasheen would have his time to do that, and you would just move down the row. Those time limits can be extended by various vote thresholds as you go. And then when that's over with, the maker of the motion then has 3 minutes to close on their motion, and then that's that. So it's really not that, it's really pretty straightforward.
My suggestion would be that, you know, right now we can, and of course, anytime we can do whatever we want to by motion, like we could just, technically the rules are in effect. I had actually had an agenda item that I took down because we both had a similar agenda
Right, we
item.
did.
And mine was to make the absence of Robert rules the default, and then if we wanted to vote to impose Robert's rules at some point, we could during meetings where they were going too long or becoming contentious or whatever. But I think that a good way to approach this, I think it's a good idea to have a set of rules, and I appreciate the thought you're putting into that. Something other than Robert's rules, which are, as somebody said to me after our last meeting, that they're designed to keep things from getting done. So, but anyway, I haven't much experience with Robert's rules, so I don't know. But I think if we just say, you know, obviously we're sort of by default suspending them in this meeting because we're not following them. But I think that if you want to keep, like, study those rules, have some more discussion about it next time, let's try them. You know, let's try them at the next meeting, see how they work. And if they don't, you know, that'll point out before we try to write up a code change, let's test drive them and see how they work. And if we need to modify them as we go, or if we just get tired of trying to do it, we can get tired of it. But, you know, let's give it a try whenever you want to start trying, and let's see how it works.
Okay. I'll bring something back to you at the next meeting, and we might start with the order of business and then work our way down from there, or something like that. So, and again, I do think, especially, and obviously, I don't think there was a lot of interest in having 2 meetings a month, but I would say something along these lines is something that we should certainly explore more before we, you know, in my opinion, that before we explore additional meetings in a month, because I think you'll be, you know, surprised about how much time might be saved if you really enter an agenda item with being ready to make a motion and then discuss that action and then either take the action or not take the action and then move on. So I think it would be efficient.
And I think the message board's a good place as you know, go through this again and have thoughts that you could post that we could all read before the next meeting.
Yeah.
If you flesh it out anymore.
Okay. Good. Yes, ma'am. Sure. Step up.
Shanti Jayakumar,
Yes,
3309 Park Hills Drive. I honestly, we've followed the Robert's rules since our adoption of the code in 1987.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how they did it when it was the village of Rollingwood from 55 to 63, and then when we got incorporated in 63, I don't know what they did until 87.
Mm-hmm.
But they probably had some form of parliamentary rules in place.
Yeah.
So I had shared with y'all a presentation that was done by a former city attorney. That was when I was on the council in 2009, and I'm sure I was there too. And his cautionary note was that, oh, by the way, he did say he had a little history of where Robert's Rule started, how it was created in England, and he also mentions how it was then became part of the English parliamentary rule. And he said it was created under King Henry III, who happened to be my 15th great-grandfather. So he seemed to have had a descendancy from somebody who created the rules in the English parliament.
It was actually backwards. So Robert was actually an American, but
but anyway, the parliamentary rules from England is what he's talking about. But anyway, coming back to, I honestly feel Robert's rules have really worked for us, and I think it's something that we've all gotten used to. I'm not saying change is not inevitable. I do not think we need a very strict adherence to Robert's rules, like something that's at the very bottom of your suggestion, strict enforcement. That's very, it's like a political bludgeon, if I may say so. But if y'all continue to use Robert's rules and use it efficiently, like one of the examples given was from the Utility Commission, and I don't know other commissions have it, but they seem to be having a good relationship with the Roberts rules, and the people running the meetings seem to be having a good relationships. Sometimes I feel if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's just me, but I just feel very strongly that the public might prefer not to have all this 4/5 and 2/3, and I mean we have a simple majority to pass a motion here. It's very complicated in my mind.
It's actually modeled after. The problem is we're not following Robert's rules.
Okay.
And so,
Okay.
and everything that's in these special rules are actually drawn straight out of Robert's rules. But it was just an attempt to try to sort of push to the side the portions of Robert's rules that are more confusing that we don't follow today. And so it was really, while I call them special parliamentary rules, they really are all based on what's actually in Robert's rules, including the vote thresholds.
Okay.
So.
I mean, I think Robert's rules are inbuilt into our code, like, all those.
They are, and we're not following them.
Right.
So therein lies the problem.
Yeah. Again, my simple request is try to follow them and not do a very strict adherence to rules if you don't need to. Follow them to the extent that you want to. I mean, this is just as a private citizen, but who has worked on the council, has served on the council, feel from my experience and from watching y'all conduct meetings, y'all do a great job. We were not even aware that there was a stricter version of the Roberts rules. But again, this is my 5 cents worth.
No,
3 minutes.
thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Shanti. Okay, so we'll revisit some version of this maybe next time. See how it goes. Okay. All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 9. Discussion of possible action on a work order for design of packages 1 through 4 of the water CIP. And I'll ask Ms. Wayman and Kay Freeze to walk us through this item.
We have Greg Blackburn with K. Freese and Associates here. The proposal was posted in the packet, I believe on Friday, and was updated slightly on Monday to accommodate for a small change to an environmental study. And Greg, I'll let you explain the main points of that.
Yeah, I think it's just pretty straightforward in terms of, last council meeting I presented our proposal for doing the design for packages 1 through 4 and what those projects entailed. I think in total it's just over 10,000 linear feet of new water lines, a few new pressure reducing valves. And so our proposal is to do the design. So this includes field surveying, geotechnical borings, the environmental assessment that Ashley mentioned. In general, that environmental assessment is just going to be a desktop survey identifying any known concerns. But there is one project along Bee Caves that we're going to be outside of the existing pavement, and that's going to require an additional actual on-the-field environmental survey. Anywhere that we're going to be within existing pavement, we don't need that. So, and then, of course, is our design to do the design, complete the plan sheets and the contract documents to get all of these projects ready for bidding. So I don't have a ton just here to answer any questions that y'all might have, or.
I have a bunch of questions, but I don't need to go first.
Well,
Sarah?
I was going to say,
Ms. Hudson?
I have to abstain from participating in this. My daughter works for one of the sub-consultants that is included in the proposal, so I will listen, but I will not.
Does she do good work?
She does great work.
Is that an endorsement?
It's not an endorsement.
Sorry, don't answer that question. But I assume, how about this? I assume she does good work.
There you go. But I will
That's,
Just so you know why I'm not asking you.
the abstention is noted. Thank you, Councilwoman, for noting that.
I think you should go.
You want to hear my questions? You go
Yes.
ahead, you,
I think it was a very well done and well presented report. I have no questions.
okay.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. And it's partly because I'm a real estate developer, so I have questions. And I'm new to council, so I don't, some of the municipal contracting stuff, I don't totally understand. Did we do an RFQ or an RFP for this project? Or did we ask for any competitive bidding at all on it? My understanding is, and feel free to educate me, because I'm ignorant of some of these issues. One of the guys that works for me as a development manager told me that his understanding was that you don't you don't take these contracts on price, you do them on RFQs, and then if you can't come to a price agreement with the top RFQ, then you go to the next one. Is that right?
That's correct. All engineering services have to be qualification based and cannot be price.
Okay, and so did we do an RFQ and get different RFQs on this, or is
So
this?
not on this. That's still at. It is an option. It is a tool in your toolbox. But K-Freeze is our engineer of record, and they did all of the pre-work on all of the CIP, and so it is. It is something that you could choose to do, but you're not required to do.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to look for a reason to not hire you guys, and I think that the mayor makes a good point that you have certainly a competitive advantage knowing the project already, and it would be a steep learning curve for somebody else. And so I was only asking because if it was required by law.
Right. No, it's a fair question.
And didn't know whether it was required by law, because if it was, one of our jobs around here is to follow the law as best we can. So that's why I was asking.
And we are, Councilman, we are required to do an RFQ generally for items over 50,000.
Without getting too detailed into all the specifics of procurement, with certain services, engineering services being one of them, the statute says you have to hire the most qualified, but it does not dictate
How
a
you
process
determine
and
that.
how you determine that and how you do it. And
All right, fair enough. Okay, so that was one question, and it's been answered, so thank you. Another question I have is this 1 through 4. My recollection from your previous presentations was that that's 90% of the project. Is that fair? Something like that?
It's more than that. Yeah,
Okay.
there's 20 total projects, so it's
Okay.
all but one of them. It's the abandonment stuff that we
Okay.
left off.
And refresh my memory. Is this about a $5.5 million project?
The total CIP is $5.3 million. That's including engineering and construction.
Hard and,
so
hard and soft costs.
right, I believe these 19 projects was around like 3.6 million of the construction cost.
Okay, 3.6.
And just to be clear, those were planning level estimates that we did a year ago, and so that was without doing this design survey, because once we get in there and understand exactly the entire scope of what's included, obviously we'll update those cost estimates as we go through design.
But so your current cost estimate would be 3.6, meaning that we have basically $2 million left for the last phase, or is it that we're going to bring this in under budget if it costs out the way you've projected? What is this?
So part of the reason that we propose to do the design of these 4 packages up front is that we can put these projects out to bid in a way that we can see how the costs come in, and then if the projects come in over what we're estimating, we can hold off on a few of the packages and go forward with a higher priority packages. So what we're going to be doing throughout this entire bond program is managing that cost and making sure that the engineering and the design is staying under that $5.3 million.
So I guess I'm a little bit confused, because if it's a $5.3 million project and we're doing 90% of it at a cost estimate of 3.6, how's that math work?
So part of it's hard is it's all an estimate. we don't know what the construction market's going to be like. And I will say that I think the abandonment projects that we are holding off that are going on private property are going to be a little bit more expensive than we originally thought, just going through, people's yards.
Okay.
And so then with that, this proposal is for just design phase services. So there are going to be some additional professional services for the bid and construction phase of doing inspection of the construction work as well. So I don't have the full breakdown for you tonight, in terms of how this is all going to play out in terms of the different design and construction fees. But I can certainly, we can certainly take a closer look at that if that's something you'd be interested in.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because, first of all, the proposal that we got includes, I'm going to use round numbers here. I understand it's $440,000, and that includes $221,000 for subcontracted surveying, about 10.5 in geotech, and 18.7 in environmental, for the total of $440,000, which means y'all's fees run about $200K. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes, sir.
And so, my understanding of the way that, and then the number was put in there as a lump sum not to exceed, which are contradictory terms. So lump sum is a flat fee, and a not to exceed is an hourly fee with a cap. So I'm not sure which one you're proposing with the term lump sum not to exceed.
Yeah, that's probably poor wording on my part. Our typical contracts have been lump sum.
Okay, so a flat fee.
Correct, sir.
And my understanding of, sort of the market rate for a flat fee for this kind of work would be 8 to 10% of the project cost, and that would include the surveying.
We are used to something higher than that. We do have metrics that we use in terms of trying to, and when we're doing these fees, looking at, one of the things is the construction cost, the percentage of that construction cost for the fees. That includes our work, the surveying work, all the sub-consultants. Additionally, we have rules of thumb in terms of the cost per design sheet that we have. And so in total, there's about 50 plan sheets that we're estimating for this project. And so looking at both those metrics, we feel like this number is within I would say the standard that we typically see for this size of project. And we have had this reviewed by, I put this together and had it reviewed by several senior engineers in our firm that have been doing this for a long time. And so it has been reviewed and QC'd.
And another comment I got from my development managers that worked for me was that, $20 a linear foot for surveying work that's in the streets sounds high. Does that sound high to you? I know it's a sub number that's not marked, and it's not marked up, if I understand.
That's correct. It is not marked up. That is their true number. We looked through the hours that they estimated, and it all seemed reasonable. This is about 3 months for them to do the survey, and so they're going to be using quite a few folks to get this done in that time frame. And so it's, I think it's not unreasonable. It was in our opinion.
Sure. So, with the cost estimate at 3.6, even if you expected that to go up, let's say to 4 million, 10% of that is 400,000 instead of your 440. But if it went up to 4.5 million, 10% is right around your mark, which is still kind of the high end. Do you think, if you were to guess now on your 3.6 cost estimate, what do you think? Is there any way to guess?
No, there's no way to guess.
Okay.
It's so dependent on the market and supply chain and what else is going around. If like I said at the last meeting, if development slows down in the area and contractors have more work or need more work, prices are going to drop. But if the opposite happens and the construction market continues to stay as hot as it has been, prices could increase. And and I mentioned last meeting we did talk to contractors when we were looking at the packages, and one thing that we were told is that to expect prices to go up over the next couple of months as well for materials.
So you mentioned that this price doesn't include bidding the job or inspections of the work as it's being done.
That's correct.
What would you guess those costs would be as a percentage of the project?
That's a tough one. I wouldn't be able to put a guess on it. The inspection's the main thing. That's not something we do a whole lot. We do have an inspector in our firm. Most of our work is, City of Austin or other cities that have inspectors in-house that do that work, and we just support reviewing submittals or contractor questions or that type of stuff. And so doing the actual on-field inspection is something I don't have a ton of experience scoping, so I wouldn't have a great number for you tonight, but we could certainly look into it.
I mean, my only concern is that if we do a contract for services and then there are still things that are gonna be added later to the scope of the work and with additional fees, it's kind of nice to have a little bit of an estimate of that up front going in, and especially for me, so I like to price check stuff, so, I'll be going back to my people and saying, so should that 8 to 10% include bidding and inspections, or how much more should that be? And, if you're in the ballpark, that's great, but I just like to, price check stuff, especially when you're talking about spending $440,000.
Yeah, no, I certainly understand. And part of the reason we did it this way is we weren't sure entirely how these are going to be bid and constructed. Once we do the design plans, if we decided we want to do all 4, we could certainly put together a proposal. But if we wanted to break those out into 4 separate packages or 2 packages, whatever it is, that would change our fee for that and our scope for that work. So point being, it's a little hard. We could estimate those as 4 different packages, but that wouldn't necessarily be the economy of scale.
But I'm not sure why you're bringing that up. Why are we talking about doing 4 packages? I thought we kind of decided last time, gave you all some guidance on how, that we wanted to do it all together for efficiency.
That was for the design, but for the bidding and construction, we have until these are done to make that decision. So that's what we recommend, is doing the design up front.
Right.
And once they're ready, then we can make that determination of how many of these projects to bid together.
Okay, so you're talking about not knowing how to price the bidding and inspection work because
Correct.
you don't know whether it's 1 or 2 or 4 packages?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'd appreciate it if y'all could make a guess on that so we could price check you before we get down the road real far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can put something together for assuming that all 4 were bid together.
And what about, this bid doesn't include any subsurface utility engineering, potholing?
No, sir. We don't feel like that's necessary, just based on these are smaller diameter lines. It's easy to make field changes if there was a conflict that was found in the field. The city doesn't have a ton of underground utilities. There's going to be the water, the wastewater, storm, and gas, if I had to guess. Maybe some telecom. But
Fiber optic,
yeah, for a lot of these, we don't profile these, and we just show a typical crossing. So if they encountered, say, a gas line, how they would change the design to get around it. And so we provide direction on that. But
So just for everyone else's benefit, my understanding of subsurface utility engineering, or potholing that sometimes call it, or abbreviated SUE, is to locate all potential conflicts on the plan of the line, so that where you have utility crossings, you make a pothole, go down, find the other line, so you can design vertical separation. But I understand with pressurized lines rather than gravity-fed lines, we're dealing with pressurized water lines. It's a little easier to adjust in the field. And probably this pressure water lines are probably higher than pretty much everything else. Is that probably right?
They're pretty close. Like the standard minimum depth for water lines is about 4 feet from ground to the top of the pipe, and sewer is about 5 or 6 feet. So there certainly could be conflicts. But one thing we do require is that the contractor does potholing ahead of time as well. So before they can start constructing, they go out and do their own potholing so that we can identify any potential conflicts and resolve those before it becomes an issue.
Okay, because I understand the main reason why you would do the SUE work, or the subsurface utility engineering, is so the contractor doesn't come back and say, oh, we found unexpected conditions and we need a change order now because we have to get around these gas lines and it's going to cost X more dollars. You might spend $50,000 on that engineering work up front, but avoid those arguments. But you're saying we can avoid that in the contracting process?
Yeah, and I'm certainly typically all for doing SUE work. It makes our risk a whole lot less. But something like this, like I said, a lot of times for projects like this, if we're crossing a gas line, on the sheet we'll show a typical gas line crossing, where we'll have to show what vertical bends we need to get under or over that gas line, and what vertical separation we need to maintain as a minimum, and that gives them guidance so they know how to price that in their bid.
Okay, and then my last, area of inquiry is, so this proposal that you brought, is this something that y'all were wanting us to like vote on and approve tonight, or what?
That would be the idea, so we could
Okay.
get started on the design phase.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glasheen. Any other questions? Mr. McDuffie?
Hi. Yeah. I was tripped up, reading through this on the surveyor section, particularly near the end where they basically say, our work is on an hourly basis. You will be billed for the hours worked. If we exceed the budget for the tasks herein described, you will not be billed the amount over not to exceed limit indicated above. However, a percentage will not be deducted from the final billing for unrequired work. So the way I'm reading that is, are they the ones defining the scope of work as far as surveying goes?
So we gave them the limits of the surveying work that we wanted, what we wanted them to pick up. So I had a meeting with them and explained exactly what scope we wanted, and the limits for each of the project areas.
Okay, so the way I read that is that they're kind of asserting a fixed rate, fixed cost. However, if they don't have to do some of the things outlined, then we're going to pay for it anyway. Is the way I'm reading that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, the percentage is kind of what's confusing.
I mean, I understand that if by fault of the city we exceed the scope that we've agreed to, that it's entirely appropriate that a change order be made and that we pay extra. But by the same token, if there were an error to be made and the amount of work necessary is less, I would want the city not to be billed for that.
Yeah, I can certainly look into that and clarify that with them.
And I'm sorry.
No.
And has this proposal been negotiated by on behalf of has anyone in the city negotiated this with you? Or is this just the starting point as your proposal?
This is the starting point.
Okay. And then what about negotiating the contract itself? Because, I know every time I get a contract, it's got some indemnity language in there that I have to strike out. And so, because I don't sign indemnity agreements, and I don't think the city should either. So, and I'll bet you there's one in there.
No, I mean, certainly the entire this proposal is open for discussion
Okay.
and negotiation. So,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. Well, it sounds like we're probably not ready to vote on something exactly tonight, but
Okay.
we could work on it in the interim to the next meeting and maybe get a negotiated contract and try to negotiate a term. It makes us look good, like we're saving a little bit of money off this $440,000, and maybe nail down the bidding and inspection costs. So that we feel like we're getting a total scope quote.
Absolutely.
And is there a form contract y'all would be wanting us to sign somewhere? I don't know if it's in here.
The cover sheet's a work authorization is what just needs to be signed.
I've inquired. Well, I agree. We're not ready to vote on this. I just inquired with Ashley. For things like this, we typically have a standard professional services agreement that we recommend our clients utilize.
Good.
This says that it's subject to the professional services agreement that was signed back in 2020. I may not be familiar with that. I don't even know if I was here in 2020. I don't think I was. So we will definitely look at it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and that was just for clarity, that was the original. There was an amendment last April, I believe, as well.
Well, we will look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions, council? Again, thank you. And I think we're headed, certainly headed in the right direction, so
Absolutely.
we'll have council take a look at that and then freshen it up and bring it back for council next month. Work?
Sounds good. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 10, discussion and, yeah, we'll go ahead and open this. Discussion and possible action to create a comprehensive residential code review committee and appoint committee members. And I believe this is Mr. Glasheen's agenda item. Recognize Mr. Glasheen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, this started long before I got here, and so I know a lot of work's been put into this effort already by lots of other folks, and particularly Councilwoman Hudson and Brown have worked on the most pressing code issues, which is the building heights and setbacks. But just for a little history of my recent history that I'm aware of, more aware of, been witness to more, is that these issues on building height and in setbacks, there was a lot of progress made in planning and zoning, and you know, I'm glad to see Dave Bench is here and he can address that as a member of planning and zoning. But you know, the feedback we've gotten is from planning and zoning is, hey, you need to take a more comprehensive approach, and we need more community input, and we weren't getting community input like we wanted at P&Z, and so we're trying to create a vehicle to basically be responsive to what we were hearing from P&Z, which is, you know, create a committee. And there'd been talk about this committee for a long, long time, I guess ever since the Commercial Code Review Committee, which was a big success. And so, you know, I've tried to go forward with this and working with Councilman McDuffie as I went. We worked closely on it together and tried to come up, you know, floated a couple of ideas, lots of different ideas that we floated in the community. Some in my emails that I've sent out to residents, some on the message board that we have where we've been posting ideas, and then I've been getting lots of emails back and phone calls and chat groups and lunch meetings from different members of the community as I've tried to, you know, gather input from the community on the process and tried to also get some consensus on how to move forward with this. And, you know, I sent an email recently on Monday that kind of reviewed sort of all the pros and cons, and posted it on the city council message board too, of all the arguments I've heard on every side of this issue. And I think the one thing that we can all agree on, or I would hope that we could all agree on, because I'm always looking for something we could all agree on. Let's say most of us could agree on, or a large majority could agree on, is that there's no harm in starting the process of getting community input and doing community outreach to find out what people, how much community support there is for any action on any of these issues, and what issues are most important to the people in the community in terms of a priority. And so we've thrown around some different names for people to serve on the committees. We got feedback on those names. Some people wanted us to change it and add more younger people out of the community, which, you know, we did. And then we got other people who just stepped up and started, you know, putting in effort to try to help figure this thing out. Like, we've gotten 30 plus emails, I believe, and I'll say that, you know, Jeff Marks and Dave Bench both stepped forward and started analyzing those and putting them on a spreadsheet, and Dave started coming up with some, I thought, were really good ideas on building height that, you know, based on the Aspen ordinances that didn't, you know, incentivize flat roofs. But you know, rather than get ahead of ourselves, I think I propose and would move that we go ahead and create a residential code review task force made up of Jeff Marks, Ryan Clinton, who's an excellent, smart appellate lawyer, Tom Farrell, who's agreed to serve as chairman, Dave Bench, who's from P&Z, Alex Robinette, who's a wonderful architect, Duke Garwood, who's a well-respected architect and home builder, and then a representative from council, and I would hope that Ms. Brown or Hudson would serve since they've had the long experience in it, or maybe even they could tag team it. But the charge for the committee would be to gather community input and measure public support for any residential building code reform and recommend back to council next steps, if any. And that's my motion.
We have a motion, council, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Machine and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion?
Yeah, I thought that last month we suggested this go to P&Z, and of course the meetings got canceled because of weather, but it should have,
We didn't suggest, we moved and
Yeah.
passed.
yeah.
At least for two issues. Well, actually, yes.
For the
committee,
task
yeah.
force.
That's right.
We,
Forgot
we,
about that.
we did that, and the reason I'm bringing it back now is because of a couple of reasons. Number one, I've had lots of discussions with people from P&Z, including Dave Bench as a liaison to P&Z, who's had discussions with people from P&Z, but also, and so we've gotten feedback, but also, I think the consensus is that by limiting the scope of the task force's assignment to gathering community input and measuring public support for any residential building code reform and then recommending next steps, we really avoid the problem of doing anything objectionable that anybody could be unhappy about. And whatever we end up doing still has to go through P&Z. If P&Z wants to keep working on building height or setbacks and would vote them out, as I know Councilwoman Brown has encouraged them to do, I would also encourage them to do that. And I think if we could reach consensus on some simple fixes, especially on setbacks, which seem to have some consensus, I would strongly encourage them to do that. But at the same time, I think that going ahead and creating a task force now for the limited purpose of gathering community input, measuring public support for residential code reform actually supports P&Z's mission, because P&Z has been unable to elicit the kind of public input that they wanted to have. That's why it's been on 3 meetings in a row, because they've gotten very little input from the public, other than when I reach out to the public with my email and ask them to comment. That's where we've gotten more public input, and people on P&Z, and I believe that a public survey would be very useful. And so this task force would actually conduct that survey and support that information gathering role of P&Z and getting in public input. Anything we did would still have to go through P&Z by statute anyway before we could take action on it. So that's why it's back. And also with P&Z having 30-day notice requirements on their public meetings, and they miss a meeting for weather, I mean, that really, there's delays things, in my view, unreasonably. And also, if we're just talking about starting the process of gathering information, that doesn't step on anybody's toes, in my opinion. Please.
I will say that my concern with all of this discussion is that it sounds like there's a whole lot of people talking in a whole lot of places, not in a public meeting. And so it sounds like a lot of consensus and discussion and all that. It sounds like an open meeting.
Not yet. Not me.
I'm not saying, but it concerns me that it sounds like all of this has been planned in the background, and now here it is, and we're all done, and this is what we're doing. And I don't think that's kosher.
Well, let me disagree respectfully, because I am certainly committed to following the law. And as someone who was recently wrongfully accused of open meetings violations, I think you would be sensitive about that issue, as I am, because open meetings violations are criminal violations. I have worked with Phil McDuffie about this. I've posted on the council message board about it. I've met with and talked to Dave Bench about it, and I've talked to Tony Stein about it. And then I get, people making public input comments to me in response to my email to the public. And, there's no open meetings law that prohibits me from communicating with voters and constituents about what their thoughts and wishes are with regard to a residential code review committee. And there's also no prohibition against them making phone calls or texts to me. So if you're talking about open meetings violations, that's more than, that's a quorum or a walking quorum, discussing an issue, receiving information on an issue, or collecting votes on an issue. That hasn't happened, and frankly, I'm somewhat offended at the suggestion that it has. But nonetheless, it's important, I think, contrary to your view. My view is that it's very important to communicate with the voters, with the citizens, with the other people who are willing to volunteer on these efforts and step up on them. And I take their phone calls, and I've gotten dozens of phone calls about it. And I'm happy to talk to them, and I don't see that as anything nefarious or a done deal or a behind-the-scenes deal-making whatsoever. It's feedback, and I want and need feedback from the voters, and I will keep answering my phone and reading the emails from them.
And I don't have any problem with that, but when you say the consensus is that this is what we do, it makes it sound like there's a whole lot more input than what you just described. And so, and we did have a motion to send this to planning and zoning for them to discuss and give us some feedback on the implementation of a task force, and that hasn't happened. So that's.
And the difference is that this is a task force for a limited purpose, but nonetheless, that is correct. I'm happy to hear from you.
Please step up and identify yourself.
Dave Bench, 1 Randolph Place. I think I'm sensitive to Councilwoman Hudson's issue here, but at the same time, I'm also sensitive to a perceived need for urgency, a perceived urgency around some of these issues, and our inability to move forward on them. We had, since Councilman Glasheen has put out some of these message board notes, we've all seen quite a few notes, quite a few emails from the public, more than 35 now, expressing differing views about the issues that are right before us, the building height and the setbacks. Most of those 35, and I've compiled these things, most of them, actually I got a percentage here, I wrote it down. 77% urge us to do something. The big disparity between folks is how quickly do we do it. But everyone wants something to happen. Everyone wants something to happen in a public forum, and we can't seem to be moving forward with it in P&Z. And as Councilman Glasheen expressed, this is really more of a data gathering effort. What we're trying to do is define the problem, find out what people's concerns are, and then make recommendations based on those on a way forward. And that's kind of come back from where we originally started talking about this task force is actually coming up with solutions. We're going to be data-driven based on the input of people, and that I don't think anyone's going to have any trouble with that. Nor do I think that we've compromised any what would you call it, open meetings policies doing this. So I just wanted to say I think everything that we're doing I think is totally above board. We have gotten over 35 emails. I have written thank you notes to almost every one of those people. And the ones that I haven't, I will pretty soon. Met with a number of the folks that have done this. People are very concerned about all this, and they want to be heard. And I think that this task force is a good way, is a good vehicle to do it. So it's my 2 cents, and I'm glad that I got selected to be on it. So if it happens.
May I ask a question here?
Yeah.
In-
I think that's part of the problem right there. No, but you haven't been selected to be on it yet.
That's right.
There's
You're-
no decision been made.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is my biggest concern,
Yeah.
is that this is all happening like it's taken off and being done behind the scenes, and it's not the way it is supposed to happen.
I really don't agree with this comment that it's being done behind the scenes. It's been posted every step of the way to the message board. It's been discussed in the last council meeting, and, you know, you've gotten 35 emails with public input that have all been forwarded to you. There's not a single thing that's happened that has been done behind the scenes or behind your back or without your knowledge. And, you know, and I made it very clear in my email and even in my message post that this is not, I can't speak for any other council members other than, you know, the one that I worked with on this, which is Phil McDuffie, and that I haven't been allowed to talk to other council members about it because of open meetings laws. And so, you know, I said, I have no authority to speak for the council or for the other council members. This is what I hope to do and what I'm going to urge council to do and ask council to do, and it's my suggestion, but it's here for discussion. There's been no action taken because it hasn't been brought to you for action until I asked for it to be put on the agenda, and am asking you now in my motion to take action on it. So, you know, I don't understand the indignation or outrage over the process as it's gone so far to this point, because to me it's just simply a matter of stepping up and trying to do something and get something done and encouraging people to get on board with taking some step forward rather than saying, we can't take action, we can't take action, we can't take action, which frankly I think the public's getting tired of and I'm tired of.
May I ask a question here?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody, Dave or Kevin, detail for me, are the task force meetings going to be open meetings and posted? Number 2, are they going to make a recommendation to the council? Or are they going to make a recommendation to P&Z when you've collected this input, or we've collected this input? What's the time frame we're going to do this in? And are you going to take up the 2 issues that are already teed up in front of P&Z? Yes, we've had a problem getting a meeting. The question I have is, are you taking it away, those 2 issues away from P&Z in your proposal? In your proposal, do you want the P&Z to stand down until something comes back from the task force? Or do you want the P&Z to continue their work? And then we've got to communicate to the public the answers to that so they know who to go to with their input. That's my, you know, it's just if we're gonna create a task force, like, I think in my view, we have to decide, are we gonna take the 2 issues that are in front of P&Z, are we gonna ask P&Z to stand down? If so, for how long, and who's gonna get something back to them? And is the task force gonna make a recommendation that would then come, like the commercial task force, would that recommendation come back to the council for a decision on what happens next, or will it go to P&Z? I'm just wondering, we want to create this committee, but how's it going to interact with the P&Z and the council, and on what issues, and in what time frame?
I would like to see it work this way, where this task force is created and that it work out from the get-go what its boundaries are. and then share those with City Council. I would further like to see any progress that is made by this task force be reported to City Council on a monthly basis. This is where we are, this is where we think we're going, this is where we were. The two issues that are before us right now with regard to building setbacks and building heights. The setbacks issue, we think in P&Z, we think we've almost got that worked.
That's what I think too.
Yes, we think we have that almost worked. The building heights issue is far more nuanced, far more. And I don't believe that we can settle it in the next meeting or two. In fact, I think that the data that we can gather from this task force will help us get to the right answer in that regard. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Band-Aids and putting temporary things into place. I feel fairly confident with what the P&Z is going to come up with here in the next P&Z meeting on this building setbacks. It's not going to be a temporary solution. It'll be one that is durable. I have a lot of trouble with coming up with a temporary solution for the building heights. I don't like it. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. And without getting that input from this task force that we're talking about, I don't think we can do it right. We just can't. So, and part of the issue is actually, I don't think that the public fully understands what kind of a nuanced issue it is. And the task force's role could be to help them understand, to educate. That's how I see it. My last comment would be, I hope you will let us go forward with this. I really think this is the right way to do this.
So you would take that issue away from,
I would
just
put,
trying to
I
know
would
the
put,
mechanics
I,
and the method in which the task force will come to a resolution.
mhm.
And will it be presented to the city council? Or will, just when are we gonna, what is its defined duty, is the way to put it. What's its, and there's maybe a better word than duty, what's its end product? And who will it go to?
This is a
And
data,
what's a time
it will be a data gathering exercise, which will allow us or enable us to identify, well, we'll know what the we think we'll know what the problems are, and then we can take a step forward to solving those problems. And I think
And
that.
I don't mean in a substantive way, I'm sorry.
And I think that that's the kind of thing, providing the data to P&Z will give them what they need in order to construct a solution.
Are you saying that you see the task force presenting a report to P&Z on
Yes.
various issues?
I think that will be,
That's
I think
the
that will,
product
yes,
of
I think that'll be the end product, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And your understanding of where we're at with P&Z on setbacks is the same as my understanding, and your understanding on heights the same as mine. I mean, I watch the P&Z meetings, and we can send stuff back to P&Z, and they can have another meeting in 30 days. But my impression is that P&Z is strongly resistant to taking action on building heights without having a task force look at it. They've asked for this several times.
That's right.
And my concern is not that. My concern is how's the task force gonna do that job, in what time frame, and what's the end product? How are you gonna present the product?
Right.
Is that a report?
Yeah.
It's a report, okay? Who are you gonna present it to? Does it come back to council? Or
Well,
does it,
okay.
or does it go to P&Z? I think your thought is it goes to P&Z.
That seems to make sense to me. But
But we need this written up.
yeah, that's
Well,
right.
Which is why we sent it back to P&Z to come up with these guidelines.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody is saying that we don't need to have this task force.
Right.
How long ago was it? A year ago that I came up with a list of things?
And-
I mean, we've been working on this for a lot longer than since the last month.
One
and-
more
And-
comment, and I'll quit. And that is, when we started talking about this task force, it was a task force that would address all of the residential code issues.
Yes.
We've become focused on these two, but that's another question we need to have put on a piece of paper as to what this task force is gonna do. There were things like, you know, impervious cover, drainage, our drainage code, trees, setbacks in trees, clearing trees, you know, things, a lot of things like that, that have been an issue. And so, I'm just saying, I like the idea of a task force. We just need to define what it's gonna address, define who it's gonna, what it's, you know, what its goal is, to write a report on these issues and when it's gonna be presented.
So-
You know, a timeline.
So, if I could respond. First of all, I realize y'all have been working on this for a year and have accomplished, in my view, almost nothing, okay? I mean, we have got no forward action on these issues. And so I'm trying to get something moving on these issues. Now, when I've proposed
I would say-
recently the task
Okay.
force, that I proposed before this, it was to look at all of the residential code issues, all of them, comprehensive, trees, setbacks, impervious cover, building heights, you know, 4-story buildings, whatever you want, comprehensive code review. And the feedback that I got, and I get a lot of feedback because I communicate with a lot of voters, and the feedback that I got is, and you've seen it, and Dave's seen it, is that, oh, you guys are gonna handpick a task force to get a predetermined outcome that you guys are trying to cram through. Or you're gonna rush it through and try to get it done before the next elections. Or how are we gonna pick a task force to do all these things because it's gonna be loaded with,
I've heard all that too.
with people, right? And so in order to get, you know, and so so more than one person, but some, you know, smart people made the suggestion that we start with a task force with a limited assignment that has been put in writing. It's on the message board, it's in front of my eyes, I'll read it again. To gather community, and it's in my motion that's on the table. The limited assignment to this task force is to gather community input and measure public support for any residential building code reform and recommends next steps, if any. That's it. It's to gather information, to see what's important to the community, to do surveying, to have public meetings and invite the public, and to do it as broadly and comprehensively as they can. And the people that we've asked to serve on the task force, and when I say we, I'm talking about Councilman McDuffie and I, are people who have a proven history of making real positive contributions to the community, but also are extremely qualified in this field, and also has strong representation from P&Z, and I believe would have strong support from P&Z for that reason. But it's to gather information and to report back. And because it's such a strong group of people, I would give them, with Tom Farrell as the chair, the authority to figure out how to best achieve the goal of having broad public input. We don't have to micromanage a task force of that caliber and tell them how many meetings they have to have and when to have them and how to conduct them. They're smart, competent, well-qualified people, in many ways more qualified certainly than me. And so, you know, I would defer to them in doing that. And I don't think if there's any appearance that it's being rushed, that is a bad message to send to people. So, and frankly, I just don't see P&Z doing anything outside of the setback ordinance unless we do this sort of public input.
Two questions I need an answer to. You were asking if the task force is formed, you would still leave the setback question with P and Z and urge attention to it promptly.
Absolutely.
All right. And the height issue would go to the task force and would be there until the task force sends a report back.
That, you can put it, excuse me, you could put it that way, but I think that would just be one of many things that would be being considered. To get public input on height, building height, will just be one of many things. Not necessarily something that would move to the front of a queue, but rather something that is part of a comprehensive response from the public on what kinds of zoning ordinances are appropriate today.
That's a very broad.
Yeah, well, okay. The way that, no, I guess we do have, P&Z does have at least one thing that they can do for the building height ordinance, and that is that with the way the measurement is done, it looks for a 5-foot perimeter around the building footprint, and we are talking about reducing that to 0. If someone wants to see that something is being done, that will be it. But I really think that the whole issue needs to be put into a broader context. We can't. Rowanwood is a very difficult topography to work with, and that needs more discussion, period, for this building height issue to be resolved. It just needs to be done. I've got a lot of ideas around it, and I don't want to bore you with those, but the task force won't solve the problem, and they won't legislate. What they will do is recognize that there is or is not a problem, and that's a possibility. This may not be a problem.
According to the public.
According to the public.
According
to the public.
Issue, addressing the height issue in a
That's right.
substantive way is what you're saying.
We have a lot of people that are saying that the building
I
height
know.
doesn't need changed.
And
A lot
it's
of people are
gotten
saying it,
attention
you
now.
know.
And that is just, my concern, Councilmember Glassine, is because we have a lot of attention to it now, and because the height issue can be so devastating, and because we have state law that grandfathers anybody that files a demo permit, the current code, the current code, they get the benefit of the current code as soon as they file a demo permit. And so we need to address this and get it resolved if we're gonna protect our community.
May I?
That's my plea.
May I make one suggestion? And I think that, people walk around in Rowanwood and they say, this height is over 35 feet, or this height is over 45 feet. And we don't know that for certain. It's just people's perception of what it is. And a lot of that perception is based on what one building happens to look like next to another building. Nobody's going up there with a tape measure and checking this stuff out. And my view is the first thing, if you want to have a short-term response to any of the things that we're doing here, we need to be sure that we're enforcing the rules that we have today.
Well,
And I don't know what enforcement is in place. I don't know what we're doing.
Is my understanding, and we have our development services director here, my understanding is that we have,
We're off.
in the last several months since she came on board, and since this issue's been brought to the attention, we are asking for surveys to be done at the conclusion of, we are taking the building plan as it's submitted to establish the data, the datum referendum.
Yeah.
And then when it's concluded, we are asking for an independent survey to be presented by the builder to confirm the height as built, correct? No. No? Okay, I thought we were.
We are, this is way off the
But-
agenda.
But,
You're
okay,
right.
but,
Way off.
okay.
Just-
So, I don't,
Okay.
we'll have to have, well, sorry.
You know, just
The issue is of concern.
We have lots of issues that are of concern, but that's not the item that we are,
Yeah.
have
Okay.
up before us
Okay.
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is
Can I
correct.
say something?
Yes,
It
sir.
Yeah,
it is
so-
as to immediacy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
No.
So, like, where I'm coming from on this is I'm just not gonna vote for this tonight. I mean, I feel like we asked planning and zoning to take a look. That's what we did. And this is short-circuiting that. I'm sorry that there's weather delay and they couldn't have their meeting and all that stuff, but that's just what happens sometimes. The other thing is that I think it's important, I would want to see the boundaries in the agenda packet with the names of everybody in the packet itself. That's one thing. And the boundaries of this committee defined before, not we make this and then we go define what the boundaries are. I want to see what the boundaries are before I vote. So that's where I stand on it.
Okay, other questions?
So
Councilwoman Hudson?
because the P and Z meeting and the hearing was canceled because of weather, do we have a new date for that? Have we re-noticed that?
So we have not re-noticed yet because there was concern about whether the notice, as directed by P&Z was enough to cover what they would like to do, I guess. And I think we'll plan on talking about this later when we get to the item about, I can't remember which one it is
Item
now.
number 13.
Yeah.
Number 13. But we have attempted to move up their next meeting so that they could decide how they want to notice it, and by their April meeting, we could have it noticed and a public hearing at the P&Z level. So they were supposed to meet on March 1st. That would not have been enough time for a 30-day waiting period to notice for April. So we have pushed it back enough days that if they make a decision right then on how they want to notice it, we will be able to do that by their April meeting.
Okay.
By the, what date?
For their regular April meeting.
Another question, Ms. Hudson?
No, that was good. I agree with Alec, and that has been my point, is that at our last meeting, we moved to pass this to P and Z to get input on the task force, and for them to come back to us. And because it needs to be done in a public meeting with everybody providing their input at the meeting, in order to give everybody an equal opportunity to participate in that, and that is what we've already asked them to do. And I'm not trying to delay stuff. I've been trying to get this done for ages, and I am very eager for it to be done. But I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that everybody thinks is open and available for everybody's input and follows what we have already asked to be done, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Councilwoman Glasheen? You do have a motion and a second. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor say no.
No.
Those opposed say no. There being 3 noes, 2 ayes, motion fails. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 11. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance allowing the City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission to hold joint public hearings. And I believe this was an item from last month, and I will, I believe it was Mr. Glasheen's item last month, but I think Ms. Wayman has further detail on the agenda item.
Yes, this was before the city council last month, and we were directed to come back with an ordinance that would allow the city council and the planning and zoning commission to hold joint public hearings. State law says you can do that if you pass an ordinance saying that you can. And so In the packet is a draft ordinance that does allow for those joint meetings. It does require for council to basically vote on that at a properly noticed council meeting. So it would not make every single public hearing a joint city council and P&Z meeting, but would require city council to move to establish the date of the joint public hearing at a regular meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman.
Can I ask a question about the mechanics of voting in a situation like that? So what happens if an action is taken? Is it no different? I mean, planning and zoning would have to vote first and then pass and then make a report to, okay.
Yes.
Mhm. And so then city council wouldn't vote, that wouldn't happen all at the same meeting?
Yeah, technically it could. It depended on how efficient we were. Yes.
We did
Okay.
that before,
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions for Ms. Wayman?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
If we pass this ordinance tonight, can we have a joint public meeting with P&Z at their April meeting date?
No,
Why not?
because the ordinance wouldn't become effective until it's placed in the city secretary's office after the meeting and either signed by the mayor or 3 days pass. That's under state law on effective dates, the effective of when ordinances are effective.
Hey, wait, I don't have to sign things?
No, you don't have to.
So if it's signed tonight,
Yeah.
It would
It's-
be
this
after,
is-
it would
this
be
is-
after, it would, yeah, he could sign it now. We could stop the meeting, he could sign it, and it would be effective. But he has the right to think about it. I'm not saying he would, I'm just saying the procedure is that under the law, he's entitled to a period of time to consider, think about, and file objections to ordinances, under state law.
This is all new
okay,
information.
this is a
Oh, really? You didn't know
Let
any
me
of
ask
that?
a
No.
hypothetical.
You should read Texas law, it's pretty interesting.
Let me ask a hypothetical then. If the council were to pass this resolution tonight, this ordinance tonight, and the mayor were to sign it, what's his deadline for signing it so that we might have that joint meeting at the April meeting?
If we wanted to be very conservative about it, we would adopt it now, and if the mayor chose to, he could sign it now. But is it on the agenda to hold it, to be considered for a public meeting? That's the other question. Has it been noticed?
It's April.
No, I mean, is it on the agenda? I'm sorry,
It
I'm
would
just
have
not
to
Is
paying
it
be-
attention.
on whose agenda?
Our agenda.
There would need to be an
There would
item
be
on this
need to be an
agenda.
agenda item for that to, on
The
the,
resolution is agenda item,
Oh, he's talking about a
No,
joint
no.
meeting.
It would be-
Requesting a joint meeting.
Mhm.
Planning and zoning would need to be on.
it would need to be a very specific agenda item
Well,
that says, city
it's-
council
I think it'd be covered
to
in
consider a
number
joint meeting.
Mhm.
I think it's covered in number 13.
Okay, if that's if that's what you're referring to, I think it'd probably work. Yeah,
Good enough for,
yeah, I think so. I think that gives enough notice to the
Okay.
public as that this is
all right?
gonna be discussed. Of course, the major issue is the public wouldn't have known when this was posted, I suppose, that there would be an ordinance passed that would allow for joint
The
public hearings.
ordinance is posted in,
I recognize that, but we're starting to take, we're starting to take steps away from, if y'all wanna do it, it's fine. I
well, I don't understand your advice. If you could
Sure.
explain what we
So the
don't have
requirements-
in
the-
this agenda
Ye-
that we need to have in this agenda.
Right, so the requirements of state law is that an agenda be posted with enough notice to let the public know not what action is not necessarily, well, what is gonna be discussed. And before this, so when this agenda was posted, I agree there was no ordinance in place that would authorize joint public hearings.
But
Nothing
there
on
was
our,
one on the agenda.
I recognize, so that's a step away. So a citizen would have to then go, oh, there's an ordinance on there that would allow a joint public hearing. It's possible they could adopt that and then take the next leap to say, oh, that means at that next agenda item on 13, they could actually schedule a joint. So it's just, we're taking sort of steps away from leaks, from from those requirements. Having said all of that, I think I would be comfortable if you wanted to do that, if the mayor chose to sign the ordinance tonight, and it's at his discretion as to whether or not he wants to sign it.
Thanks,
tonight.
Counselor.
You're welcome.
So how did we have a joint meeting before?
It was not a joint meeting under the statute for purposes of actually adopting an
Okay.
ordinance.
I got it.
So it was a meeting and not a hearing.
Right, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well, it was not for the purpose that this is for.
I mean, we've had joint meetings with P
Right.
and Z before.
But not joint public hearings under the statute where there's a recommendation made on a zoning change and then it wasn't for those purposes.
I think that is the problem, that the distinction was not clear because we have had these joint meetings
and
before.
Joint
and
meetings are
it's just-
perfectly acceptable. yes.
Right. So it's just, we
It's not a
are
joint
changing the
public
code.
Yes, ma'am, joint public hearing.
Changing the
That's
code
difference.
to allow a joint public hearing so that we not have two separate public hearings.
We could. Yes, we are.
Wait, sorry.
Come on up. But let me see if there, Amy, let me see if there are other questions first. Any other questions? Of course, Ms. Patillo. How are
Oh,
you?
hi, Amy Patillo, 3 Rockaway Cove. I had 2 comments on this. One is, I understand that there is an impetus right now to try to speed things up. I just want to comment that when I was on the council and we were looking at zoning changes on Vale Street and also the comprehensive plan process, that one of the questions I was frequently asked is, like, what currently creates stability in our zoning code? And one of the things I pointed to was the process that we had. And part of that process included some time between when the planning and zoning meeting would happen and then when the council meeting would happen. And it allowed the public 2 different opportunities to comment at 2 different public hearings. And then in the event that someone couldn't attend that one public hearing, they could attend another. And so I will just say that while I understand the intent, I also feel like it is potentially going to destabilize our zoning code by reducing the procedural oversight that currently exists. The other thing I am a little bit confused about is that I thought that changes to our zoning code were required to go through planning and zoning. And this is a requested change to our zoning code.
So I can,
Right.
just to make it clear on the law, this is not a regulatory change. This is not a zoning change. This is just a change in process. What we refer to as a textual change to the ordinance. So this would not have to go through planning and zoning. In other words, we're not changing the regulations for a particular piece of property or for particular zoning. We're just changing a process. That's not required under statute to go through the P and Z.
Any other questions before we take a motion? Or the floor is open for a motion.
Yeah, I'll just want to make a comment about my own, like, sort of knowledge and what I just learned here by the great questions that were asked. Yeah, so I think my kind of feeling on this is that having an extra public hearing isn't a bad thing. I actually sort of personally feel that it is a good idea to have a little bit of separation between these 2 bodies. So I think I'm sort of inclined to probably, even though I think I may have voted for this last time, in the last meeting, to change my vote this time on this for that reason.
Thank you, Alec.
And I'm wondering where you got the idea that there was any impetus to do anything quickly here.
Okay.
Well,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make a comment. This allows us to do it. It does not require us to do it. And in this case, for the particular issue on the setbacks, we have already had several public hearings. And so if we chose to have this next particular public hearing as a joint hearing, it would not, I mean, we have months between these hearings. And because the weather torpedoed our last published public hearing, because we were supposed to have one tonight also. You know, people have had lots of opportunity to have notice on this particular one, so I don't think we are short-circuiting the opportunities for people to be made aware of.
Yes.
And it does not have to be a routine practice, but it just gives us that flexibility, so I don't think
I
we're,
agree with that. I mean, we've had a lot of opportunities on this, and it's gotten torpedoed a couple times, and
yeah.
I just sort of worry about, okay, and I don't think this group would do it, but I'm just sort of wondering, hey, 2 years or 4 years from now, another council and, you know, the Board of Adjustment, Planning and Zoning could be used in maybe a way that we didn't intend it to be used. That's the only thing I'm thinking.
Ms. Brown?
My only comment would be that I think the notion that 2 hearings allows more opportunity to comment, well, yes, but it's also more burden for those who feel they must attend both and give comments at both. And so I don't think we can swipe with so broad a brush. I know that we have multiple ways of providing comment. If you can't make one hearing, you can personally or in person. You're certainly given the opportunity to spread your comments across the board to all the council members and the public. And so I see I see separation as a good thing in some ways, and in other ways it's become a procedural nightmare to get this accomplished. Even when there's a majority or a good sentiment to fix this problem, we can't seem to hold the meetings and meetings that'll get it done. So I think giving us the opportunity to do a joint meeting is a good thing.
I agree.
Okay, lots of discussion. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown to adopt the ordinance as presented. You have a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Got all that out of the way. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. All right, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 12. Discussion and possible. Wait, is that? Are we on 12? Discussion and possible. Oh, if we could actually, council, yes, we do have Nicole here, and I know our boys have homework. So. Oh, that's right. Well, they did have homework. I hope they finished it. I'd like to pull up agenda item number 15, discussion and possible action on a recommendation from the Park Commission regarding park rental rates. And I will recognize Ms. Wayman.
So at last week's Park Commission meeting, it had been discussed when the change to the rates was adopted back in October, that it would come back to the City Council in January after it had been given a quarter to see how the rates were working. The Park Commission was unable to meet in January, so they met in February and discussed the park rental rates. They did come up with a proposed change to the commercial rental rates, as well as the fields and on and off the field rates. And then Nicole Morisi is here from the Park Commission to answer any questions about the discussion at the Park Commission meeting.
Good evening, Nicole Morisi, 4906 Timberline Drive, and yes, I'm part of the Park Commission. And I am happy to share the backdrop as to why I'm speaking on this agenda item. I know that Councilmember Robinson is our liaison and was the one who put this on the agenda in October. And just a little bit of the backdrop on that is that after this did get passed, he reached out to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong. He said, I'm not quite comfortable with the way that this rental rate was structured, and would you be willing to meet to discuss more about some of the actual facts and the dollar amounts associated with what you were explaining? And I said, you bet. So on December 2nd, myself, Councilmember Robinson, Ms. Adair, Ms. Rodriguez, and Ms. Wayman and myself met, and during that meeting, we identified that this rental rate is specific to adult fitness groups that do not use the field space, because this particular rate was structured for that. And if we adopt this, what we realized in that discussion at that meeting is that we are excluding youth organized sports that don't use field space, like Life Keto. We are excluding youth and adult non-fitness activities like an art vendor that reached out and wanted to rent the space, wanted to rent non-field space for classes, and that it is not equitable to adult fitness groups that prefer to use the field for their workouts or their programs, like Beat Fitness and Kindred Heart Yoga. So we were realizing in this conversation that this rate that we adopted is not fair and equitable to the types of vendors that have previously used our field space, our park space, or are currently using it. And so also during that meeting, I think it was Ms. Rodriguez said that she has spoken with Gene, who operates the Tai Chi group, and that he wanted to work within our rental rate structure as well. So we're really trying to take a focus in seeing who's using our spaces and be able to bring them together and have something that's fair and equitable for all of these groups to be able to use. So then what we said was, okay, if we're identifying that we're excluding certain people and certain organizations, how does this current rental rate matrix fit into our current and past vendors? So I believe in the agenda packet you should have a one-sheeter that we took all of our vendors. So we took Beat Fitness, again, these were past or current, Kindred Heart Yoga, the Tai Chi, Ignite, and Life Keto. And I-9 Sports is excluded from this because they use fields and they have a larger group, and so they're not considered in this matrix, so to speak. So if you see here, what that does is then basically the rental rate is skewed based on the size and the type of class that these particular vendors use. And it ranges anywhere from $4.50 an hour up to $13.20 if we're using the matrix that was adopted in October. And there's inconsistencies in that. And so then we said, okay, well, what does that mean? And we said, possibly, let's go ahead and throw out $15 an hour and talk to the people that left or were using our fields and no longer do, and see what they say. And so I said I'd be happy to do that. So I reached out to Life Keto, I reached out to Beat Fitness, and you can see also in the agenda packet the email thread that came through. And I said, hey, the Park Commission is reviewing this. We really love having people work out and exercise and use our space. And what would you think about if we were able to propose a $15 an hour rate rental fee? What would that influence you one way or the other to come back and use our spaces? And both of them were very amiable to it, as well as saying, if we have a need to come back, absolutely, that seems like a very reasonable rate to be paying per hour. And Beat Fitness is actually paying $30 an hour in an indoor space. And she's like, we love it here. So while it's wonderful to be able to come there, we don't really need to use the park right now. So again, just really trying to understand what seems reasonable, what's fair, what's equitable, and to be able to offer something that's simple for the administration to be able to follow along with so they don't have to follow a matrix. And is there an hourly rate that would seem amiable for people to come and stay and use the park? So then, at that point, I said, look, this is not a Nicole Marisi agenda item. I'm happy to provide this data, give it over to y'all, but really this is not my agenda item. This is, God bless you. Out of whatever I can provide for you information-wise, I'm happy to do that, but I really don't need to take this any further. So at that point, let's see. That was the commercial vendor rate structure that we were talking about with the matrix. And then in that meeting, we also said, well, let's look at fields 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what is the acreage of each of those field spaces? Because we really came up with this notion that because it's labeled Hatley Field 3, Hatley Field 4, and Hatley Field 5, that each one of those should be charged at $25 each per hour. So that space is being charged at $75 per hour. But is it really 3 times the size of Fields 1 and Field 2? So again, in your packet, you'll see that acreage on field 1 is 0.76 acres, acreage on field 2 is 0.66 acres, and acreage on 3, 4, and 5 combined is 0.97. So it's about 25% larger than 1 and 2, but yet it's being billed at 3 times the amount. And yes, it's unobstructed, it doesn't have base running, it doesn't have an infield, it doesn't have an outfield. So there is a premium for that space because it could be used for multi-sports, like soccer, like flag football, you know, and so with that, we said, okay, should we consider modifying the rental rate for 3, 4, and 5? And at that meeting on December 2nd, when we met here, we said there should be a premium on it. If you just prorate it to the additional 25% larger than what it is, it comes out to $31.25 per hour, which we didn't feel that that was, you know, quite significant enough to be able to charge on that. So we said, okay, well, we'll throw out this amount of money to set, or this premium of $12.50 to give us around $45 an hour to rent all 3 of those fields, and then take that information and go ahead and go back to Park Commission. So that's where we left that meeting. And again, I mentioned that this is not my agenda item. This is just me to be able to help with data and information and pass it along. So now you fast forward to the February meeting that we just had last week, and I asked if anybody wanted to share this backdrop or this information with Melissa Morrow, because she was heavily invested in it from the Ignite side of things, and didn't want her to be caught off guard, just wanted to bring her in the loop of like, hey, here's where the conversation went. Well, unfortunately, that meeting didn't happen before the Park Commission meeting did happen, but at that meeting, unfortunately, Councilmember Robinson wasn't there. Councilmember Lasheen was there for about half of this agenda item discussion, then he had to leave. And so that's why I'm standing here in front of you tonight, because giving you the backdrop on all this information. When we introduced this, when this item was introduced to the Park Commission, Ms. Wayman introduced it up here, just like she did this evening. And then at that point, I shared the backdrop of what I just shared with y'all of why we got to where we are and how we got to where we are. And then we went to discussion with the Park Commission. And after probably 15 minutes or so of discussion, Laurie Mills made a motion to adopt $15 an hour for youth or adult non-field activities. And that is inclusive then of, if we get an art class in here, it is inclusive if we have the Tai Chi group. It is inclusive if we have Beat Fitness that wants to go on a non-field space. And so we tried to use the verbiage that would say this is inclusive of all groups that would come in. And so I seconded it, and then Melissa Morrow made an amendment to it, and she said, point being is that Ignite would not be able to afford the $8,000 of what their rental rate would have been on an annual basis if it was the $25 per hour. At $4.50, she said, well, what's the difference if we went to the $15? And it ended up being around $6,000 annually. And she said, well, I really don't think that they'll be able to afford that either. She said, I amended and I proposed $10 an hour for the rental rate. And I seconded that motion because I said, as my husband likes to tell me, sometimes it's better to get along than to be right. And so Melissa Morrow made the amendment to the $10 per hour. I seconded it, and it passed with this majority, I think, of 6-1. And so that's what we're proposing here in front of you tonight, is that your consideration to streamline it for the vendors coming in through the city, that it's youth, adult, non-field usage for $10 an hour. And that's where that portion of this agenda item is on for discussion or questions or clarification.
Yeah, I'll just want to make a couple comments. I think I did in October, November, whatever the date was, I made the motion, because at that point I hadn't really studied like the matrix up top, like the first that we were voting on that day, and just seemed kind of weird, like the pricing, and it seemed overly complicated. So the thought was like, maybe we should just like, instead of charging them like what comes out to be like $4.68 an hour, which seems kind of low, just make it something $5, $10 an hour. So that's that was like for the non-field activities. I remember our discussion in December, and I do now recall you bringing up the idea of like the the pricing of the fields based on acreage. And I do remember coming out like to the $45 that you said and bumping in. It all came back to me after you said all this stuff. But I was just kind of curious because I wasn't at the meeting. And like, did everybody like on the council, like, well, how did the vote go? What was the?
It was 6-1. Mary
Okay.
Elizabeth Kofer even said, "This is really well done. Great job."
Okay.
Like, this makes a lot of sense. It's simple, it's clean, and
Mhm.
you can pull up the video from it. But
Mhm.
that was her comment. Like, this is simple, this is clean, this is something that everybody can follow. Way to go. You know, that was her comment.
Yeah.
So then, again, it was a
'Cause
6-1.
Yeah, I would say the only like, yeah, I think it's good. I mean, I just didn't know if there was going to be any pushback on the field 3, 4, and 5. Like what people would think about reducing that from what would be like in the old model $75 an hour to $50. But yeah, I just
Well,
was there any?
and in comment to that, really the only person who does rent that is I-9 Sports. And after the conversation with Mr. McDuffie, Councilmember McDuffie today,
Mhm.
most likely I-9 Sports will not be coming back as a vendor. He's made it quite clear to him that there's going to be prioritization to sod and close those fields down, that his camps may not be guaranteed space there. He did have conversation with him that
Well,
if he could move over to fields 1 and 2. So he's speaking on behalf of the city about it with a contracted vendor that may or may not be in his scope. I don't know policy very well, but anyway, so
I
the
don't know
likelihood
anything
of
about
somebody
that, but-
coming in to rent it is going to be very unlikely, simply because we've only had one vendor that did, and after today's conversation, I-9 Sports is definitely not favorable with rolling it in the policy because of the drama that it creates.
I'd like to make a
Yeah.
hearsay objection, please.
I'd like to get back to the specifics of the proposal in front of us. So, great presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alec, did you have other comments?
No, I was just gonna move to approve the proposed rates and regulations as outlined in this agenda item.
You have.
I'm unclear as to the
Hold on.
rates.
Hold on. You got a motion to approve agenda item number 15. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson, a second by Ms. Hudson, and now Mr. McDuffie recognized for discussion.
So, if I'm,
That's current. This is what they're proposing.
okay, so the current goes away, there's not a annual, all of that. In regards to, the discussions, yes, I reached out to Justin as a way of trying to understand his needs and things of that nature. We had a very cordial discussion, and I do believe it's in everybody's interest to remediate the fields, to make the fields nice again. And in that regard, I suggested that there's likely going to be a period, since we are already leasing these fields to girls softball and Little League, that there's a time when we're going to need to remediate the fields, and it's likely that part of that might be that no one uses those fields during that time while we're trying to get new sod located on those. I didn't say in any way, shape, or form that I unilaterally was dictating that they would not be allowed on fields 3, 4, and 5. What we did was we had a discussion, and he said, well, does that mean that dogs won't be allowed on 3, 4, and 5 either? And I said, most likely what I'm suggesting is, in order to get the fields in shape, I would think it's appropriate that we might request that no one use the fields for a period of time.
And so
And
the rental rates wouldn't come into play in that.
And so rental rates would not come into play in that regard.
Okay, just bringing her own back there.
Well,
Okay.
since I'm being,
I know, and I'm just helping. Got it
Okay.
back, but
but I
Understood.
think it's important to say at that time, he said several things that were interesting. One is that he could make 1 and 2 work, so there wasn't any indication that he was upset and was going to remove the use. He said a lot of children in Rollingwood use his camps. I said, yes, we want to continue that. There's no desire not to continue that. I also asked him questions about the usage of the, fields, for instance, other availability. He mentioned at that time that they had no desire to really use the middle school fields or the high school fields because the artificial turf was too hot for the children, and that he did not want to use those fields, and that there is a limited amount of natural turf fields in our area, and that's what he prefers for the camps, particularly in the summer, and that's why he wanted to come over here. So I think that's all pertinent information.
Sounds good. Maybe he'll be inspired by the new rate structure. We don't know. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Are the proposed rates and regulation, is that the $10 per hour for up to 20 participants? Is that per participant, or is it a flat 10?
It's a flat rate per hour, so each vendor could have up to 20 participants in that class per hour, and that would be the restriction on the size of the class. So it really minimizes a big group, a young soccer group coming in, or something like that, or a lacrosse group coming in. It's really meant to be.
Still not understanding the rate.
It's $10 per hour. If you have a 1 hour class.
Up to 20.
For up to 20 people. So they could charge whatever they want to their participants, but we as a city charge them $10 per hour to be in our premises.
A flat $10 per hour regardless, for up to 20 participants, and if you have one more, then it's $20. If you have 21, I guess.
That would be a city discretion, I would assume, is that the city would make that determination, okay, we'll allow the 21 people, but we're not gonna charge you an additional $10. Again, you all should decide.
Or don't allow more than 20.
Right, we would just say that there's a hard stop at 20 participants, and that's $10 an hour to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how we would do that?
Yep.
So
And on
when would it go to $40? Or when would it go to $20?
It wouldn't.
It would never. It's $10 an hour only
So the
option.
number of participants really doesn't matter.
It's limited to 20.
Right. If they were going to do more than 20, they just could not
Rent a field.
rent the
Right.
part,
Oh,
rent
they
commercially.
couldn't have 21.
Most of it.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
And with the field, we said up to 50 participants, because the example is sometimes Eanes ISD will do a fundraiser, or they'll have a mother-son kickball tournament. And so you'll have, your mom's out there with your sons, and they'll come through and they'll rent the softball field of Hatley Field 1 or Hatley Field 2 because they need the baseline. And so that's where the commission felt that it was a reasonable amount of participants to handle on that size of the field.
Have we, and today, they would be charged,
I think.
if they went to, the annual fees that are in the current rates, it just says one-time registration fee of $100, and then 1 to 7, 1 to 5 hours a week is $1,000 annually. I'm not sure when that applies.
Those go away.
I understand that. How do they
currently-
apply today?
Currently, they'll pay, we kind of, if they want to pay monthly, that's fine, or quarterly, however they want to do it. But basically, we just know which tier they're in. And so if they're in the, $1,800 annually tier, we would charge them a quarter of that every 3 months.
Okay.
So they know they're going to be paying exactly $1,800 for the whole year.
All right, I see, and that's
Mhm.
for any of the field. You get one field.
That's
That's
not
not a
for
field.
field. That is
No, that's-
specifically
I'm sorry.
at areas
That's not for the
excluding the
fields.
field. So the fields are currently still $25 a
That's what I was
field.
asking before. So
Okay.
this is for non-field area.
That's correct, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
How much of your
And
time is, go
One
ahead.
more question.
Sorry.
There's adult fitness using the fields. There's the non-field area, then there's other activities What's the other activities?
So I had somebody reach out to me that they wanted to do an art class for children. They do not need a field space. They could use the grass space outside of the pavilion or the lower park or the upper
This
park.
is a current rate structure I'm trying to understand.
Where's
she's-
other?
Yeah,
This
I think
right
what she
here.
says that maybe like
That's
an art
art-
class, someone would
okay.
do something like that.
I'm sorry, I thought you were describing the new rate.
No,
Okay.
ma'am, sorry.
Okay.
Is that it, Ms. Brown?
They do art on a field.
It would probably be somewhere on the cement, like at the field house area, or on the picnic tables up top, or in the pavilion area, where they would be able to have a surface, or if they are out in the field and they're drawing on a sketch pad, they could be looking at landscape, they could be looking at trees, they could be able to do different types of art throughout the park. Yes, ma'am.
So non-fitness activities using the field. That's it.
Correct. That's
Okay.
that's
Okay.
where, so as this conversation was happening in the park commission, that was it. Well, then we want to be inclusive. So really we're trying to just be very generic about youth and adult activity groups can rent the space that's not a field for $10 per hour, maximum of 20 people.
Okay, now, proposed rates. We have non-field, fields 1 and 2, fields 3, 4, and 5, but we don't have what you just described.
That would be non-field activities.
Okay, all right, got it. Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. McDuffie, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I'm just wondering with Ashley, like, it seems to me that the old rate structure where it's annually is just, would be significantly easier to administer from for our staff. Is that, I mean, is it?
I would say probably a little simpler because generally they would stay in the same tier throughout the year, and so we would just charge them quarterly or monthly. This and how we did it before when it was an hourly rate, it's on, you know, for the most part the honor system, so we're not going to be out there making sure that they're there at 7:30, you know, on every Thursday or whatever day. So they usually report out to us at the end of the month, hey, we had, you know, 25 classes, we were scheduled for 30 but 5 got canceled or something, and so we just invoice them based on that. So potentially a little bit of increased work, but honestly once we get a vendor onboarded, they become very used to the process. We generally don't even have to invoice, they just send us, you know, here's how many classes we had and here's our amount, and so not terribly cumbersome.
Okay.
Any other questions, council?
I have one
Ms. Hudson?
clarification, I think. The way it's worded right now, it says rental of fields 3, 4, and 5, and those all have to be rented as one. Then it also says rental of fields 1 and 2. I think that should probably say rental of field 1 or 2, because if you are just renting one or the other,
That makes sense.
it's
Sure.
$25 for
Agreed.
each,
Correct.
so
Okay.
instead of saying and.
So field 1
That's a
is
great
20,
clarification.
field 1, field 2, and then field 3, 4, and 5 are rented together. That's
Right.
correct. Great clarification.
Good catch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have one other question as to how fields are assigned and rented. We're under no obligation to rent any fields to any vendor, you know, and I would like to know how fields are going to be assigned and that type of thing. If, for instance, since it was brought up, for instance, if we want to remediate the fields and it doesn't make sense to have traffic on the fields or have anybody on a particular field while it's being renovated, how is that going to be handled? Or if the camps are smaller and can make one work, and putting them first on fields 3, 4, and 5 will be denying usage by citizens of Rollingwood, that type of thing. Like, how is that going to be managed?
My thought is that maintenance and operation of the fields would take precedent over use of the fields.
Sure.
And I would assume that we would try to get out ahead of that and make sure that we know what that maintenance schedule looks like.
Do we have, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that was it.
Do we have any written agreements like with I-9?
They do submit through our online portal, so everyone who rents has to do it per, I guess, either instance of use or if it's an ongoing use. So they do fill out all the documentation. They sign things. They let us know who their
May I speak to that?
coaches
if you
are.
don't mind?
Sure.
I-9, what they do is they send us an annual calendar of request dates. So as a business, they have to be able to publish in advance their dates for their camps in order parents to be able to plan and set their calendars so that the children are available. And so they submit to Park Commission an annual request for dates, and it's consistent year to year. I think this is our second year going, or third year going with them. And it's typically, they'll do camps, 3 camps during the summer for a 1-week course from 9 to 12. And then in the spring, they work on the Little League schedule to have 1 class per day. I think it's on Thursdays. So they submit in advance. And I think their total request on an annual basis is, let's say, 3 weeks in the summer, 1 week possibly over winter break, 1 week if they didn't make it on Thanksgiving. So in a calendar year of 52 weeks, my guess is less than 5 weeks they're requesting usage, like collaboratively. So it's very minimal. It's not, they're not requesting 45 weeks to be used on our fields. They're asking for a very small percentage of usage on the fields, and it is given to us in a document so that they're able to advertise this to their membership.
Okay, thank you. My question is really just whether we have a written agreement with them, and my understanding is that we don't, that there's that they just tell you when they want to use it, and then they reserve the field on the online portal. But is there a contract? That's what I'm wondering.
It's a use agreement. It's more of, you know, I guess
It's our
not
terms.
damaging fee. Right. But it's not like the dates aren't built into the contract. It's a
Okay.
standard.
I was just wondering, the reason I'm asking is because I'm wondering what our commitment is and what our obligation is, because as Nicole said, they count on the dates that they submit to us. And, you know, if we have to decide that we want to say, no, you know, we don't want you using the fields during August and September, is that going to create some problem in expectations because, you know, we've allowed them to reserve the fields during that time, even though we have no technical obligation to supply them. You know, that's what I'm.
I think it's a fair point, and I think we would need to try to be cognizant of what our maintenance schedule looks like and try to plan that out well in advance.
Yeah, because, I mean, we're still trying to scope out, and we have a meeting tomorrow morning with some of the vendors that do the field work to try to scope out what it is that we could and should do to improve those fields, and it may require a good bit of work of soil improvements probably in August.
Yeah, and I think we just ask you to try to get as much detail from them and lay that out in a calendar so that we could make sure and black out whatever dates we needed to.
And we do have a section of this facilities license and rental agreement that is signed that the City of Rolling reserves the right to cancel this reservation at any time when the city mayor, city administrator, or city designee determines that such action is necessary in the best interest of the city. So I think a maintenance schedule would.
We would like to avoid that.
We don't want to do that, but
but we do have that
We
right.
don't want to ruin anybody's day.
Right. Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I still haven't gotten an answer of who's assigning particular fields.
I assume that it's through the portal.
Right. So from a staff level, they request the fields to us. Generally, you know, we can ask, you know, if you're able to use fields 1 and 2, if your group is small enough, or if it makes sense for your group, we'd prefer you to use those. But there's not currently, I guess, you know, staff doesn't take that discretion to say no, you can't use 1 and 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. You need to go to 1 or 2. I think it's always just been handled as if it's possible, we'd like you to do that.
And isn't the deed of the park to be prioritized for youth organized, if it came down to it. I mean, again, we're talking a few weeks out of a calendar year. It's not meant, they're not there every day. They're not,
I can go over, you can read the deed restrictions if you want to. It doesn't entitle I-9 Sports to lease the fields.
no,
so-
it's just, it
so-
doesn't entitle anybody to lease the fields or to be on the fields, whether it's off-leash dog users or it's youth organized sports, but I do believe it states that it's prioritized for, and again, this isn't meant to be a contentious situation. We're trying to do right by the city. We're trying to have a fair and equitable rental rate to be inclusive of youth, of adults, of activities. And
However, you brought in the contention, but for which is fair.
It is, but can we just stay
But,
to the rates?
but at the same time, what I am, when it says youth sports, that in the restrictive covenant is addressing nonprofit. And I-9 is not a nonprofit, so it's a different animal. And I made it clear to Justin in speaking with him that we had no desire to not have his camps. We had no desire to deny the children of Rollingwood or the parents the usage of his camps or facilities. And at that time, I also stated to him that I could see that there was logic to using the square fields, that they might need to be used on occasion for the flag football and for soccer, because as he indicated, with not having the infields and things of that nature, it would be easier to use those areas. And I said that could entirely be appropriate. They were going to be using them from 9 to 12, and so there was not any discussion. The only discussion was that the maintenance may require non-usage for a period of time for everyone. So, but I do think there is at times a desire to create disharmony where there need not be any.
Okay.
I move the previous question.
Look at you rolling up the Robert's Rules. I've been reading. Okay, and it was pointed out to me actually that we're going to have two things to do here, and that is you'll need to, the Park Commission proposed change is on the first sheet, but then the actual resolution is the next one. So there's actually two things to do here. And I do think you have, at the time you had a motion on the floor, but I think that there's since been a
Well,
change.
that's what I was gonna ask, if we need
Yeah.
an amendment to change
Will you amend your motion
that to
to
the 1 or 2.
adopt the proposed change?
Okay, I move to amend my motion to adopt the change of fields, of the proposed rate change to read fields 1 or 2 instead of fields 1 and 2.
You have a new motion to adopt the proposed Park Commission change with the change of rental field 1 or 2. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And there's a second by Ms. Hudson and an initial main motion by Mr. Robinson. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I'll now open the floor to a motion for the adoption of resolution number 2023-02-15-15.
This one will also need that same proposed change in the language.
Yeah, I move adoption of resolution number 2023-02-1515 with the amended language from the previous motion, which is changing the words fields 1 and 2 to read fields 1 or 2.
Well stated. You have a motion by Mr. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robinson, a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion?
There is a lot of stuff on that
Yeah,
resolution. Is that,
it could be highlighted.
So that's our entire fee schedule. I guess perhaps we wouldn't have to include the entire thing in the appendix of a resolution.
I was
That
gonna
is
say,
possible.
it'd be a whole lot easier in the future if we this is just what we're changing instead of
Sure, understood.
Noted.
We can do that.
3-mile-long list
Yes,
of fees.
we can do that.
Great.
So,
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you.
Okay, with that, we will now move back to agenda item number 12 that we nearly laid out a moment ago, or several moments ago. Discussion and possible action to change public notice requirements for public hearings. Recognize Mr. Glasheen for this item.
So, as part of my ongoing effort to speed things up and make things happen here, I would like to propose shortening the notice time required for public hearings for planning and zoning particularly is the one that I'm aware of. It's currently 30 days, which means that right now, since you guys voted to send my proposal to create a committee to gather public input on building code changes, since y'all decided not to take action on that until planning and zoning gets to have input on it, they aren't going to be able to have a meeting to talk about that in a public meeting in time for us to even consider creating a committee in March. So it would be April at this point before we could even create a committee to receive public input or engage community support for building and zoning changes. So, you know, I think that anyone that, I think that the 30-day notice requirement is unreasonably long, and especially when you have something happen like a meeting gets delayed for weather, that we have to then do another notice, and you're essentially talking about, by the time a notice can be created and mailed, you're talking about much more than a month. State law, as I understand it, only requires. Sorry.
That's all right. For a zoning change, 11 days notice.
Okay.
For a regulatory change, just 72 hours notice. But for planning and zoning. So
Okay, or for them to even announce a meeting to consider either of
72
those
hours.
things.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would like to shorten that from 30 days, if we could, and, sorry, I still have a Westlaw account, I could have looked that up. But I'd like to open it for discussion about what a reasonable time frame would be about giving notice. You know, I would think that if we're gonna do a mailing, I just open that up for discussion on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glasheen. Further discussion on it, and the floor is open for a motion as well. Ms. Brown?
I think it's a good idea, and they're gonna have a lot of work, because they're not gonna have just these residential changes, they're also gonna have the zoning changes for the commercial corridor coming up, so I think we need to shorten those time periods, because it's just caused a lot of problem. I don't know whether the correct day is 20 days or 15 days or 11 days, but I think we do need to change it from 30 days, because it takes actually 45 days to accomplish a 30-day notice.
And I would point out that even with 30 days notice, planning and zoning has gotten very little public input until I started sending out emails to the public. So, and then when I send out emails, I get input within 48, 72 hours. So I'm not sure that we need to have more than the state law required notice. I think 72 hours is a little short. I'm not even sure that mailing is required under state law.
Yeah, the only time, state law only requires mailed notice with respect to an agenda item for the Planning and Zoning Commission, if you're gonna make a zoning change, and then it's only to the folks within 200 feet of the property to be rezoned. That's the only time mailed notice is required.
I mean, my suggestion would be to make our notice requirements conform to the minimums of state law, and then have city policy developed by staff and recommended to us on what they might do to go above and beyond the state required minimums, as a matter of policy, but not a matter of ordinance. That'd be my motion.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
That is a motion. Okay, you have a motion by Mr. Glasheen to conform city code to the state requirements and develop additional policy on the behalf of the city. Yes, ma'am.
May I be recognized
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
motion to amend?
Sure.
I would move to exclude from the sweep of that motion, the provisions applying to the Board of Adjustment, so that we maintain the current 30-day notice for matters coming before the Board of Adjustment. And the reasoning on that, well, I need to get, I'll wait and
Let's
see
see
if I
if
get
it's
a-
friendly amendment first.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to hear the reasoning behind it.
Okay. The reasoning for that is that the Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial hearing. The applicant is to present evidence that becomes that applicant's evidence, and any responsive evidence presented by someone who might oppose the application becomes the record on appeal, together with whatever happens at the hearing. And so if you have 30 days notice, that's mailed notice to affected parties who are, in our ordinance, it's 250 feet, I think, yeah, 250 feet instead of the 200. That notice gets mailed 30 days before the hearing. So that means an affected neighbor might get it 7 days notice, 23 days before the hearing. That gives them 23 days to understand. They'll have to come down to City Hall, read what the permit file shows or what the application shows, find an expert if it's a drainage issue or an engineering issue. And so that's, I think the 30 days notice protects those who may be affected by a proposed request for a variance or an appeal of a decision, so that they can, one, get notice, two, understand what the issue is and get prepared for any response they might want to make. So I would exclude hearings before the Board of Adjustment from the state minimum and keep what is in our current ordinance 107-494.
I don't have strong feelings about that, but I would point out that, these long notice requirements that vastly exceed state legal requirements also function as an impediment to homeowners who are trying to get things done for their own building plans. And I know, Kendra Rollison's here tonight, and I know that one of the problems she had with her permit was, trying to get a hearing in front of planning and zoning, and a hearing got canceled, and then there's another 30-day notice requirement, and these things can easily turn into 60, 90 days to get a hearing on something if you're a homeowner trying to get something done. And I think the same, I'm not taking a strong position on it one way or the other, but I'm arguing the other side of that issue of Board of Adjustment is that for homeowners who are trying to get something done, they might want to be able to get something done a little bit quicker. For people who are opposed to some of these Board of Adjustment requests, I understand your point, and it's a legitimate point that, maybe people need more time. I'm not sure what the right answer is on that, but I just think there's two sides to that.
Well, if I might respond.
Sure.
We have only 5 or 6 Board of Adjustment hearings a year. So, if you are the affected neighbor and it's, these are matters where the homeowner is seeking something outside the existing code. So, in most cases. So I think because they're seeking something that is the next door neighbor's not expecting, because they're they're expecting the code to be applied, then the extra notice and time period for response for those residents is appropriate. So I would move to amend so that the minimum notice requirements in your motion would not apply to hearings before the Board of Adjustment.
Again, we've been a little loosey-goosey, but if you accept her amendment, then we'll just roll it into yours and do that. And if not, then we'll vote it separately.
I'd kind of like to hear from anyone else that has an opinion about it, if they do.
Okay, and if you don't accept it, that's fine too, and we'll vote on that separately, and then we'll come back to yours. If someone like
Or any public comment.
Sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's what I'm waiting to hear.
Peanut Gallery is recognized, and we also have a hand.
Beach Justice, 310 Pleasant Drive.
I have Tony
No,
Stein.
there's no-
who's gonna
there-
You have a,
as well.
There wasn't ever a second.
was there never a second? Okay.
No.
It wasn't, but yeah.
No.
I'm sorry, I thought we had a second.
Maybe it's not going anywhere.
No.
They don't have a second.
I think we'll get
Is there a second on the motion?
Second for discussion.
Yes.
And now we have a second by Ms. Hudson, and thank you, Ms. Adair. And now I'll recognize you.
Deeds Justice, 310 Pleasant Drive. Just for a point of clarification, are we getting ready to pass a resolution that, does this apply to action items? The 72 hours? Or is it only public hearings?
No, it's just public, no, but go ahead. Just public hearings.
So no action can be taken?
No, that's not true. This would apply, my understanding based on what I read is that for purposes of providing notice to the public for a public hearing, which would include action on that after the public hearing, would be to be consistent with state law. Is that accurate?
That is correct, and then also directing city administration to come up with a policy as to what sort of notice they would want to use as a matter of policy, but not as a matter of ordinance.
And to be, so that we have a big picture, because this would also be inclusive of city council. So no, we're not
Yes,
including.
I heard the motion, it was to zoning matters.
Well, that zoning matters come before city council.
No, I meant it wouldn't be all council meetings. As I understood the motion, it was for zoning matters.
Well, zoning comes before city council. They make the final zoning decision.
I'm sorry.
Let's see what the agenda
I thought it
item is.
applied to.
The agenda item is for discussion and possible action to change public notice requirements for public hearings. I don't know how I worded the motion at this point. I would like all of our notice requirements to conform to state law. I think that we can, as a matter of ordinance, as a matter of city policy, which can be more easily changed and can be more flexible, we can set the notice requirements as council that we want the city administration to follow, and city administration can give us recommendations on those notices that they want to use. That we can give more notice by policy than required by law, but I think we should make our legal notice requirements consistent with state law and not impose more legal notice requirements on ourselves than is necessary or required in the event that there is some time when we want to do something more quickly.
May I respond to that?
Yeah, of course.
And I misunderstood the motion.
And I'm going to clarify something.
I'm still a little bit confused, but I will say this. I've lived here 30 years, and I've seen all kinds of issues come and go. And I think your proposal is ripe for abuse. And I would vehemently be opposed to it, because 72 hours, even if it is current state law, we've mentioned here that you haven't gotten much input at P&Z. You've sent emails out and have gotten input on various things. It's my experience that things take time to percolate in this community. And if appointed or elected bodies start drastically shortening the opportunity for people to have input and comment,
I think that's going the wrong direction. So,
What do
I
you
think this is a bad idea.
What do you think would be a good notice requirement for us to consider, for example, for P and Z? Do you think 30 days is necessary, or do you think we could do something shorter than that and still be reasonable?
I think it almost depends on the nature of the subject matter. The greater the importance of the subject matter, I think you need 30 days. Because most people aren't sitting there looking at the message board or the city postings. They're talking to the neighbors and, gee, I didn't know this was going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said it
Sure.
takes time to percolate. Now, I've been where you're sitting, and I've thought, well, you know, it's been up there forever. Why don't people read it?
Right.
So I understand that too. But the 72 hours,
Well, and to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that as a matter of policy we use 72 hours. I was just saying that we limit our legal requirement to match state law, but as a matter of policy, we decide on a reasonable time that provides more notice than is legally required. That's all. That's what I was suggesting. Not suggesting that we put into effect a 72-hour notice unless there was some urgent emergency reason for doing so. And
Yeah.
of course, there are emergency exceptions to the notice requirements anyway. So
Right.
I think your point is well taken, but I think that 30 days is too long, too cumbersome, and especially combined with the fact that we have a mailing requirement that isn't required by state law. And so, you know, that's where the problem comes from. And, you know, city staff can inform us on this as well from a practical perspective of what it means to them. But in my limited experience, what it means is that it takes months to get things done, and that meetings are often delayed. And as far as your point about important issues, I would, I don't know how many hearings P and Z has had on building heights and setbacks already, but I think it's been at least 3. And so I don't think you're gonna see anyone rush important issues. And you saw this council can't even rush to create a committee to get public input when it's been on the agenda 2 months in a row, and we still aren't doing it, and it won't happen next month, and so it'll take 4 months to even create a committee to get public input, which, you know, I think everyone knows how I feel about that. But you know,
I have a tip for you.
but my point is,
How you could get one more vote.
I think if you establish a legal standard that's this low, it's going to be abused.
I think you make a good point, and so my question then comes back to you is like, what would be a better standard? 10 days notice?
No.
You know? You like the 30 days?
I like the 30 days.
Okay.
I think it's worked well. And
Okay.
sometimes doing things slowly produces a better result than trying to rush through things.
That's fine.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your input on it.
Mr. Stein has had his hand raised for quite some time, and I know Ms. Patillo wants to be recognized, and I think we also have some expert resource here in Bryce if he wants to speak. But Tony, have you fallen asleep, or are you still raising your hand?
I'm still going.
All right, welcome, and you're recognized for a few minutes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I would say that I would echo a lot of what Dietz just said, and I think I would say that, you know, one of the biggest adjustments I've had in becoming active in municipal government versus my day job is the recognition that things often move much more slowly than I'm comfortable with in my day-to-day. And what I've come to learn over 5 or so years, you know, participating is that that's largely by design and intentional, as so much of what we do as a city government is directly impacting, you know, the day-to-day lives of citizens, as well as, you know, their property values specific to planning and zoning. So my general thought process is that we probably shouldn't be dramatically shortening things. Now, the caveat to that is I will say I've had some similar frustrations around the fact that we have a planning and zoning meeting come to some sort of conclusion and say, we'd like to have a public hearing on this at our next meeting. And, the 30 days would lead one to believe that we could do that. But because of the processes the city has to go through for notice, it basically means you've got a 60-day waiting period because you can't get it on until the following meeting. So I would say, to the extent there's discussion around shortening that, I would say, and it's probably a question for staff, but is there a way that we can shorten it, the bare minimum of shortening, in order to have the ability to have a public hearing at the next meeting? And one of my questions on that with the mailer, this is the first time I've heard that the mailer is not necessarily state law, and I don't know that. My impression from our several months of talking about some of the same issues is that it doesn't seem like the mailer gets a whole lot of response. And so one question I have is, could we use the same email system that lets us know when we have a boil water notice every couple of months? Because that certainly gets people's attention, and it seems like everybody sees that. So that's one question about mass email. And then, Councilman Glasheen, one of the things I'd say, if we have a code ordinance that says one thing and a city policy that says another, another question or concern I would have with that is, do we publish our city policies in the same way that our code is publicly available? And does that create, potential issues with, citizens having knowledge of what's going on? And also, does it open the city up to potential challenges with just those being different? It may not. That's just a question. But I would also say that a lot of what Councilwoman Brown said as it relates to the Board of Adjustment, I think all of those same arguments, frankly, apply, probably more directly to planning and zoning, which deals with zoning changes that impact, potentially, at least on the residential side, that impacts every single resident of the city, whereby, Board of Adjustment impacts just a few. I would use all those same arguments to say that it's probably more important to have more time on regular zoning issues than just specific Board of Adjustment items. So those are my comments.
So, Tony,
questions.
If I may respond, Tony,
Yes.
those are great comments and helpful, and I think you're right. It's probably a bad idea to have a separate ordinance requirement for notice and then a separate city policy. So I'll just drop that idea. But what would you think about, say, a 15 or a 20-day notice? And I agree with you. We need to hear from staff about what's workable. But I think the intent is to try to come up with a way that we can send out notice in time to take action on items between meetings and not have to go 60 days to get things done. Do you think something?
Yeah, I mean, that's where my question about the email system versus mailer came in, because I know it's stuff in envelopes and labels and printing and all of that. So to the extent that, within state law, you could eliminate that process, and somebody could type up an email the next day, could it be 28 days, 29 days, just eliminate the hangover from, having to basically skip a meeting in order to get the public hearing notice.
The money of the mailing as well. I agree with you
Right.
that mail is not as effective even as email. Like, so much junk mail goes in the trash, but I'd love to hear from staff about what they think about the mailing requirement and the time notice requirement.
Can I not add, but I think it might be, y'all are talking about notices and I was reading your code, and there's a lot of moving parts in your notice provisions, and I thought it might be helpful if we just read it out loud so people know what we're talking about. I'll be starting with 107.518, which is hearing and notice in front of your Planning and Zoning Commission. So this says that the commission will hold a public hearing on all proposed changes on zoning regulations or boundaries. That's consistent with state law. Not less than 16 days prior to the hearing, notice of the date, time, and location thereof will be published in the official newspaper of the city or in a newspaper of general circulation in the city. That is not consistent with state law. Under state law, Notice of a public hearing on a zoning classification only requires, well, hold on, let me back up. No requirement for notification in the newspaper is required for a public hearing in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Nothing is required to be posted in the newspaper. So this is a layer of notice that state law doesn't require, just so everybody understands. This 16 days, anytime you're going to have a change in a regulation, anytime you're going to have a change in a zoning classification, 16 days notice in the newspaper. All right, not required under state law, but in your code. The next sentence says that, in addition, in the case of a proposed change in zoning classification, written notice of a public hearing will be mailed not less than 30 days prior to the hearing to all owners of property, as such ownership is shown on the current city tax roll, lying within 200 feet of the property that is the subject of the proposed zoning classification change. State law requires 11 days notice to be sent out within 200 feet of the property.
Mailed?
Mailed, yes, sir.
Do they allow email?
No, it has to be physically mailed.
Okay.
And it's 11 days, not 30.
And
It's 200, not 250. And my guess is that probably creates a little bit of problems for it may not, I don't know, but it may create some problems because the state law is 200 feet, and state law says that if you get a protest of a certain amount of people, 20% of the people or 20% of the land area within 200 feet, that requires a supermajority vote in front of city council, which means staff has to then figure out, well, we sent it out to within 200 feet, 250 feet. How many of those people protested are actually within the 200 feet? How many people are within the 250? So that could, I don't know if that creates problems for staff or not, but that's an issue.
And a lot of proposed changes like building heights affect the whole city, so you have to send it to everybody.
No, that's a regulatory change, not a zoning classification change.
Okay.
So that would only be the 16-day notice in the newspaper.
That is required, or that we do this?
That we require.
Okay.
State law doesn't require any publication for a regulatory change in front of in front of planning and zoning, but it does in front of city council. State law. I was going to get to city council next, but I'll just go ahead and mention it. The state law requires city council to put a notification in the paper for a public hearing on any regulatory or zoning change 16 days before the public hearing. So essentially what at some time in the past the city did is they took the requirement for the city council posting and required it of planning and zoning as well.
Okay.
And then the next statement in here is if the application for a change in zoning classification requests a change to a zoning district other than residential district or a park district, so basically, well, I guess y'all only have commercial. I don't think you have industrial, so I guess a commercial. The notice must be mailed not less than 30 days prior to the hearing to all owners of property within the city. The notice may be served by depositing it in the U.S. mail with proper address and postage. State law does not require any special notice for one district over another district. It's always going to be the 11 days and the people within 200 feet. Does that make sense?
And one other thing that has become a problem too, now that we don't have the Westlake Picayune, is just a budgetary issue of the publication.
Well, and there's so much stuff in the Statesman, you
Yeah.
would never find a notice for Rolling Wood.
And it's super expensive. Did you have another point?
Should just start our own little local
And then
newspaper.
so I won't have to do anything else on this next one. All those requirements that I just stated that are a requirement for P&Z are also a requirement for city council. So any public hearing in front of city council has to meet all of those same requirements. And I just thought it'd be helpful for everybody to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So could you go through just state requirements for planning and zoning public hearing one more time?
Yes, Tony, 1 second.
We're being a little more conservative, but I don't think that's necessary to get into those weeds.
Tony, state your question one more time.
My question was if we could just run through this minimum state requirements for posting a public hearing for planning and zoning?
Sure. State law requirements for holding a public hearing in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission is if there is a change in zoning classification, 11 days before that public hearing, notice must be mailed to all residents within 200 feet of that zoning classification change.
That's like residential to commercial, right?
It doesn't
Right.
matter what,
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
thinking
matter,
more-
doesn't matter what it, yeah, if it's a commercial change or a residential change, anybody within 200 feet are entitled to written notice under the law. One thing that some cities do that is over and above state law, and I think a lot of cities do this, and Bryce will probably have more information on this than I do, as he actually assists with these notice provisions on a regular basis, is they will require the applicant to buy, pay for, and place a sign in front of the property that says, there is a zoning change occurring here. The public hearing is scheduled for such and such date, at such and such location. And so that's one thing cities do that is over and above what the law is required, but to require that sign to be placed on the property, letting folks know that a zoning change is being proposed for that particular property.
Okay. Tony,
Can I,
is that good? Are you done, Tony?
Can I ask just one more question? So if planning and zoning is going to have a public hearing for a residential zoning change, let's say some of the ones that we've been discussing, can the notice requirements by the state be met by anything other than mailing letters out to the city?
Yes.
Entire city.
Well, first, let me say, here's an interesting thing. I can't imagine a scenario in the city of Rollingwood, except perhaps on the outer edges near some other commercial properties, where there will be an actual zoning change requested to change the zoning from residential to what? I don't know what it would be changed to. So my guess is there are not a whole lot of requests for zoning changes from residential to something else in the city of Rollingwood. Now,
That's why I'm specifically asking
happens.
about changing.
I'm sure it
specifically
happens.
changing zoning code,
but it's probably on the
not
fringes
zoning classification.
near the commercial areas. And if just as a matter of, I'm familiar with the city enough to know that actually it's sort of why I got pulled into this city, is because of a request for a zoning change in the middle of the city to something else. But having said that, more often than not, and it didn't happen, but more often than not, it would be on the edges. And honestly, the value of property in Rollingwood is probably more valuable as residential than it is commercial at this point anyway. So that notice requirement that's mailed is only required for a zoning classification change.
Regulatory change?
A regulatory change is a change that would be made to all districts, and in the city of Rollingwood, you have one residential district, and so any regulatory change affects essentially the entire city, right? So, for example, the building height, using the building height as an example, most cities, they would probably be saying, we're going to look at RH. We have R1, R2, R3, R4, and R5, and we're going to make a regulatory change to R1 to change building height requirements. Well, when you make those types of regulatory changes in the city of Rollingwood, you are in effect affecting the entire city, because it is only zoned in one way. You've got one residential zoning district. And Bryce, whenever I say something stupid, please pop up, because I'm getting a little bit out of my lane on the sort of the policy planning side. And I'm certainly not trying to influence your policy. I'm just trying to tell you the law.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Tony. Ms. Patillo, and then I'll get to Ms. Hudson, and then if there's any follow-up questions for Bryce.
Thank you. I just had one thought on this that kind of goes along with my previous comment on the stability of our zoning code. So one of the reasons that we started the comprehensive planning process was to provide an element that would provide stability in the zoning code. And so a suggestion I would have is I would be in favor of adjusting process after the residential portion of the comprehensive plan is completed. Because at that point in time, then we have some stability that's created by having a comprehensive plan in place. And any zoning changes after that point would have to be in alignment with the comprehensive plan. And so, I actually agree with some of these things are kind of antiquated, and aren't necessarily serving our community well, having to, the expense of having to post in the paper twice. But right now, they're part of what creates the stability of our zoning code. And so until we have an element that creates a new form of stability in our zoning code, I would be hesitant to change the current one. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patillo. Ms. Hudson?
Well, Tony's question was the same question I
Okay,
had, because
great.
I was sitting here going, we hardly ever change zoning classifications.
Right,
Why
yeah,
we're spending a lot of
right.
time on zoning classifications, which like
Got it.
hardly ever happens, so.
Okay. I would recognize Bryce just in, let's do this, Bryce. I'm going to recognize you, but don't start talking unless there's a question. We do have our resident expert
I
here
tell him
on,
that all the time.
on these sorts of issues. If you have questions, and if you don't, we'll go back to the motions at hand. Okay, Bryce, you're off the hook.
I will say, I have one other comment on this.
Okay.
We had a situation several years ago where there was a notice required, and I think it was a notice on a building permit that was sent out. You know, the notice is sent out to owners within 250 feet that the building permit has been filed, and there was questions about whether or not it was sent out far enough in advance. And a homeowner that was within the required distance was on vacation. And so when they come back from their 2-week vacation, you know, the time is up already. And so if the requirement is that it gets put in the mail, and people are not home to see it, that was a very contentious issue, and the residents were very concerned that things were happening without them having the opportunity to provide their input. So I agree with Dietz that, you know, it would be nice for things to happen faster, but things don't always happen fast in the city, and that's just part of the nature of making sure that we have input from everybody. So shortening it too much, although I do like the idea of being able to say, if we decide tonight that we need to have a public hearing, that we can do it at the next meeting and not have to go 2 months down. So if we could do something that would allow us to have a, you know, schedule tonight, the hearing at the next meeting, that would be helpful.
So I would amend my motion and say that, you know, I realize there's this notice stuff appears throughout the code and needs to be drafted by our council if there's ever gonna, if, you know, if
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I'm sorry. I would amend my motion, and I would suggest that we reduce the notice requirements from 30 days to 20 days to facilitate having meetings. I would eliminate the mail requirement to the extent that it's not required by state law. And I would eliminate any public newspaper publishing to the extent it's not required by state law. And I would add email notifications for all meetings, which I'm not sure I don't think we currently do. Is that problematic? Let's discuss it. It's a proposal.
That would probably be administratively problematic, because I don't know that we have the emails, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of notice are we sending out that you were referring to? I thought it was about the boil
may have
water.
been talking Swift.
Oh, Tony was talking Swift. Is that too many Swift notices and too much Swift notices?
Is it for every public hearing or every meeting? we would run into then having to notice a specific segment. If we were doing within X amount of feet, we would have to go in and isolate and try to make sure we captured everything. Not everyone has emails in the system. I wouldn't want to leave anybody out.
Well, we still haven't heard from staff what you guys would like to see us do, and I want to hear from staff.
So I will say, with having the requirements of both being, more than state law requires, when we try to save money by publishing together, often we're unable to do that and they get interrupted. So I think it would be very welcome by staff, as long as it's something that was consistent and easy to follow. I like the idea of following state law because then there's never any conflicting information anywhere else. And so we always have something strictly to follow. As far as a policy goes, I would like any policy we have to match the code to. So if there was anything above and beyond, I'd like that to be in the code, just so that way for all future noticing, we know exactly where to look for what we need to do. But I think we're definitely in favor of it, particularly from a budgetary standpoint. When we're doing citywide mailers, it can be a couple $1,000s by the end of the day to get those notices out, and in the public hearings in the newspaper. And so anything we can do to shorten that cost, at least, I think we would be in favor of. So.
Okay. Did you finish your motion?
Well, I would just reduce the notice requirements to 20 days, eliminate any mailing requirements that are not required by state law, and eliminate any newspaper publishing that's not required by state law. But I would like to, do whatever we reasonably could do to improve more efficient notification methods, such as, of course, posting on the website, or emails or SWIFT notices if they were not problematic.
I was following that motion right up until the end.
Yeah,
we kind of drifted off there.
It did. I guess my question is, would you think it was a good idea to use the SWIFT system for any notices of hearings? I mean, do we use it now for anything like council meetings or P&Z or Board of Adjustment meetings?
We try to do that to some extent. It's sort of one of those, we sometimes get complaints about using it too much. And so I don't want to speak for staff. I think that they would just want clarity on when you want it used, and it not be discretionary on my part or staff's part, because something that we think is probably not worthy of SWIFT, others may disagree. And so I think certainly for citywide, if we have an instance where it's required that all of the city be noticed, we would do SWIFT anyway. So probably that one's a no-brainer. But past that, probably overutilizing SWIFT might get if I get a SWIFT on this side of town and it's not really anything that.
So if we, let me try again on a motion. Reduce the notice requirement to 20 days, eliminate any mailing or public newspaper notices that are not required by state law.
That's a clean motion. You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. We'll open back up for public, or for discussion, and we do have a few more hands raised. Ms. Brown.
Clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Would this apply to all notices for all hearings for any purpose? Or are you talking just about the notice for section 107-518?
My motion was for all required hearing notices.
And I would be opposed. I don't think we're properly noticed for it. Ordinance change that broad. This would be an ordinance change. What we had attached to the agenda item were was the zoning notices and the local government code with regard to zoning. So I thought that we were gonna be talking just about zoning notices. So,
I didn't attach anything. All I proposed was an agenda item for discussion and possible action to change public notice requirements for public hearings, period, which is very clear.
So
I'm
2
sorry,
points,
I'm sorry.
just 2 points, 2 points. I think that, 2 points. I think that the agenda item is broad enough to encompass any public hearing, because that's what it says. But second point, you're not taking action on an ordinance tonight. We would be getting direction, and we would be bringing it back, and it would be very specific with respect to what that ordinance would do.
so it's a motion to draft an ordinance.
Right. There's no ordinance in
Okay.
front of you.
I was understanding it was a motion to affect the change.
No, there's no ordinance in front of you. We couldn't do that.
And I'll mention, staff, we were trying to be helpful by putting those citations in the packet just so everyone could see what our code said versus state law, but those were not requested. We were just putting the code in there, so.
Well, I misunderstood. I thought this agenda item was only directed to zoning notices. And, well, so and personally, I would be opposed to addressing something other than zoning notices because we just haven't understood the scope of that, and I have not prepared to look at all notices of any kind in preparation for tonight's meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, I'm opposed and not ready to vote on any change to the notice.
All right, any further discussion? We still have 2 hands raised. And my eyes can't read.
Tony is one.
There's
Dana.
Tony and then somebody who's black box.
Dana, are you?
Hi, this is Dana Hollingsworth. I live at 303 Al Marion Drive. And things travel very slowly in Rollingwood. There's a lot of retired people. Probably in years past, we've had a lot more elderly. But things do not happen quickly here, and that's the charm of living in Rollingwood. And I am extremely opposed to changing notice deadlines, to taking away mailing. So I do not favor that. And in addition, I think this is so significant to the citizens of Rollingwood that there should be a mailing about this, that you're trying to change the notice requirements. For example, if you want to get a petition going, because I don't know, I'm just getting a lot of sense that the city council is trying to ram things through with regard to zoning, and they don't really care what the citizens say, because it's already been said that planning and zoning has only gotten negative comments on changes to building height and et cetera. So, if you're trying to get a petition together, you need time. You have to walk it to all the houses. You have to gather a group. You have to get them organized. And it's just, I am very, very alarmed at the actions that this particular city council are taking. And it seems to be with disregard of what the citizens of Rollingwood really want.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Appreciate your comments. Tony, do you still have your hand raised?
Yeah, I'll just say a real quick thing. I thought we just started out talking only about zoning public notices as well, so that was my mistake too. But I was just going to say if you kind of discuss this further down the road, I would just encourage you to explore the use of SWIFT, whether that's a supplement to mailer or in lieu of and only for public notices. And I'm looking at this through the lens of planning and zoning. And maybe you look at specifically planning and zoning notices, which in my experience don't happen all that often. They're typically just happening when there's a meaningful code change happening.
Got it. Thank you, Tony. Okay. Any other comments? Any other discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. McDuffie.
I like Charlie's suggestion of on significant changes to, you know, if somebody's looking for Board of Adjustment or something like that, to require that the applicant provide a sign at their expense in front of at the address that's being done. I think that's a good way to notice some people as well, especially those within line of sight of a proposed change. So I think that would be something, if we're looking to change our notification, that would be useful as well, so.
We already have that requirement, don't we?
We did.
Do we?
That was adopted last year.
Okay, good. I thought
For
Charlie
variances.
said we didn't have it.
For signs?
Mm.
For
Some
variances.
people do that, and it's
Ah,
like,
yeah.
you're
Not
one
for
of those
zoning.
people that do.
variances and special exceptions.
Right.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, good.
Okay, you have a motion, you have a second. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Being one aye, 4 nays, motion fails. Are there additional motions on agenda item number 12?
I think if we had a little more clarification on what the current notice requirements are, where we could, instead of changing everything, if we could look at them more specifically, I don't have a problem with us evaluating that and finding out where we can be more effective. Because like I said, it would be nice to be able to decide tonight that we need to have a hearing at the next meeting and get that into place. And so I would like to see that.
I would like
that
you,
happen.
yeah, I would like y'all to not give up on the publication part, just from a financial standpoint.
Well, right, and publishing anything in the Statesman to me is
It's-
is not effective anymore. In the Picayune, it was great because, you know, that was 6 pages long and you could find it and there was not much in there, but in the Statesman, it's just, nobody looks at that.
If you would like us to bring back some very modest versions of this agenda item, we can work with Bryce and Charlie and do that. We would try to keep it very mild in its recommendation, but we're happy to do that if you want us to.
I think that would be helpful.
Do we need to
Mr.
make a
Mayor,
motion?
I would request that you bring back a modest recommendation with respect to section 107-518 regarding notices for public hearings for the zoning commission.
And just so everybody is, so that everybody's aware, there's another section in the code for the city council that says that city council complies with that section. So if you amend that section, it would in effect also apply to city
If you
council.
would bring back both, then.
Okay.
I'm also
Eliminating where possible the newspaper notice.
I'm also being told to include SUPs in that motion.
What is SUPs? I'm sorry.
Special use permits.
Special use permits.
I don't know what section those are in off the top of my head.
Section 107-399.
They have a separate notice.
They have separate noticing provisions, and they should be the same.
Right, a special use permit is a zoning change, so it would make sense that those notice provisions be consistent with each other.
We'll bring it back
All right.
for your
Bring it
And
consideration.
that was 107 what?
And
399.
What was that again?
107-399.
399.
And my thought would be sort of a buffet of of options for you. The lead one of which being the one that I care about the most, the publication, the costly publication one. But we'll bring you back some things to consider and think about.
then we don't need a motion, do we?
I don't. You don't really.
And I would like one that would allow us to schedule a public hearing for the zoning commission on 30 days' notice, where the process for giving notice would allow a hearing to be set within 30 days.
Maybe something like 20 days?
I wish, but I'm taking the comments that might be too short for some people to heart, and we can take a look at it. It could be a first step.
We'll bring you back one with the.
That would allow it, that would avoid the 45 days we currently have today.
Well,
Maybe
except that we have meetings once a month. And so if it took 20 days and we don't have another meeting for another month, it doesn't really speed the process up.
Okay, explain.
Well, to Kevin's point of wanting to do it in 20 days instead of 30 days. Right?
Let us lay it out for you, and then we'll
Yeah.
give you
Okay,
some options.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It'll be different. All right. Thank you again. Moving on past agenda item number 12. Moving on to agenda item number 13, discussion and possible action on scheduling of public hearings before the Planning and Zoning Commission, City Council in regard to proposed amendments to the City of Rollingwood Code of Ordinances regarding building projections into required yards and building height in the R residential zoning district. Recognize Ms. Brown for this agenda item.
This was my agenda item, looking to see if we can get set a hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission with respect to building heights and setbacks, so that we might receive a report from Planning and Zoning on those two topics. And with respect to the notice, I need advice of council. We've had the Planning and Zoning Commission has raised a concern about the scope of notice. As originally proposed, the council motion requested action with respect to 4 sections of the code, or requested consideration of action with respect to 4 sections of the code. There was a request to Planning and Zoning to limit it to 3 sections of the code because of concern that the city council might go wild. And so I think in terms of considering options, I would like to request that the notice be broad enough to include the 4 sections of the code that were originally proposed by the council to Planning and Zoning, so that there would be the availability to consider both the definition of building height as well as the substantive provision that addresses building height. And my question to you, council, is can the city council do that for a hearing to be held before Planning and Zoning?
I don't.
Can we address the scope of the agenda for that hearing?
Well, I think I understand your question. This city council can yes say, we want city council to consider A, B, C, and D, and then staff will make sure that A, B, and C, and D is properly captured, and I will assist staff to make sure that the agenda item is written in such a way that it captures A, B, C, and D. Did I
Yes.
capture your question? Okay.
Yes. So I would ask that we submit a request to Planning and Zoning that at the next meeting, that be a public hearing, and it address all 4 sections of the code as originally proposed to them for consideration when it was sent by the original motion.
That's gonna have to be the April meeting though,
Right.
right? It can't be the next meeting.
I'm sorry?
So that would have to be their April meeting, not their next meeting, which would be in March, and we don't have notice time,
I didn't
right?
understand that they were gonna meet before April. I thought their next meeting was the
They have a
April
meeting in March, right?
Yeah,
Right.
March meeting.
They have a regular, generally it would be on March 1st, because we were hoping
But
to
they
get.
can't consider zoning then because it's
Right.
30 days.
Right,
Right.
So they
but
wouldn't
they,
be considering this matter.
Right.
correct.
Okay.
That was, yeah.
Mhm.
she was saying.
So,
Right.
Don't we have a makeup meeting in a few days too, on the
So-
27th
so-
of February?
Yes. So we had we were hoping to get additional clarification from the Planning and Zoning Commission on the language to go in the notice. Because we have the language to go in the notice now from City Council, I don't believe that we need, the reason we moved the meeting, we tried to schedule it for the 27th of February because that gave us enough days to notice for their regular April meeting. If we held their meeting on March 1st and they gave us direction, we could not publish that by April 1st or April, whatever their regular meeting date would have been in April. And so if we have clear direction on the language right now, we can go ahead and notice for their regular April meeting. And we could either keep the 2 days earlier moved P&Z meeting or hold it on the regular day to discuss anything else that's outside of that public hearing, regular items. We did have some other regular items, the task force that's been sent to P&Z.
So we do have quorum for 27th, right?
Yes, we do.
Why don't we keep going?
I mean, yeah, we can check and to see what the will of the commission is.
So on the 27th, planning and zoning can't discuss zoning changes.
We will discuss it, we just can't.
Take action.
Have a public hearing
They
on it.
can't have a hearing.
Okay, all right, I
Mhm.
got it. So, then, the second part would, one is the form of the notice, the second part is, can
Is
we
this a
set
motion?
that
So is-
April,
Was the
can we
first
set,
one, I'm sorry.
can we set that April date for a public hearing for Planning and Zoning Commission? Can we, the council, do that?
That's a question.
Sure, you could request, yes, ma'am, yes.
Then I would move we do both those things. That
Let's
we,
handle those one at a time if we could. So what
Sure.
was, so the first motion was to submit to planning and zoning the items previously here, I'll let you state it.
no, to direct that a public hearing be held and the scope, and notice that and the notice for that public hearing to encompass all 4 sections of the code as originally sent to planning and zoning for consideration.
That's your first, that's your
That's
motion.
the first motion, and the second motion is.
Hold on, wait, let's
Second.
dispose it. You've got a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. I don't think there's discussion, or is
Yeah,
there?
There's some discussion. I have just a question about the scope and how is this changing the scope of what happened? Like, I just know what happened like 2 or 3 months ago. It seemed like there was maybe a little too broad, too many things, and there was some fear about like making a recommendation or something and having council change the decision. So I'm wondering if this is like too broad of the scope of what we really want
I
accomplished. or not?
suspect it's less broad.
Okay.
It's not as broad as what.
Okay. Okay.
Right, the original one was more broad
Okay.
than,
What we're missing is a discussion of the actual height number.
Hmm.
That's what we want to get back into the discussion.
Okay.
Nothing else changes.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? With that, council, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Recognize Ms. Brown for a second motion.
Second motion is that we schedule a public hearing for planning and zoning with that agenda item for the April date that we've been talking about.
You have a motion, is there a
Set
second?
that date for that April meeting.
The regular April meeting.
I don't know. Ashley's gotta
is,
answer that.
it is Wednesday, April 5th.
It's to schedule a joint meeting with planning and zoning and city council?
No, just a regular public hearing in front of.
You have a motion to schedule a regular public hearing in front of planning and zoning on April 5th. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Further, are you good on 13?
The last item would be having passed the ordinance, having passed the ordinance change that would allow joint public hearings, can that April meeting be a joint public hearing with the city council? And would that be, if it can, what would be the preference of the council as to whether to schedule that as a joint public hearing?
I think we should ask planning and zoning if they want a joint public hearing and let them report back to us before we make a motion for a joint public hearing.
We can do that.
We
They're
don't have
gonna-
time to notice it.
Yeah, we don't have time to notice it if we.
We don't have to get in a hurry about this.
Well, that was the idea. If we're meeting on if we're meeting on the 27th, we should be able to give you time to notice it, right? Is that right? If that notice includes a combined meeting for planning and zoning and city council.
Well, the city,
Or hearing.
right, the city council would have to make that motion here today, specifically.
Let me tell you what I'm comfortable with. I'm comfortable with city council saying, making a motion to that if planning and zoning would like to have a joint public hearing, that a joint public hearing be held, and that be seconded and voted on. And if that is passed, and P and Z is comfortable with it, we could do it.
That
I'm
would
very
be my
comfortable with that.
proposed amendment.
Well, because otherwise, we have to have another public hearing.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
So we would,
And-
in order for us to have it in April, depending on when we move the city council meeting to,
And here's where
for
I'm going
March,
with this,
we wouldn't
Kevin.
be able to have our public hearing in April unless we decided that tonight.
It would be April.
Yeah, my
19th?
I'm sorry, I'm stepping on staff's
Oh,
toes,
sure,
but
no
my
worries.
assumption would be that staff knows that there's going to be a public hearing in front of the P and Z, and the next step is city council, so they would probably post the notice at the same time, one for the P and Z and one for you, for your next regular meeting in April.
Right, but do we need a motion to set a council, okay.
But my problem with doing it now is that you're presuming that P and Z would be willing to take any action, and P and Z has repeatedly said they're not ready to take action on building heights.
There's a difference of opinion on that.
Well, you know.
That here's where I'm going.
Okay.
If I might address the motion, I think P and Z is ready to take action on side setbacks. And so if we can take that action, we're one step further down the road. It will give them the opportunity, if they're ready, to take action on building heights to do so, and then we'd be 2 steps down the road. We're not trying to force them to do anything.
Well, my concern is they might take it that way.
Well, they
And
shouldn't.
so, well,
I've
maybe
just
they
made a
shouldn't, but they
statement
might.
to that effect, they shouldn't.
And well, nonetheless, they might. I would just personally, would rather have feedback from them about whether they're amenable to a joint meeting if it can be done in a
That's
timely.
in the motion.
If it can be done in a timely manner, yeah.
I'm sorry, I've been interrupted. That is in the motion.
I was trying to motion for public comment earlier on this item, and I
Oh, I'm
realized
sorry,
it was voted on,
I didn't see you. Yes,
I do have a question if you're.
but I'm a little confused. So what is the motion for?
Okay, the motion would be to request planning and zoning to, well, we've scheduled planning and zoning for a public hearing for the April 5th date. The question for planning and zoning, the motion would be to request planning and zoning to advise whether they would consider that public hearing to include a public hearing with the council.
Got it. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Now Ms. Patillo.
Great. So I actually was trying to motion that I wanted to
I'm sorry.
ask for clarification, and maybe there would still be the opportunity, but I would comment that at the planning and zoning meeting that I went to, where it was suggested that, I did not use the word wild, the council might go wild, But I did suggest to planning and zoning that they look at whether a proper motion had ever been made to start a zoning change. And so I pointed out that section 107-516 specifies that the city council or commission may from time to time on its own motion initiate amendments, supplements, changes, or modifications to the city's zoning regulations. And then I pointed out that I had pulled the meeting minutes from the meetings that I could find where there were minutes of what motions had been taken. So I pointed out that at the August 17th meeting, the meeting minutes state, Councilmember Brooke Brown moved to send to the Planning and Zoning a recommendation to adopt an amendment to the zoning code that would place a limit on projections into side yards of 2 feet. And I would point out that that does not include a code section. September 21st City Council meeting minutes stated, Councilmember Brooke Brown moved to ask the city administrator to set up a joint meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council as soon as possible to address this amendment to the yard length in the code, as well as the height issues we discussed earlier in the meeting. That also does not indicate any code sections. And there were not any motions made that were recorded in the minutes related to this during the joint meeting. And so I requested that Planning and Zoning consider posting agenda items that actually indicated what code sections were being considered for amendment, because the way that they were drafted originally did not include code sections and were incredibly broad and could include a whole lot of different things. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not clear to me right now, which y'all just voted on, what the original code sections were that you all sent to Planning and Zoning. There might still be opportunity to correct that since the item has not been closed. And, you know, you can characterize my comments that night however you'd like to, however they felt.
I wasn't characterizing your comments. It was a comment made by a commission member.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I really came that night hoping for clarity as to what the actual motion was that was being made as to the zoning change that was being requested. And I didn't feel like that the minutes of any of the meetings that we had up to that point supported a zoning change occurring in our city without further clarification.
I can respond.
So I would request that if we're going to have another meeting and you're giving direction now to change the agenda item that Planning and Zoning has been working under, that be clearer than what it is right now, because it's not clear.
In the agenda item, the one sheet attached to that agenda item, it lists section 101-2, defining height of building and building height residential, 107-3, defining yard, front yard, rear yard, and side yard, 107-71, defining maximum permissible height, 107-75, defining yards generally, and 107-76, minimum required depth and width of yards. Those were the codes sections cited in the agenda item. They might not have been cited in the minutes, but they were cited in the agenda item. And then there was an attached 3-page memo that that had each one of those code sections. Let's see if it's each one. A memo that it doesn't address each one of those, but it addresses definitions of it addresses the issues with respect to required yards. So I think the agenda item defines the sections that the council recommended be sent to Planning and Zoning. And then there was a second memo sent to Planning and Zoning, and I think posted in its agenda with those sections attached to it. So it wasn't the minutes, it was the agenda items themselves, and also a memo that was sent to Planning and Zoning with those sections attached with suggested language for consideration.
Sure.
I appreciate that clarification. I would say that our code specifically says on its motion initiate. And so The request that I was making there and that I would make here is that the motion actually be clear in the minutes that are recorded in the meeting, what the motion is of what the zoning changes that you're initiating.
So would,
That's what our code requires.
so would, stay there, please. So with the action that council just took, is it the intent then to have 1012, 1073, 1077, 10775, and 10776 be the items that are taken up by, or the code sections that are taken up by P and Z at this time?
I can respond to that. You don't need 101-2 because that only applies to the building code. It doesn't apply to the zoning code. But the other 4 are what was sent over for consideration.
And those are 1073.
107-71, 107-75, and 107-76.
And I was correct in the 107-3 as the first one.
I had mentioned 101-2,
And that's
but we
gone.
really don't need that because it applies only to building. It applies only
Right.
to the International Building Code and not to the zoning code.
So the 4 remaining are 107-3, 107-71, 107-75, and 107-76.
Yes.
Is that the clarity you seek?
I appreciate that clarity. I think that's an important thing in our zoning code to create stability, that we follow the process that's stated in our code and that there be motions made that are clear as to what zoning requests are being made.
That's
I appreciate that.
great point, and I will take that under advisement, and I will seek greater clarity on that. Okay, so I think that's clear, right, with the action that was taken. Now, if I could just remember what motion is before us, that would be even better. I think the motion before us is to seek a request the Planning and Zoning Commission to have to invite council for a joint meeting at their April meeting. And there was a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Are we done with 13?
We're on 14.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, before I close
Oh.
13, Dana, I see your hand still up. Happy to recognize you before we go on.
Yes. I also think that the code sections aren't sufficient when sending public notice. The actual subject, I think, needs to be included because I don't think that most citizens will actually go to the code and look them up. Anyway, I think it needs to be more specific as to this code, this issue, this code, this issue. And then the other thing, I don't know if this is an appropriate time, but I have a general comment about the committee that has been suggested. And since it's a citizens committee, I'm not real comfortable with city council members being on a citizens committee. And I also think there should be half the people that have flat lots and half people have slope lots. And then there need to be more women on the committee.
Okay. Thank you, Dana.
I concur, Dana.
Appreciate your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, in response to Dana's comments, I can give you the subject matter associated with those code sections.
Okay. If you could give me the subject matter, let's do
Yes.
this quickly so we can move on past 13. 107-3 is what? Is about what?
107-3, defining required yards,
And what is 107-71?
defining maximum permissible height of a residential building,
And what is 107-75?
regarding yards generally,
And what is 107-76?
defining the minimum required depth and width of yards.
Thank you for the greater clarity, Ms. Brown. And with that, please let me move off of number 13. Okay. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 14, update on the Nixon Pleasant Drainage Project. I see Kevin still with us there online. I'm going to ask Ms. Wayman, actually, she's been my right-hand person on this, and actually I know that this is Ms. Brown's as well, so happy to recognize Ms. Brown and Ms. Wayman.
Not this month.
Concur. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it was ours this month.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll definitely lean on you, Ms. Wayman.
All right, so we were able to get out a final, or an updated set of plans this week. We were about a week and a half delayed on those because of the ice storm. Those were created after another round of surveying and attempts to narrow the channel and narrow the easement need for surrounding homeowners. Once people have had a chance to digest those plans, we'll be reaching out to the homeowners to decide, discuss if they're okay with the easements as proposed. If they are okay with them, we will be reaching out to our firm who does the easement acquisitions. They have already got the documents prepared. We just need to put the correct meets and bounds of those easements in. And so once we have everyone's buy-in, we will include those in the easement plans and plan on distributing those to homeowners.
And we'll be reaching out to them in the next few days, right? We're not gonna wait too long.
Right. Want to give them just a couple days to digest the plans. So.
Okay. All right. If that's the update. No action to be taken. I see no hands raised in the top right corner. All right. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 16. Report on storm impacts to the city and cleanup efforts and discussion on steps needed to address issues identified, including but not limited to poor citywide cell phone service. I only chuckled because I knew what it was about, and
Yes.
I understand. So, Ms. Hudson, this is your
This
agenda
was
item.
mine, and we have been getting impacts, or updates on the impacts and what Public Works is doing and cleaning up. My biggest concern was when my power went out in a rain of sparks in my backyard. I had no communication.
On your
Power went out. I had no internet. I still have a landline, but it comes in through my internet, right? So I had none of that. My cell phone doesn't work in my house when I don't have Wi-Fi. I had zero means of communication. So if my house caught on fire, I couldn't even dial 911. This is a big problem. And I see that we have an item from the Utility Commission on improving the cell phone service, but that really emphasized to me the public safety issue. I mean, people complain about cell phone service is crappy in Rollingwood, we lose calls, you can't get it, yada, yada, yada. People are complaining about that. It is not just an inconvenience, it is a public safety issue. When I had to go out walking in order to talk to neighbors to find out if anybody else was out without power. I couldn't call into the power company to report an outage. I had no way of communicating. That is a serious public safety issue, and we need, when somebody said, Verizon says, it's, or whoever it was, we're not important enough for them to give us better service. That's a problem. We need something done so that citywide we have better access to phone coverage.
Do you mind me asking what provider you have?
I have AT&T.
Okay. Do we know if other providers, the difficulty there is that's one provider. And I'll call on Phil. I know he's looked at this issue.
We have. So that's part of the reason that we were suggesting putting together a questionnaire is because there are a variety of providers. If you look at their maps of coverage. They all do excellent work.
Phil, do you mind if I pull up agenda item number 17?
You may do so, sir.
I'm gonna pull up, is that okay?
Sure.
See, I see an opportunity to kill two birds in one stone.
Right.
And we always like that.
Pull up agenda item number 17, discussion and possible action on recommendation from the Utility Commission regarding cellular service and coverage survey.
Yeah.
And go back to Mr. McDuffie.
And so, basically, all the cellular providers will show that they've got complete coverage of Rollingwood, but we know, as you're demonstrating, that with our hilly topography, that isn't the
Right.
case. We're trying to find out, are there providers that are better than others? If so, why? All that type of thing. Also, I'm assuming you're saying you weren't able to use your network connection. That's another option, is to
I
call
could-
over Wi-Fi, but you didn't have that.
I didn't have Wi-Fi.
Right.
I had nothing.
Right. So these are all the reasons we're looking to have our questionnaire. We don't know if there's going to be anything that can be done to improve anything, but we're trying to first identify the scope of the problem and see if there is any kind of pattern that can be discerned that might give us a hint as to what we might be able to do. And also to find out, is there any appetite within the community that if there is something and it costs them or us money, are they interested in having us pursue it? And that type of thing. So this is the first information seeking of what can possibly be done. I think one of the things that is perhaps hopeful is that the technology continues to evolve, and hopefully technology will get us out of this problem, perhaps. But in the meantime, if there's anything we can do, we certainly want to do it. So.
Well, I will say that I have had, over the course of the years, at least 3 different cell phone services, and not a single one of them worked in my house. And when you have to go outside to use the cell phone and it's 25 degrees outside, that's not good. And then when the power goes out and nothing is
Or it's
working.
raining.
Yeah.
That's
So
the
that-
difficulty that I fear is going to be a further problem, is if you get the attention of, say, AT&T, you aren't necessarily fixing the Verizon or the T-Mobile problem.
Well, we also have the issue with the digital water meters that we are trying to convert to. In order for them to work, we have to have cell service for the water meters to work. So this is a very broad issue. It's like not just because Sarah doesn't have cell phone service, it's because it's all over the city and it's lots of issues. It's just, I'm just bringing this up because I know if I had this problem, I'm sure not the only person that had this problem. And it just really brought it home to me how dangerous it was not to have better services available.
Understood. Mr. McDuffie, would this, so this goes out to everyone, people answer the questionnaire, and then does Utility Commission, then would you map that so that you have a better?
Among other things, I think we're going to look at, obviously we're asking specific addresses and that type of thing, so we will use that to map. We have some people that are very good at their analysis in the community, and we may reach out to them to have them help process some of this information as well. But if there's any modifications that council can see to add to this was put together by the Utility Commission with some minor feedback from me, and this is our best take on it to just try to find out exactly what the scope of the problem is. Also, I think there may be opportunities. I think people might not be aware of Wi-Fi calling. Like, for instance, I use Wi-Fi calling because otherwise I can't use my cell phone at home. But when I use Wi-Fi calling and I have good good internet service, it tends to work quite well.
Yes, you have to have power for that to work.
No, I understand. I understand.
That being the issue.
My only comment would be to possibly put it on a postcard that can be detached and then just mailed back. I think you might get a higher response rate if it's something that's just torn off. I think you could get this on a 8.5 by 10. So all you have to do is fill it out, put a stamp on it, and send it back, as opposed to.
Or drop off.
Or just
Online form.
stick it in the mail.
Or drop it off at
Yeah.
City Hall.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
the little box for the water bills.
Right.
Just-
And we
Okay.
could
We could do digital versions as well. We could just try to solicit as much responses. There was also a request to send it out specifically by phone to see who answers it, but I don't think that would work too well.
Right.
So if council
Yeah.
chooses to do it, we're happy to.
I
work
mean,
with
given
you.
the fact that we are asking for addresses, I don't think we'll get multiples from any given address and that type of thing. So I think we can certainly do that, request, people.
The more the merrier, because
Yeah. That's my attitude as well, is that we can request response in any way, shape, or form that people are willing to provide it. We can have a postcard that is already addressed, and they can throw a stamp on it, or they could drop it off. And then we can also have a digital form that they could fill out. I think all those things can be done.
And the question is, how well does your cell phone work when your power's out inside your house?
Basically.
Well, I think not at all.
Is it not? No, I mean, is that the question that you're proposing, asking homeowners?
No, there's
There's a whole
bunch of-
There's a
questionnaire in
list.
there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole questionnaire that
All right, sorry. I
got pulled up, but that isn't one of the questions.
Okay. I'm sorry.
We do ask about Wi-Fi calling and whether they've,
Yeah.
experienced better, but again, doesn't work without power.
All right, good explanation, Phil. Anyone have a motion?
I move that we approve the draft survey questionnaire and I'll provide clarity to the Utility Commission on the variety of ways that might be collected.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? My only thought would be, I don't think you need a motion for this, but you are certainly welcome to direct staff to help facilitate that and then mail it out.
Okay.
You might want to add a question about how well their cell service works when their Wi-Fi is not working. Because, I mean, you ask about Wi-Fi calling, but, I mean,
No.
if you ask, huh?
Yeah, no.
I mean, because if you ask me how well does your cell service work in your house, my answer would be fine, but it's because I use Wi-Fi calling. But that may not give you the information that you're after.
Okay.
So, just a suggestion.
And I think we should get planning and zoning to take a look at this too.
You're
I
just.
don't know.
They have to make a recommendation before we can move forward.
I was thinking about sending it back to the Utility Commission, but
Say, it's midnight already and we had lots of items
All right,
in
you
here.
got a
Everybody's
motion?
getting punchy.
You got a motion and a second. Further discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carried.
I may trade height to the
Yeah.
Utility Commission and take the cell phone service.
All right, and then Ms. Wayman had a clarification.
So we're sending it to Utility Commission for them to help determine how we send it out, or is staff just directed to get the survey out and get
Are you
answers?
What's that?
So is it going back to utility commission to determine how it's sent out and all of that, or is staff just directed to go ahead and get the survey out and then get the results to utility
No, I
commission?
think it's going to go back to utility commission. We may actually ask, add a question as suggested by Councilman Glishing, because I think that's a good question if utility commission is willing to do that, and then we will, and then I've been given the go-ahead to work with staff after we get clarity and a final from utility commission.
Okay, you good?
Yep.
All right, with that, we'll move off agenda item number 17. We will also move off of agenda item 16 unless Ms. Hudson has something else. Okay, moving off agenda item number 16, no action. Moving on to agenda item number 18, discussion and possible action to schedule a public workshop or other process for further public input on eligibility for appointment to city board and commissions for non-U.S. citizens. I recognize Ms. Brown for her agenda item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I've had feedback from a number of people in the community that we consider broadening the eligibility requirements for boards or commissions to include an opportunity for non-U.S. citizens to also serve on advisory boards and commissions. Basically, boards and commissions other than planning and zoning and board of adjustment. And I am willing to undertake further discussion on that matter. That was the ordinance that reinstated the previous board and commission eligibility requirements is what has triggered this question. And what I would like to do is request the opportunity to get with Ashley and schedule a time where I might use City Hall and anyone else who would like to join in the conversation. I might use City Hall to hold such a informal public meeting. I don't know if you call it a public meeting, a neighborhood meeting, to invite those who want to discuss this issue to come and meet and talk, and then based on those conversations and further input, bring something back to the council for consideration.
I have a question. Why did we, and I say we because I guess this was done before I was on council, but why did council amend the requirements to prohibit non-citizens from serving?
We didn't do that.
Okay.
It's been represented that that's what
Right,
we did,
that's
but
what
we
I've
didn't do
heard.
that. What we did was, in 2020, since 1995 at least, the Rolling Wood Code has had a requirement that anyone serving on a board or commission hold the same eligibility qualifications as someone sitting on the city council. In 2020, that code provision was repealed in its entirety, so that there were no qualification requirements for anyone serving on a board or commission. The ordinance I brought to the council and the council adopted was one that reinstated the previous requirement, which was anyone serving on a board or commission hold the same qualification requirements as someone serving on city council, so that we use our board and commission training to train people up to serve on the city council. That was the suggestion.
Which followed state law.
I'm sorry?
I said which, the requirements were the same as what was in state law.
For service on the
for
city council.
right.
There's not a state law requirement for service on a board or commission.
Right, but but that is consistent with state law for city council requirements.
City council requirements require that you be a U.S. citizen, a voting resident of the precinct in which you're to be elected, for which you're running for office. And then there's
for at least 6 months too, right? You had to.
I don't remember exactly that,
6
but
months.
it's
Yeah.
a resident of the state for a year, resident of the precinct for 6 months, 18 years of age, not a felon, and not determined to be incapacitated.
Sound
And
bond.
so, it is the, we have a fair number of non-U.S. residents, non-U.S. citizens who are residents, a few who have served on a board or commission. And the discussion is whether or not to open up eligibility requirements to allow a non-US resident to serve on a board or commission. And discussions I've had have included a broad range of options. Maybe open up a number of seats, open up generally for the the boards that are advisory. And when you do that, then you've got to, because the voter, being a registered voter for the precinct includes the residency and the age and competency and not a felon and not incapacitated. When you eliminate you've got to eliminate being a voting resident because a non-US citizen can't vote. So you've got to consider all those other requirements. And so the conversation I've had is, if we open this up for a non-resident, what would be the qualifications for a non-US citizen to serve? If we open it up for a non-US citizen, think you'd want residency, you would want a minimum age, we would have to come up with those criteria as well. And so that's the kind of broader discussion to have on that topic. And I'm willing to undertake it.
But just to that whole point, nobody gets appointed to a board or commission unless council appoints them. So, council can decide whether to appoint anyone they want to appoint to a board or a commission at any time, and they can also remove people from boards or commissions at any time, as I understand the law. And so, and I see a nodding approval from Charles.
The single exception being the zoning board of adjustment.
The Board of Adjustment, right, okay. But except with the exception of the Board of Adjustment, council can remove people. So if you have somebody who is not of sound mind that is on one of the boards, we can remove them. Or if we find that they're a felon in some way that offends us, we can remove them.
Are you suggesting we have no requirements?
I'm suggesting that no requirements are necessary, because the requirement to serve is that you be appointed by council and you serve at council's pleasure.
Well,
that's what I'm suggesting. And so any other requirements that we create seem superfluous and unnecessary to me. But that may just be my perspective, and so I'm just sharing my perspective, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
What I'm asking for in this agenda item is the opportunity to have a informal meeting here at council chambers, working with Ashley on setting a date to have a discussion about that topic, the non-US citizen, opening up eligibility for non-US citizens.
And I'll just tell you, I would support even a motion to just open up the councils and commissions to service by non-US citizens. I've met a few of the non-citizens here who are very, it's a small community that we have here, and I don't really see any policy reason to exclude them. That's just my view, and I don't know if it's something that council wants to take up or is even noticed to take up, to just, or if you're even ready to consider such an action. But when you are, I just want you to know that's where I stand on it. But I'll support your motion, and if you made a motion, I'll second it.
Yes, catch me up. What motion did I miss?
Number 18.
Oh, I knew 18.
Motion to authorize me to work with Ashley to set up a time for a informal public discussion of this topic here at City Hall.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Glasheen. Further
So how are we gonna provide notice? I mean, this sounds like a public meeting. It's gonna be not a normal public meeting.
I wouldn't actually call it a public meeting. I would invite the people who have written to me to offer. I'd call everybody or email everyone who's contacted me to see if they would like to come to a meeting and discuss it. and send out some kind of notice on the message board and ask them to talk to their friends and neighbors and have a discussion. It wouldn't be a city council public meeting.
It sounds like it.
I just need a
we could
place
get-
to meet with
Yeah,
these-
we could get
with
the
these
word out, and
residents.
as long as you all, as long as more than two of you don't go, I think you're fine on the public meeting part of it.
Thank you.
Or just a meeting. It's also-
Okay, so I'd ask your microphone.
Topics defined.
So it sounds like Ms. Brown is probably just asking, not wanting to have a workshop without at least notifying the council.
Right.
If that's meets everyone's approval. All right, you have a motion, you have a second. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. I think 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 19. Discussion and possible action to reschedule the March City Council meeting. I'll turn it over to Ms. Wayman. This is something we've typically done in years past. It's usually a little bit more important to those of us with school-age kids who are going to go to the beach that week. I'm not. but-
School-age grandkids.
Or school-age grandkids, great
Or
point.
college-age grandkids.
Yeah, all just kids at the beach all around. Ms. Wayman?
Yes, the regular March City Council meeting falls on Wednesday, March 15th. That is the week of spring break for Eames, the 13th through the 17th. So options would be to move it a week earlier, a week later, or leave it as it is.
They're all pretty rough for me, so whatever the council's.
They're all what?
They're none of them are
None of them
great
are good for
me,
you.
but including where it's currently scheduled. So whatever the council's will is what we'll go with.
I'm good, any of them.
Would staff's preference be earlier or later?
February's a short month. And I
So
can't, I'm
later.
gone the week before, so.
I'd say either way, it's either a shorter time between meetings on the front end or the back end of it. So I think either way, but yeah, possibly if staff might be out for spring break to help with agenda setting. I'm looking at Desiree, maybe earlier, but might be the request. But I think we'll make either one work.
I don't have any problem with earlier if that's better for you guys.
Do you have a problem with later?
Nope, I don't. Later is actually a little better for me. It is the first day of Ramadan, though. Just saying.
It's important.
Yeah.
Later?
It showed up
I'm
on the
okay with
calendar.
either.
Later.
You can do it whenever you want to. I won't be here if you do it the week earlier.
Okay.
Well, then let's do it later.
We gotta do it
Later.
later because we have a mayor or a mayor
Make
pro
the
tem.
Motion to move the March meeting to March 22nd.
You have a motion to move the March meeting to March 22nd? Is that right?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 20, discussion and possible action to schedule the spring cleanup event, assuming we're not still cleaning up from the winter. Ms.
Right.
Wayman?
Traditionally, though since I've been here, it's been moved many times for other circumstances, COVID, all of those things. But generally, either the weekend before or after spring break, our spring cleanup event is a couple dumpsters up in the park, manned over a weekend, maybe a Saturday or a Sunday, possibly both, to allow people to bring bulk items to drop off at the dumpsters. We have checked with Little League and softball, and they would be okay with either of those weekends. And so if this is something we still want to schedule, maybe just the leeway with staff to work with Waste Connections. They might have some scheduling issues given the current dumpster requirements that they're having elsewhere. I'll also mention we may get closer to our dumpster limit this year. Our contract with Waste Connections allows a certain amount, and we have been going through those pretty quickly. So we should still have enough for the spring cleanup, probably also for fall, but just something to keep in mind depending on how the storm cleanup continues to go.
Storm is kind of extra unusual circumstances where we may just have to authorize additional dumpsters if we need to.
And just so council knows, we may be coming back to you to talk to you more about the cost.
That's what I was thinking.
The cost. We're managing it right now, but we're managing it by just piling it up over by my house. So we'll get back to you on
That's where it's all going?
Well,
So
not like my backyard, but very close. So.
Maybe we can file this on your homeowner's policy.
That's a good idea. Anyway,
I
that's,
move we authorize the city administrator to schedule the spring cleanup event.
you have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Robinson. All those,
Can I make one quick
discussion?
comment?
Yes, ma'am.
If what we're picking up right now is tree limbs that can be mulched, we have done this before where we had it down when we had more access down there at the Delana site where they used to mulch Christmas trees and all kinds of stuff. And then residents could go and pick up the mulch.
These were, we'll talk more. These were, that's where I started to, there's some equipment issues related to that. There's some cost issues related to the chipper to actually handle the size. And because we're having to basically stage it, we're having to compact. There's so much with. I mean, we're 60 dump trailers into it, and in order to get it, maintain the space to actually stage it, we're having to compact it, and it's.
And you can't pull it out to put it in a
Can't pull it out
chipper.
and put it in a chipper.
Okay.
And that's said more eloquently than I was. Yeah. So
Okay.
there's some issues. That said, I think that as we get toward the end, we probably will still be able to chip some of it and have it available. 'Cause that, what you're describing is exactly where I started.
Yeah, that, my only concern with that is if we have people that have trees with oak wilt that
Yes.
cut any of that, but I mean, that's gonna be a problem regardless if we don't really wanna pull that in and then go, here, put
Hey,
it on your
let's
yard.
put it everywhere.
You know?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
That was my question.
That was the,
Yeah, and didn't we already
I
chip
think it's
a bunch?
No, we chipped some and it was it became too much.
Okay.
And we were trying to chip it the original plan was to pull up, chip it as we go, and then we very quickly realized we gotta just get it out. We've gotta get it out of here and get it staged, and then we'll figure out what to do with it. Which I'm glad we did that too, because the cost of the haul off is prohibitively expensive, so we'll figure that out as we go, but anyway.
Are we
Okay.
still in a burn ban?
Hey, no.
we have a really big bonfire.
Considered that briefly.
So where-
Did I
where-
mention it's by my house?
Where are we?
Well, he
we?
says you have insurance.
Where are we staging this stuff?
Over behind the commercial, on city property behind our commercial corridor.
Off of
On
Edge
Edge Grove.
Off of Edge Grove.
Okay. Because if it's prohibitive to haul it off, what are we looking at doing? Chipping it at all? I know you just explained we
No,
had
we've
trouble
got-
chipping it. There's a lot of reasons not to chip it, but the reason I asked again was because, if there's a whole bunch of material and we're doing soil amendments to the fields at some point, that material could be valuable and useful for that purpose. And I
So-
don't think any oak wilt would be as big a concern on a baseball field. But
All options are on the table right now, including emergency funding from the federal government and the county, including some new vendors that we actually have just learned about. So we're still in the information gathering stage, and we'll come back to you. But chipping's on, figuring out how to get it chipped, hauling it off through our current garbage vendor. Some other vendors who they just do the haul off. anyway, we've got several different options that we're trying to kind of play
And
out.
some places like Whittlesey might take it just to have the organic material, or Living Earth, who's
Right.
another vendor who
Mhm.
creates mulch and sells it. But
Yeah.
anyway, you guys have it. I was just sharing. some
We're open to ideas.
Mhm.
Anyway, so we'll talk more about that. Okay, you have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on, past agenda item number 20, and moving on to 21. Discussion and possible action on a resolution of the City of Rollingwood to join with the State of Texas and political subdivisions of the state as a party in the Texas Opioid Settlement Agreement secured by the Office of the Attorney General with opioid manufacturers Allergan, CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Council, I know it was before some of you, but some of you may recall that we have joined another settlement agreement with the Attorney General's office on the original opioid settlement. We do believe that there is some level of funding coming to the city, but we're not clear on exactly how much at this point. This is a second settlement with additional companies.
Third
And
even now, I think.
with that, do what?
Third even now. I think we've joined 2.
Well, we joined two to
Mhm.
date. So, Ashley, have I forgotten anything?
Nope, that's it. This is the most recent 4 that the Office of the Attorney General has kind of released to cities to join. So.
So, I think it's pretty straightforward. Counselor said he's had a number of clients have already joined the class.
So this is wording that came from the state?
Yes.
Move approval.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown to adopt the resolution.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Although there is further discussion.
I just had a question. So CVS and Walgreens are considered pharmaceutical manufacturers?
Apparently so.
They maybe have their own generic brands.
I'll also state. I realized I went in today to change, to fix the ordinance. I think we had or the resolution to 2023, and so that actually left out the attachments, the different exhibits, which were the different settlement participation forms. We'll get those replaced, but those were in there until today when I fixed it, and then inadvertently left those out.
Okay, any other discussion?
We check up for typos and spaces. There's,
Yes, sure, we will do that.
like there's a mayor in there without an O and
Okay.
a couple of
Yes, we will check.
couple of things in there. So.
Got it.
Typographical corrections.
Yes, we will.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, well, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 22. Request for legal advice and discussion and possible action with regard to building permit applications and purported issuance of building permits where the building official has determined that the application do not conform to the setback requirements of the zoning code, and zoning variances for the nonconformities have not been sought from the Board of Adjustment. Determination of appropriate action with regard to such applications and identification of any similar issues in connection with any other Rollingwood permit applications, if any, in progress at this time. And Ms. Brown, I'll recognize you on 22, but do you want me, would you like me to pull up, so 23, 24, 25, and 26 sort of grew out of 22 as I understand it. Do you want me to pull all of them up together, or do you want to handle them separately?
I would like to move that item 22, that we consider that in executive session for the receipt of legal advice. And then we would come out of executive session and discuss the possible action items that are in item number 23.
Okay. And then,
23, 24, 25, and 26.
okay. We can do that, if that's the council's.
I would suggest, in light of the hour, that we postpone those items to the next meeting, but I'm certainly just one voice.
Okay, we
Well-
have a,
I realize it's late, but we do have, Ms. Rollison here.
Right.
Who's home involved. And I would suggest
Yeah, we
in the
pretty
interest
much,
of
she was
resolving
looking for
these for her,
clarity, yeah.
Be glad to
that
get
we
her input.
that we move forward with this item tonight, even though it's now 12:25 p.m.
Let me revise my suggestion and suggest that we get Ms. Rollison's input and then take the matter up at the next council meeting would be my suggestion.
okay, well, that's maybe what we're gonna do. That's a great suggestion. So we have one suggestion to go to executive session, one suggestion to hear from Ms. Rollison, and postpone. What is the, I'm taking a straw poll here to figure out what we're gonna do now.
Well, since we're straw polling, I mean, I'm unclear as to why we don't take up 22 through 26 in executive session.
Okay, we got one.
Completely.
Okay. Alec, what's your,
Hear from Ms. Rollison, probably do that and postpone, or just start with hearing and then decide what we want to do.
Sarah, what would you like to do?
I think we need the legal advice first.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
I said, I would think we need the legal advice before we have any other discussion.
All right, if we could then,
Executive
since we don't
session.
have a great consensus here, can I put the question to them as to whether or not to go to executive session? Sure. Okay.
Could-
I'm probably gonna put the question to you as to whether or not to go to executive session. I'm first, because if we go to executive session, I do hate to have Ms. Rollison here all night, so, cause I don't know how long that would possibly go. So I think my suggestion would be for Ms. Rollison to make a few brief comments. She's welcome to stay as long as she likes, but if she wants to make an opening statement, that would be fine. And then I'll put the question to council as to whether you'd like to go to executive session or not. And then if we go to executive session, then that's what we'll do, and if not, we'll make the next question. Yes, ma'am.
I believe it may be our counselor's call whether we go to executive session.
No, it's not.
Well,
It's the board's call.
My concern was whether or not the provision of the Open Meetings Act, in which you have to determine whether or not this is a matter in which your duty as attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Conduct conflict with the Open Meetings Act. So
I
that's
see.
what, when I had discussed the posting of this item with Ashley, I thought she
Yeah.
had conferred with you and you made a determination that to give that legal advice to us, it should be done in executive session. I don't have any problem hearing from Ms. Rollison before we
Yeah.
retire to executive session, but I don't think we get to vote on whether this is gonna violate your duty of.
I mean, if you want to, that's usually an easy question to answer. If you want legal advice,
We do
then,
want legal
then,
advice.
then yes, closed session is the place for you to receive
Yes.
that. Yes, ma'am.
And then my only point would be, the first hurdle is determine whether we go into executive session.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Ms. Rolson?
And then
She's at least getting her exercise.
The moment I've been waiting for. Kendra Rollison, 304 Vale Street. I would prefer if you all would take the time this evening to hear, or I guess this morning, these agenda items. My husband and I have been sort of living under a cloud for the last month or so we would like some resolution here. I guess I'll go ahead and read the statement that I had prepared specifically for my agenda item, and then you all can go into your executive session. However, I'll probably wait here in case there's other questions. So the property my husband and I own was the subject of discussion at the last city council meeting, and is on the agenda this evening. I wanted to speak briefly to clarify a couple of points that were brought up at the last meeting. I also want to say that I really do appreciate the mayor and the time he devotes to helping neighbors in the community and to each city council member for engaging with me and my husband on this over the last few weeks. We are appreciative of you agreeing to hear our perspective on the situation so you have a full picture of our permitting process. As it relates to the side setback, we reached out to the then building official in 2020 prior to starting our design phase on our house to inquire as to what the setback was for our lot. At that time, we were told that we had a 20-foot side setback and that a replat was a step that we needed to take, as this same process had just been completed on other properties in the neighborhood, including the 2 properties directly across the street from our home. With that information, we then proceeded with the design of our home. As to the plat itself, or the replat, there was some concern regarding whether our plat was approved and recorded by the city or whether we or some other party recorded the plat. That was at the last meeting. The plat for our property with the 20-foot side setback was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission, signed by the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and recorded by the building official. After having done our own research, this appears to have been the historic process used by the city in modifying setbacks on a number of properties for redevelopment since at least 2014. Secondly, the building permit we received was not signed by the mayor, it was signed by the building official. It was released almost 1 year after we filed our permit application, and purely based on that timeline, you can probably imagine there are a lot of other details to the story. At the time the permit was sent to us, we did not anticipate it would be challenged after issuance, which is where we are today. Finally, I'd like everyone to know that our home project is currently mid-construction. We received our building permit in August 2022 and started construction shortly thereafter. At this point, we have paid for a majority of the cost for our home and completed work at the site, including pouring of our foundation, constructing of our site wall, and preliminary framing. We firmly believe our permit is valid based on applicable law, and that's all I have for now. We are incredibly grateful for the understanding and communication from the city officials, and we appreciate your help in providing closure to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rolson. Okay. I'm happy to do whatever y'all want to do, but I do need clarity on what that is. So, the question before you that I posed to you is whether or not to retire into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, we will go into executive session at 12:32 a.m.
We just got
to discuss legal,
I don't mind if that's what
to
Kendra
have
wants.
consultation with
I'm
legal
willing to do it.
counsel
Yeah.
Leave her hanging.
pursuant
This
to
thing for her, she's losing sleep.
Texas government,
Section 551071 of Texas Government Code. We'll go back there. City Council comes back to order into regular session at 1:35 a.m. And no action was taken in executive session. We will go back to agenda item number 22. And I'll entertain any motions at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion.
State your motion.
I move that no action be taken on the building permit issued for 304 Bell.
All right. You
Second.
have a motion, and is there a second?
A second.
A motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss the issue. If anyone else wants to go first, they're welcome to.
I don't want to go first.
Just procedurally, I'll point out, so we'll discuss it, we'll vote on this issue, and then I'll take any other motions that are.
Okay. I don't want to vote for the motion as proposed, because I don't think that no action is fair to the homeowners involved. I think they deserve a resolution of the issue. And so I would urge you to vote against the motion to take no action and consider another motion that would actually resolve the issue. And
Yeah.
being now it's 4:38 in the morning, I'm open to suggestions procedurally on when, where, and how to make that motion. I think you said we vote on this one first that's on the table.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I also want to try and resolve this, and so I'd be against the motion that's currently on the table.
Well, since I don't know what's behind door number 2,
Yeah.
I,
Cool. I think it might be best to withdraw this motion to find out what's behind door number 2.
We can set it down for a moment, I think, and they said not to call it tabling, but some defer action on it until we take up another motion.
I don't think you want to know what the Roberts Rules of Order procedure
not.
is.
No, we don't.
All right,
All right.
so I'm not going
Thank
to tell
you.
you what that is.
Thank you.
But it's your meeting, and so you can handle it however you.
Okay, well, I wasn't asking you, I was asking the mayor.
Okay, you were looking in my direction.
Sorry.
It's
Asking-
Councilwoman Brown's motion, and she has a second for it, so if she chooses to do something with the motion, otherwise we'll dispose of the motion. By
And
calling.
there's no motion to amend.
No, you can withdraw the motion if you'd like, or
I'll
we can.
withdraw the motion.
All right. There's no motion on the table, and we'll do with it. I'll accept another motion if you'd like to.
I'd make a motion that we ask the city attorney to draft an ordinance that would provide that any plats previously approved by planning and zoning, that any setbacks shown on plats previously approved by planning and zoning shall be considered the legal setbacks for those properties. And that's the motion.
You have a motion, members. Mr. Glasheen, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen and a second by Mr. Robinson. Is there discussion?
I'm trying to write the motion, just 1 second.
Is there any discussion?
Any setbacks on plats approved by planning and zoning be approved.
Yeah, and it's to really to direct city attorney to draft us an ordinance for to
Be
pass it.
approved as what?
As shown, the motion would be that we ask the city attorney to draft an ordinance that we could pass that would provide that the setbacks shown on plats previously approved by planning and zoning shall be the legal setbacks for those lots.
Shall be the legal setbacks for
Shall be considered the setback and superseding any contrary setbacks in our code.
I have an understanding of what would, if this passes, what would need to be done.
Okay.
If I gotta vote on it, I gotta understand it.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Is there further discussion, council?
I'm gonna say something. I don't think we know what all that means. And I'm not comfortable giving a blanket approval to anything that happened to have been done that was not in compliance with our code, so I can't support that.
Well, we would have until the next meeting for staff to try to research how many of those cases are out there, if we wanted them to do that, but I'm comfortable with it.
I think the problem would be you'd have to pull every plat ever issued and review every setback on every plat ever filed.
Right.
And I think it also exceeds the authority of our Planning and Zoning Commission as a matter of law.
Well, it exceeds the
give a-
city council's authority to
Yeah.
do the same things.
How so?
Because we don't have the authority to grant variances from our building code.
We're not granting variances, we're amending the setback requirements in the code to say that the setback requirements that are shown on previously approved plats are the setback requirements as opposed, and supersede any other provision of the code. That-
No,
Is that not a variance?
No, that's the right way to do it without having to go get a variance.
The right way, I'm sorry.
That's how you would do it without going to, without
Without
getting a
what?
variance. He is correct. You would be changing the law to say that the setbacks are legal, and so if you do that, you don't need a variance.
Wouldn't that have to go through Planning and Zoning?
That is one thing I would have to look at. Yes,
Maybe.
ma'am.
And go ahead.
You know, would this be forever back in time?
In my view, it would be, but
Would it be for plats filed with a forged signature?
well, I think that's, we could say it would be done on a plat that was written with disappearing ink. I don't know, or under fraudulent circumstances. Those are questions that are hypotheticals that are beyond reasonable discussion and debate, in my opinion. But the problem I see with taking no action is that if there is a question about the legality of the building permits, then that raises questions about certificate of occupancy or whether these properties are non-conforming properties in the future. And in order to clean this mess up for the homeowners, which, they had all they tried to do was get a building permit and build a house, and I think they were treated poorly in the process. I think the city has the responsibility to fix this, and I will say on the record that I very much sympathize with Mayor Massengill's effort to fix this problem, that it was very well intentioned and that he was doing what I think objectively is the right thing to do, which is to fix a problem for these homeowners. The problem I have with it, that I think you raised a legitimate question at the last meeting and raised a legitimate question now, which is, and no matter how well intentioned it was, is it proper exercise of any city official's authority to direct the issuance of a building permit that doesn't comply with the building codes and zoning ordinances? And the answer is no, they can't. And under current law, the only proper way to get a variance is through Board of Adjustment. And it was a mistake that was made by the former building official advising the homeowners that they could go to Planning and Zoning for a variance. And it was a mistake of Planning and Zoning to issue a variance, as I understand the law. And that variance isn't valid, and it's not binding on the city, and it's not binding on future councils. But the only way for us to clean that up and fix it is to change the setback requirements in the code, and the only way I know to change it quickly, efficiently, and for these homeowners and for others similarly situated who got their setbacks changed by plat variance at Planning and Zoning, would be to pass an amendment to our ordinances as I've proposed, and that's my thinking on it.
I do not want to cut off debate for council, but I do want to go to bed at some point. Is there further discussion on the issue? Happy to listen to all the discussion. Just want to be efficient. I'm not hearing any additional discussion, so you do have a motion, and it's 1:45, and I don't remember if you got a second.
It's almost closing time. Can we sing that?
So you do have a motion. Was there a second?
There was, I think.
No, I think
Oh,
Alec
Alec.
I'm sorry,
seconded
Alec.
it.
I did not mean to
I did.
disrespect.
The only concern I have, I think we owe this Rollison, this homeowner clarity, and I'm in full support of doing that, as I don't think there's any action. Because we don't know the scope of the issue, I would prefer to limit at this time, until we know the scope of the issue more, to the action as you propose, but limit it to 304 Vale.
If that's a question of whether I'll accept that as a friendly amendment, I would say no, because it's not, I think it's a bad idea for us and bad policy to then tell Mr. Shapiro, whose house is involved, and then maybe Wendy Hunley's, whose house may have setbacks that were approved by planning and zoning plat variance, to tell them that their approvals are no good, or that their variances aren't valid, and that their property is going to be non-conforming if they build with their, building permits. I just think that's bad policy. We as a city made a mistake operating for some period of time with the belief that we were properly granting setback variances through planning and zoning plat approval. That was wrong. It was a technical mistake, but we did it. And I think we need to own it and take responsibility for it and clarify it and say that, and ratify those variances, because I don't see any reason not to.
Here's the concern I have. I want to fix this situation for the Rollisons, because there were a number of issues involved in the permit process that make this the right thing to do. When I look at the past history, there's a window of time in which building permits were granted on the basis of a plat, quote, plat variance versus a Board of Adjustment variance. At this point in time, I'm not willing to address any of those other than Ms. Rollison's.
Okay, well, I have a motion. I call for a vote on it.
You do have a motion. You have a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Oh,
pays.
You
sorry.
didn't mean to vote for
I
it.
didn't mean to vote.
Anyway, let's just
Sorry.
do a roll call since it's late. Councilwoman Brown.
No.
Councilman Robinson.
Yes.
Councilman Glasheen.
Yes.
Councilman McDuffie. Councilman McDuffie.
Yeah. I wish we knew the scope of how many were involved.
I
but-
just need a vote, Councilman.
Yeah. Aye.
Okay. And Councilman Hudson.
No.
Being 3 ayes and 2 nays, the motion carries. All right. That is that it on agenda item 22? I'm not certain if it is. I'll entertain any other motions on 22. Hearing none, Councilwoman, we do have agenda items 22, 23, 24, and 25 still. And 26. still open. Councilwoman Brown, do you have additional motions on any of these items, or should we move on past these items? I know that some of these legal issues were discussed in executive session. Happy to entertain a motion, or I'm happy to not.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
given the enlightenment with your State of the City report and the fond recalling to my memory of Edmund Kemple, I'll withdraw items 24, 25, and 26.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate those, that action, and I appreciate you remembering Edmund as well. And I will do better to seek that common ground. Thank you.
Ditto here.
Any other items, council, on any of these? And with that, hearing none, we will move on past 23, 24, 25, and 26. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Hudson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Ayes have it. Thank you, council.
So he's from Seguin, where my wife grew up.
He is.